You are about to experience an awesome, complete ethical hacking course where you can start without knowing anything and be on a trajectory to go to an advanced level anywhere in the world. I will show you the basics right here, and then this video is 10 hours long of in-depth ethical hacking tutorials. First question you might ask, why is this worth my time? What's learning here? Ethical hacking is a valuable in-demand skill today, including penetration testing, information security. As companies continue to advance online, they continue to need help with keeping their websites and online tools secure. You can learn how to do hacking and help with that. Get paid to work anywhere in the world like these people are already doing now. This is on Upwork.com, the world's largest website for independent freelancers. You can see these guys are working anywhere from $12 an hour at the lowest to as much as $40 an hour online to help with computer security, which the most popular term is ethical hacking, or the short term hacker. What is an ethical hacker? What is computer security as it relates to what you can learn and do with it? The idea is people and companies put websites online, put apps online, put tools online for other people to use that then can be exploited and taken down by hackers. If you are willing to be one of the white hat hackers, one of the good hackers you might say, you can help these companies find vulnerabilities. You can help people find vulnerabilities in their website and secure them before anyone else takes advantage of them, and you can get paid really well to do this. How do I know? Because I hired an ethical hacker just like you could easily become by watching this video and applying and testing and using these tools. I hired Ermin Krpanek because I saw a huge need to have more effective teaching about this. I'm Jerry Banfield. I do advertising and marketing and online courses. And I saw Ermin Krpanek just looking around on the freelancers who knew ethical hacking. I found Ermin. Ermin and I have partnered. I paid Ermin to make all of the videos in this, what is a complete course here with you. Ermin is a strongly motivated IT expert. He is very good at ethical hacking, penetration testing, so good that he now has 50 plus hours of HD video online teaching in this subject, which single-handedly is enough for you to take it to an advanced level if you use all of the teaching, learn it, and apply it and do it yourself. This is your instructor for the majority of this video, and I'm going to show you right now what subjects we're going to go through, what this video actually covers. To begin, Ermin will give you a basic overview of ethical hacking and penetration testing in his words. I've already tried to give you the really simple, down-to-earth explanation and give it to you in a practical tone. Ermin will give it to you in technical terms from his point of view, actually using the skills. Then Ermin will go into prerequisites for this course. What do you need to have set up? What should you use prior to even doing anything? Then the next thing, basic hacking terms you will want to know getting started. Ermin will cover in much more detail with you things like white hat, gray hat, black hat hacking, all of these other terms you may hear in the context of doing hacking. Then Ermin will cover more basic terms, things like SQL injections, VPN, proxy, VPS, and keyloggers. These are basic tools and methods you use of doing hacking. Then Ermin will show you, starting from zero, how to build your hacking environment right here for free in this video. Using VirtualBox, creating a virtual environment. You can do this on any operating system you're using, and then what you do is use Kali Linux to then run most of these tools in. Now, this section is not included in the video. This section, what I'm showing you, is the outline for the complete ethical hacking course on my website. So this, if you have a Mac user only, this is not included in the video, and creating a bootable USB, this is not included in this video. And neither is installing VirtualBox, not in this video, but it is in the complete hacking course on my website. The next thing in this video then is a Linux terminal, including basic functionalities. And whether you want to do ethical hacking or not, knowing the Linux terminal is a really valuable function because there's companies all over the world that need help with Linux or are willing to pay for help. There's lots of things you can do in Linux that can get you a good job working online or working in an office somewhere. So this Linux Basics, if you don't know anything about Linux, this will help you actually use Kali Linux and use any other Linux too, because these commands translate easily across other Linux platforms. Then into more of the tools that you will have the basics of and want to know about for anything in information technology and security, such as Tor. Using Tor to protect your anonymity online, proxy change for doing things like hiding your IP, VPNs or virtual private networks for staying anonymous, MAC changer, use it to change your MAC address, Nmap, attacking wireless networks. This entire section here shows you exactly how to get into and crack wireless networks. And then the section that follows that, same thing, even more about Wi-Fi hacking. And then all the way down here, we're going into signal jamming, SSL strips, and then having some fun and looking at the evil twin method to wrap this video up. That's nearly 10 hours of HD video, ethical hacking tutorials, the best value I hope anywhere online when it comes to information technology and security training. If you get to the end of the course, that is here for free on YouTube, or if you get stuck at something where a lot of people get stuck is in here with the installation. The hardest part with almost anything is getting started, and the majority of the questions begin at installation and go from there. If you want to have the rest of the course, you go to my website, jerrybanfield.com, the best-selling course on my website, which is a little ironic since I'm the marketing guy. The best-selling course is a collaboration that I've shown you with Ermin. You click on the complete ethical hacking course, and then what you've got here, you can buy the course right here for just $9. You get lifetime access. 50,000+ students before you have already taken this course and made it the top ethical hacking course I've ever seen online. So you hit add to cart and you can take this course, and that will give you the rest of the videos in it. Now, if you need some hands-on help, if you need answers to your questions, and to me, this is where you really get into the advanced level. You're not likely to go advanced without having a mentor to help you. Ermin has a new course, the Complete Ethical Hacking course for 2016-17. He just filmed the videos for this course. This has an additional 9 more hours of video not included in this video, and this is $25 on my website, and this includes full-time support. Ermin, I hired him. He was freelancing online a year and a half ago. He now has his own company, and he then has full-time support for you in the course now, thanks to all of the collaborations we've done together. So you can add this to cart, and it includes then you get a free coupon downloadable in a PDF. You get into this course, which is just launched then on Udemy. You get in for $25 when you buy it on my website. Now, the very best value, if you love learning with Ermin, then there's a $49 Ermin Cryponics 7 course bundle. It includes the full Complete Ethical Hacking course, the original, and it includes then the new one, and it includes 5 more courses, for example, building a keylogger, learning C++, Wireshark, Red Hat Linux, and Bash programming. This is, to me, and the best value I've seen when it comes to ethical hacking education anywhere. If you take the Certified Ethical Hacking course, by comparison, it's as much as several $100s. And I think you can get an outstanding value here learning with Ermin. So without any more of me trying to sell you on anything, here it is, the Complete Hacking course, the first 9+ hours of it for free with Ermin. Thank you very much for watching this. I hope you enjoy it.
Hello everybody, and welcome to this introductory video. Today I will be talking about ethical hacking, and I will also introduce you to the course itself. So first off, you might have noticed that the term ethical hacking is composed out of two words. You have ethical and you have hacking. Now, hacking, uh, the definition of hacking is quite broad. I mean, it encompasses a very wide range of activities. However, if you actually go to any of the online dictionaries pretty much, and if you type in the term hacking, generally it will say that it has something to do with computers. I cannot say that that is not true. However, that is only a small portion of the definition. Rather, instead, the act of hacking is actually having any system, and I mean any system, not just a computer system, not just a digital system. In fact, the system doesn't even need to contain any electronic parts. So, literally any system, having it do something that you intended it to do as opposed to what it was designed to do. Now, here is one short example that has been cited over and over again. You have a lock, basically. You have a door lock in your house. Everybody has one. Well, I sincerely hope that you have one. And the purpose of that lock is to prevent intruders from entering. So anybody who does not have a key cannot enter. People enter without a key anyway because they pick the lock and then they enter, and that itself could be considered an act of hacking, also an act of burglary, but that's another subject. Anyway, the ethical side of it would be when you have these large automobile industry manufacturers, and then they hire these burglars to come and pen test their locks. So basically, they pay them very good sums of money to go to their factories and to try to unlock their cars. This doesn't need to apply only to locks for cars, it can also apply for your door locks. Manufacturers of pretty much all sorts of locks, they hire people to actually try and pick lock them, and then if they succeed doing it, and if they succeed, they pay them a very good sum of money. I do believe that prices for one car manufacturer, they went up to 1 million euros if you manage to break their locks. But what I'm trying to say here is that the ethical side of it would be when you have a permission to do it, when it's within the constraints of the law. And the act of hacking itself can be within the constraints of the law, but doesn't necessarily need to be. Anyway, we will not be focusing on those types of locks today, or during this course. During this course, I will teach you how to penetrate networks, how to exploit systems, how to break into computers, how to compromise routers, etc. You will be after you've finished this course, after you've absorbed all the information in it, you will gain the ability to do some serious damage. Now, because of that, I wish to give a disclaimer here. So first off, I do not encourage any sort of illegal activity. Furthermore, I strongly advise against it, and I am against it. So you do not have any legit need to do anything that is against the law with the knowledge that you're going to get during this course, because you're going to get some pretty good knowledge and you can abuse it very easily. It's not that difficult to abuse it. The opportunities are everywhere. They're endless because people tend to use insecure systems, or they use secure systems but they don't know how to operate or configure them, and then in turn those secure systems become insecure. But what I'm trying to tell you is there really is no need. I mean, if you want to do it for the money or something like that, you can make the same amount, if not more, in a perfectly legitimate way. People will pay you to actually test their networks and to see if you can find any vulnerabilities in them and then report them, perhaps even fix them. So, however, if you do decide to do something against the law in any country, I am not responsible for it. That is what I want to say. I do not claim responsibility for it, as I have already stated that I am doing this for purely for educational purposes, and I do not advocate the use of this material for any sort of illegal purpose. Now, I hope you understand why I had to make this disclaimer, and I this is not what I said. These are not just empty words. I really do stand by it, and that is my philosophy as well. In any case, during this course, I will show you numerous examples, methods. You will need some prerequisites over which I will go in the next tutorial. But you're in for a ride, so sit down, be patient. That is a very important thing in this line of work. Patience, because everybody has, everybody out there, if you are looking at this tutorial now, if you've typed in the term ethical hacking, I'm guessing that you've seen I'm guessing at some point of time in your lives, like myself, you have seen a movie that involves some sort of hacking with computers, and you see this terminal and you just see them typing in something there, and it just basically works. It works within 5 minutes or something like that. Let me tell you something. That has nothing to do with the real world, or very little to do with the real world. In the real world, people spend countless sleepless nights trying to do something, trying to obtain access, trying to bypass a password protected file or something of a kind on a server, trying to escalate privileges, trying to inject in a SQL injection or something of a kind. And they not only spend countless sleepless nights doing it, but they also spend a long time planning, preparing, and getting a general idea of what they can do, how they can execute an attack, etc. These are not things that you will be able to do within 5 minutes after you sit and open up your computer, your desktop computer, or whatever. You will need time, you will need patience, but above all, you will need to be curious. Curiosity is one of the first steps here, and obviously, since you've actually chosen to listen to this tutorial, to go through it, you do possess it already. You just need to build on it a little bit more, and you'll be where you want to be. In any case, I hope to see you in the next tutorial, and I bid you farewell. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will be talking about some of the prerequisites that you will require if you want to follow this course through. One of the first things that you need to be familiarized with is your working environment. So for myself, I have chosen to use two Linux distros. One will be Fedora 20, which is the operating system that I am using anyway, and also I will install a virtual machine. That virtual machine will be Kali Linux. Basically, it is a Linux distro which contains a great deal of pen testing tools, so it's very useful in that sense. Don't worry about it. I will explain this process in great detail, how you can set the virtual machine up, how you can install it, and so on and so forth. However, should you be using Windows, that is definitely not advisable for this kind of activity. Primarily because since I'm doing this in an environment that I own, it doesn't really matter to me if I'm anonymous or not, but in the real world, all the pen testing that is done in the real world, you're always trying to anonymize yourself. You're trying to be as invisible as possible, as much as possible. You do not want them to figure out where the attack is coming from or anything of a kind. You want to wipe your trail or something of a kind. And Windows is really not good for those sort of things. So there, your anonymity level will be very low, and most of the tools that we're going to be using, they are native to the Linux environment. They were made for Linux. So some of them might not work under Windows. I have not tested them all out, but most of them will. So you can still use Windows if you like, because you're not hiding from anyone. But since I'm recreating the real life scenario here, I do need to actually use proxies, VPNs, and so on and so forth, just to show you how it is done, how you can do it. Also, for all the Mac users out there, if you're using Mac OS X, it doesn't really matter which version. Most of the stuff should work like no problems. The procedures are fairly simpler. The command line tools are the same. How you install them differs, but pretty much you will be able to run the same commands as me. So there shouldn't be any problems there. Your anonymity level with Mac OS X should be relatively good, but still on Linux you have the greatest anonymity, and you are rather safe in that sense. Other than that, you will also require working internet connection. And even though all of these attacks that we're going to do today, well, most of them, they work much, much better if you have an extremely fast internet connection. But some of these attacks are actually conducted from public Wi-Fi's, in real life anyway. We'll just pretend I will set up a wireless access point in my house and load it so that it's similar to the public Wi-Fi, which is very slow. Some of these attacks, as I said, they go over public Wi-Fi's, and as we all know, and as we've all painfully learned, public Wi-Fi's are not the fastest internet connections out there. So, primarily because you have a lot of people that are connected to them, and there's a lot of data going through. They're not the safest networks out there either, but as I said, if you want to absolutely anonymize yourself, and that is what some people do, they actually go out and hook up to a public Wi-Fi, or they go to a bar or something of a kind and conduct their attacks from there. Now, before they do that, they need to figure out whether the bandwidth of that Wi-Fi can sustain their attack. So they need to minimize it, they need to downsize it, and that is how they become absolutely anonymous. Anyway, the third thing that you will absolutely need, so these three things, these are the basic requirements. Everything else will pick up on the way. I will show you how to do it, no problems there. But these three things, I can't really show you how to. I mean, I can, but it's a bit pointless how to go to your ISP and hook it up to the internet and hook your telephone to the internet or something of a kind. But in any case, the third prerequisite is a working wireless card. And when I say working wireless card, most of the devices have them. Pretty much all laptops from 2005 or from 2008 were standardized with wireless cards. If you're using a desktop machine that doesn't have a wireless card, you should, but it's not. You don't need to. But however, if you want, you won't be able to follow through a portion of this tutorial then. You should go out and buy a USB wireless card or something of a kind. They're pretty cheap, I don't know, 10, 15 bucks. So they're not that expensive, and you can get them pretty much anywhere. Anyway, as I was saying, what I mean by a functional wireless network card is that it is recognized by your operating system. So if you are using a Linux distro like I am, you need to make sure that the kernel of this Linux distro actually has the necessary drivers for the wireless card that you are using at the moment. If you're probably using Atheros or Broadcom, Atheros should be fine. Pretty much Linux kernel support a large amount of Atheros devices, if not all of them, in terms of network cards, so that should be fine. There were some problems with Broadcom, but that's as far as I'm informed, that has been solved, so no big deal there. If you're uncertain how to check whether your wireless card functions under your Linux distro, well, just try connecting to a Wi-Fi. If you can connect to a Wi-Fi access point, if you can connect, obviously it works. If you can't, it doesn't work. But don't just hop to a conclusion that it doesn't work. Maybe it's just turned off or something like that. But do not worry, I will show this in greater detail in the follow-up tutorials where we actually go over the installation process and all of that. Now there are a couple more things which we need to go over before we head over and start the installation. uh, I would just like to go over some basic terms over some basic terminology that you will need in order to be able to follow this course, in order for you to be able to follow the future tutorials. In any case, I bid you farewell and I thank you for watching.
Thank you very much for getting started watching this video. Anytime you want the full series of videos with this, just go to jerrybanfield.com. You click on the Complete Ethical Hacking course for $9. You get the entire course, 20 plus hours of video. Or you can upgrade to either the new course or the Ermin Kraponic 7 course bundle, which is intended to be the very best value. You add to cart, proceed to checkout with this, and then you can even pay with Bitcoin if you want to order anonymously. Thank you very much for watching this, and here's the rest of the course.
Hello everybody and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will be talking about some of the basic terms which you will need in order to follow this course through. So first off, you have three main categories of people. There are white hat hackers, gray hat hackers, and black hat hackers. Everything that we will be doing falls into this category here. So white hats. Those are people whose activities are within the confines of the law. There are people such as pen testers, ethical hackers, people like you and me, and so on. Then you have gray hat hackers whose activities are bordering between legal and illegal. It's a bit of a shady area there. In addition to that, you have the most known category, which is black hat hackers. And usually, and unfortunately, every time somebody hears the term hacking, it is associated with people from black hat world. There are people who conduct all sorts of illegal activities or conduct activities without any regard for the law and, I don't know, extract information from certain servers, credentials, your credit card information, take services down, usually to extract some sort of financial gain. In any case, down below you have footprinting. Now, the act of footprinting is basically information gathering. You're conducting some sort of reconnaissance work. You are figuring out the IP of the server, figuring out which ports are open, and with that you can conclude which services are running there. But it doesn't necessarily need to be confined to the digital world. The act of footprinting can also be when you go to the company itself. You just walk in. It doesn't necessarily need to be a company. It can be pretty much any building with the servers in it. And you have a look around. You try to gather some information there on site, or you go and you dig to their trash cans. Go behind the building, jump into those trash containers, and get some information from there. Also, people have been known to go onto parking lots to see who the employees are, who works there, all sorts of things. So this is just general information gathering in regards to your chosen target. It doesn't need to be confined to the digital world. Anyway, down below you have certain types of attacks. You have DOS and DDoS. Basically the same thing implemented in a different way. DOS stands for denial of service, usually called childish attacks because they were relatively easy to implement, and they still are, provided of course you have enough machines, but that's the domain of DDoS. In general, what happens here is that you perform a certain amount of requests, more requests than a server can handle, and then server begins dropping connections. For example, Apache web server, I believe by default it can handle up to 10,000 connections or so. And if you can make more than 10,000 requests, basically everybody else making any sort of requests will not be able to access the website because their connections will be dropped simply because Apache will say, okay, I have too many users, I have more users than I can handle, all the other connections will be dropped by default, thereby making the site inaccessible even though you haven't really broken any codes, you haven't really broken through any firewalls or stole any passwords or anything of a kind. But when you're DOSing something, it's just you. So all the connection, all the requests, everything is coming just from your own computer. And that is not always the most efficient of ways. In fact, it generally can only work if there is a flaw in the way in which requests are processed. However, that is why you have DDoS attacks. When you have multiple computers, multiple connections, and they are all making simultaneous requests to a certain server, and this is really difficult to fight off. I mean, you really need to have a clever configuration of your firewall, and you need to have quite a good firewall as well. Usually you would need a physical one to prevent these sort of DDoS attacks, and by physical I mean a router firewall or something of a kind. This is quite difficult to, it's not difficult to actually do the attack itself, as it is difficult to make the necessary preparations. First of all, you need to go about infecting other devices which you will use, which you will enslave and use in order to perform this sort of an attack. This is the hard part. The DDoS part is quite easy compared to that. For that, in order for you to infect other computers, you need two things. You need RATs, remote administration tools, and you need to make them fully undetectable. That is what the term FUD stands for. So it just means that they cannot be detected by antiviruses, or more precise term would be that they are not labeled as something malicious by antivirus programs. And by the way, sometimes, actually most of the times, you don't actually need to make your own applications fully undetectable. There are plenty of pen testing companies out there, and not just pen testing companies, but other companies as well, who will pay very good sums of money if you can make their programs fully undetectable by antivirus programs. Down below, the RATs, remote administration tools. Now, they themselves are not some sort of hacks or anything of a kind. You just basically put them on a USB stick or something of a kind, send them in a mail, share them in a zip file, and in such a way, there's just one of the ways to infect other computers, other devices, enslave them, convert them into your slaves, into the slaves of the main server, wherever that might be, wherever you might set it up. And then you can use all of those computers to conduct all sorts of activity. This is very good because it anonymizes you to a very large extent. It is very difficult to track you. It is very difficult to track somebody down, whoever is doing this, primarily because the users who are infected, they have no idea that somebody else is controlling their devices, because nothing is really happening on your desktop. You can't really see. All the processes running are being run in the background, and your processor is executing them using up. The only way to see it would be basically to start up a task manager or something of a kind, and then see the running processes, and perhaps you could spot it there, but not even there if somebody has implemented a rootkit. So a rootkit is a tool basically which you install onto an operating system, and it is able to hide running processes from the system itself. So when you, for example, start a task manager in Windows or something of a kind, the purpose of a rootkit would be to hide the processes from the task manager. Basically how it works is that task manager requests information from the system, from the kernel, and then the kernel of the system responds, which is the core of the system where all the drivers and the key functionalities are. The kernel of the system then responds, hey, I have this, and this process running, here you go. But what rootkit would do is redirect those requests from task manager to itself, and would basically say, I don't have such processes running. So very, very dangerous and potent combinations here that we will use later on as we progress through this tutorial, but for the time being I just wanted to give a bit of an introduction to it and give you an idea of what we shall be doing through some of these basic terms and concepts. Next up we have phishing attacks. Now, phishing attacks are basically when you apply some sort of bait, somebody bites it, and then you pull on it. Simple as that, right? As the same way you do phishing. Well, not quite. Phishing attacks would be when you get I don't know, an email from someone, and there's a link in it. You click on it, and it throws you somewhere, I don't know, onto some website. It perhaps looks like something legit. It perhaps looks like a website that you are using or something of a kind, but it is not. And you pass in your credentials, and that can be a problem. But this is generally avoided today. This is not something that happens in such a way. Rather, instead, what happens these days is that the DNS servers get changed on your routers, and once that happens, all the requests that you make on your web browser get redirected. So, for example, if you type in facebook.com, you're going to get a domain with facebook.com from some private DNS server, God knows where, whose MX records are altered and they have been configured, for example, to make redirections to interpret, sorry, not redirections, but rather instead to interpret facebook.com to a certain IP address that does not belong to Facebook or anything like that. So you open up your Facebook, it looks exactly the same. There is no way to tell because in the upper left corner of the screen you have the domain name written. It's www.facebook.com, and basically provide in login credentials. Once you do that, they're gone. Somebody has them. One of the one of the ways to detect this, even though it's very, I mean, it's not hard, but nobody really pays any attention to it. In the upper left corner, you might check whether the protocol is HTTPS instead of HTTP. Because usually, if these kind of attacks are conducted, it's not going to be HTTPS, as that is a lot harder to implement. But if it is HTTPS, there really wouldn't be any legit way of figuring it out other than actually checking the keys, checking the certificates, and nobody actually does that. I mean, well, maybe not nobody, but 99% of users out there are not gonna bother to go about conducting such checks. Anyway, I know it sounds a bit complex, but believe me, I will explain this in great details. I will give you several demonstrations, and by the end of this course you will understand and know how to do this with great ease. It will not present a significant obstacle in your line of work. Excellent. Now that we have approximately half of these terms out of our way, I will continue to deal with them in the follow-up tutorial, and I sincerely hope to see you all there. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Here I'm just gonna continue from where I left off in the previous one. If you have not seen the previous tutorial, I strongly urge you to do so, as the two are closely interrelated, so to say. Anyway, previously we've discussed some of these things such as DOS, rats, phishing, and so on and so forth. But here I want to go a step further and tell you about SQL injections, VPNs, proxies, stores, EPS keyloggers, and so on and so forth. You will see how all these things will play a role later on throughout the course. But for the time being, you have SQL injections, which simply passing SQL queries to HTTP requests. If they are not properly formatted by the PHP code on the server side, this can present a serious problem. And this is always one of the primary consideration of all the web developers out there. Later on I will demonstrate how you can use these, formulate them, and there is a large amount of websites that are vulnerable out there, primarily because the frameworks on which they're based are vulnerable as well. Next up, you have virtual private networks, so VPNs. These are ways of anonymizing yourselves. Basically, if you have a VPN provider somewhere, and if you want to anonymize yourself, you will route all their traffic through this VPN provider, and all the traffic between you and the VPN provider will be heavily encrypted. So any other server out there that is receiving requests from you, it is actually receiving them from VPN. There is no real way of detecting you or finding your physical location unless the VPN provider actually gives it up, which doesn't really happen if you pick a right one. Down below, you have proxies. Now, proxies are a less reliable way of staying anonymous, but you should always uh, make it your common practice to use SOCKS 5 proxies. I will explain what these are. I will introduce them when we do proxy chains and when I explain to you how you can actually stay anonymous while conducting these sort of activities. You will realize that you can route your connection through several proxies, but very soon you will see as well that that doesn't always work. I mean, in the movies or something like that, you see people going through 10, 20 different proxies. In reality, that would be very, very difficult to implement, primarily because of internet speeds, because of the available bandwidth. Most of the free proxies out there are not very fast, and routing your connection through several of them will make it very difficult for you to do anything in a reasonable amount of time. There are, of course, paid proxies, but when you pay a proxy, you leave a digital footprint somewhere so you can be traced. Down below, you have Tor. Now, Tor is absolutely free, open source, and it is much faster than proxies. It's not faster than VPNs, but it is faster than proxies. It gives you an ability to torify your applications, which in essence means simply routing traffic through certain routes and using certain routers on the internet to actually not just routers, but using certain devices on the internet for your packets, for your connection to go through. It can be slow from time to time. It is not a 100% guarantee, but you will be anonymous to a very large extent if you are using Tor. There are ways of detecting you, but they are highly unlikely to happen. Like 99.99% of time, you will be almost 100% anonymous, which is a very good way of functioning. Also, you have the Tor browser, which allows you to access dark web or the hidden web, however you wish to call it. Basically, those are .onion websites, and they are not indexed by any of the search engines out there, and they cannot be accessed via regular internet browser from the regular internet browsing perspective. You cannot, I mean, if you open up Firefox and if you have your internet connection, and if you don't have your internet connection configured in a proper way to connect to Tor network or something of a kind, you will not be able to access any of the hidden webs or dark webs, websites, services, and so on and so forth. I will also show you how to access dark web and how to use it, as it has a vast amount of resources that are at your disposal, most of them free, some of them paid, and so on and so forth. Down below you have VPS. These are virtual private servers. It is a method of, it is a secure, it can be viewed as a security layer. For example, if you have an Apache server running on your physical machine, you can have a virtual machine within that physical machine which will serve as an SQL server for that Apache server. This is done so that the SQL server cannot be accessed from outside and that you don't have an SQL port open on your physical machine. So only devices, only programs and users from that particular machine will be able to access the virtual machine where the SQL server is. Bit of back and forth action here. It might sound unclear or something like that, but I don't want you to worry about it now. When I show you the examples, when you get into it, you will understand it. I guarantee it to you. So no problems there. Here, I'm just introducing you to the terminology and giving you an idea of what is to come. Excellent. So we also have keyloggers, which are tools that are used to steal credentials, and not only credentials, but also used to extract information. If you manage to deploy a keylogger on a machine, you can configure it to record all keystrokes and then to send them to a mail address, to an FTP server. Today, keyloggers are advanced to the extent that they have like 100 options or so configurable to the fullest of extents, and you can do pretty much whatever you want with them. I mean, they have their basic functionalities still basic functionalities is still there to record the keystrokes. But not only do they record the keystrokes, for example, they can extract existing information as well. You can configure their behavior, how the stealth level of the keylogger, how will it hide, where will it go, where will it be installed, what sort of information do you want to extract, do you want to monitor particular folders for activity, and do you want to record it. You can configure them to take screenshots, you can configure them to use the camera on the device which you have deployed a keylogger to take a picture every 5 minutes or something like that. That wouldn't be the brightest of ideas, because obviously somebody would see that you're taking a picture. But those are just examples of what you can do with them, and later on we will actually download the genuine keylogger, install it, deploy it. We'll show you methods of deployment and how you can configure it as well. Although you should be very careful from where you download your tools, such as keyloggers, uh, remote administration tools, rootkits, and so on and so forth, primarily because you never ever want to download a uncompiled binary file that is not open source, because you have no way of knowing what's in it, and you absolutely never want to run it on your computer. You might get what you want, a keylogger or something of a kind, but your computer might get infected with exactly the same keylogger that you plan to deploy somewhere, or with exactly the same rat that you intend to deploy somewhere. So that's not a very bright idea. You should use verified sources of such tools. I will show a few of them later on as I go over to the internet and download them. But I'm just making it very clear here that you should be very careful with these things. And one of the foolproof methods of doing this is actually configuring a virtual machine and doing this sort of activity on that virtual machine. So even if you get infected or something of a kind, it doesn't matter. It's a virtual machine. You can reinstall it anytime you want, very fast. Pretty much no information will be lost there. More importantly, the primary file system on your main physical machine will not be accessed from the virtual machine. Anyway, down below you have the terminal. So terminal is basically an interface for you that allows you to control your operating system. Now, Linux terminal is very powerful. We will be using it extensively. You will need to familiarize yourselves with it. I will familiarize you with it. I will teach you how to use it. To some people, it might seem a bit difficult or a bit tricky at first sight. There are a lot of commands to type in, how to memorize them all, what to use where, and so on and so forth. But believe me, there is a certain logic to it, and once you figure it out, everything just flies. I know by heart about 30% of possible commands out there regarding Linux terminals, and the rest I simply figure out with -h or --help. The system pretty much tells you everything you need to know. It helps you out to a great extent, and you are able to figure out a lot of things from just understanding the basic logic, how it works, and so on. Now there will always, of course, be arguments. I don't know, there'll be people saying, well, why would you use terminals? Why wouldn't you just use GUI tools or something like that? The simple answer is because they are not as nearly as powerful as the terminal tools are. Plus, terminal tools have far less dependencies, and most of the hacking tools are basically designed for the terminals. They don't have GUIs. A lot of them do have them these days, but I might go over them briefly at a certain point of time, because the GUI interfaces are not that relevant. When you figure it out how to do it on the terminal, you will automatically by default know how to do it with the graphical user interface for that particular program. Anyway, down below you have firewalls. Now, firewall in Linux is configured through IP table commands. You keep on passing arguments and configuring these firewalls, and this is one of the main reasons why you should not be using any distribution of Windows for this particular tutorial, to follow this tutorial. You will need to install a, as I said previously, you will need to install either a Linux virtual machine or create a dual boot or something of a kind. uh, I will of course show how to do this and demonstrate it in great detail, but one of the main reasons, the firewalls are one of the main reasons why we can't use Windows for these sort of purposes. uh, Linux firewall is open source and it has ridiculous amount of options. A ridiculous amount. I'm not kidding here. You can do with it pretty much whatever you want. You can configure, you can close open ports, forward connections via ports or via IP addresses. You can close, you can just forbid certain protocols on certain ports or forbid certain protocols for certain IP addresses, do all manner of forwarding and redirection and so on and so forth. This is all available for free with a Linux firewall, whilst in Windows you will have some of these options, but most of them you won't unless you, for example, buy a certain package or something like that, which is not something that we really want to do here. We want to keep it, we want to keep this budget friendly, and we want to have a powerful firewall which can do pretty much whatever we want it to do. Now there'll be two ways of configuring this firewall, and if you are afraid of messing it up, don't worry about it, because most of the configurations that we will do will be short-lived configurations, so to say, primarily because all the configurations made to the firewall from iptables command, unless specified otherwise, will be temporary and they will hold until the next system reset. There is a way to circumvent this, of course, and to configure the firewall rules in the configuration file directly and thereby making the changes permanent, which is also one of the ways of doing it, but I don't generally prefer it. I prefer to have a script somewhere which you can run at any time and it will configure your firewall by default. This is primarily because this is primarily because you won't have your tool set on a USB stick or somewhere online or something of a kind, and you have these quick scripts which you generate and then they perform these tasks for you in an automated fashion. It's really simple. I will show you how to make these scripts. You do not necessarily need some advanced programming knowledge or anything of a kind. Basically what these scripts are a list of Linux terminal commands which we will do anyway. So basically the script would consist out of a list of those commands, and then you just change the mod of the script to be an executable file, run it, and all those commands are passed to the system, and those tasks are finished in an automated fashion by default. Anyway, one of the final things that I wish to address here are reverse shells. So there are hundreds, if not thousands, of reverse shells out there that you can use. I will pick a few that we will use depending on the framework, depending on the environment, of course, that we want to infect. But in essence, what reverse shells are, as the name itself says, you have a program with which you infect another device, and then that program opens up a reverse connection from that device back to you. So you can keep on passing commands, you can keep on controlling the system even though you are nowhere near it. There are different types, of course, today with routers and so on and so forth. With such firewalls, you do need to do a lot of extra configuration, and there are problems that need to be solved and addressed. You will see how when you are trying to break into a single computer, sometimes you need to break into the router first. Usually, you need to break into the router first, unless you're performing these phishing sort of attacks or there's a web server or something of a kind running in the background. But attacking a private device, a private computer, which is usually what people do as preludes to bigger hacks because they want to extract some sort of information or something of a kind from, let's say, a company's employee that's a network administrator or somebody like that, they will one of the basic vectors would be to attack a home router, change the DNS settings there, and try to steal credentials in such a way, or put the computer in the DMZ of the router, demilitarized zone, so that the router is no longer effective for that device. Rather, instead, it just forwards all traffic to that device regardless. So that can be, those are just some of the types of attacks that you can do, but reverse shells will depend on the choice of the environment that you are trying to infect, and will depend on the choice of your attack route as well. In any case, I hope that you got some basic introduction to these terms. I again repeat, if you didn't figure it out all immediately, don't worry about it. We will do all of this in great details with a lot of examples, and you will understand that it's not complicated. Do not allow fear to dissuade or stop you. Just keep on going in spite of it, and if you can just stick in till the end of this course, you will, I guarantee it to you, you will understand it with just a bit of focus and a bit of curiosity. You will be able to obtain the necessary skills needed in order to become a pen tester or an ethical hacker. I bid you all farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will be talking about our working environment. I will show you how you can set it up. So first off, we need to install VirtualBox. Now, it doesn't matter if you're running Mac OS X, Linux, or Windows, you will still need to do this for several reasons, really. First of all, I mean, we're going to be doing a lot of stuff, and we're going to be doing it as root. So we are always facing the prospect that we might break something, that we might mess something up, and it's just better to have that virtual machine, because even if you do mess something up and even if you don't know how to fix it, it doesn't really matter. It is only a virtual machine. You don't really have any data of importance on it. However, if you mess something up on your main machine, that can be problematic. If you're forced to reinstall it or something of a kind, then you need to back all your data up, you need to figure out where everything is, etc. Or you can try fixing the problem, and depending on what that is, it could consume a large amount of your time. So just take my advice for it and go ahead and install VirtualBox. It's not that complicated, it's pretty simple. I'll show you how to do it in a minute. There is another reason why we're installing a virtual machine, and that is safety. We're going to be downloading a lot of stuff from the net, and even though I will be using sites that I consider to be safe and that a lot of other people consider to be safe, it is always good to have that extra layer of protection. So even if something happens on your virtual machine, even if it gets compromised or something of a kind, it's fine. It's a virtual machine. No problems there. There's nothing of importance there. Your private information is not there. Your credit card is not there. There is literally nothing there aside from the tools that you are using that can be obtained from the internet anyway. So without further ado, let's just go ahead and see how VirtualBox is installed. Now, there are two ways of doing this. One is preferable over the other. So the first method is a lot simpler. So you can just go ahead, open up your favorite browser. Mine is Firefox. Use your favorite search engine. Type in VirtualBox. Press enter, and there you go. Straight off the bat, you have official site VirtualBox. Just gonna go ahead and open it. In the left corner, it says about screenshots. There's a download of documentation here. For the time being, there really isn't any need to go over it. Rather, instead, just click downloads. Excellent. So here you have a list of host machines. You have VirtualBox for Windows hosts, for OS X hosts, for Linux hosts, Solaris hosts. Actually, for Solaris, you can just use it from the repositories immediately. But for the time being, we cannot use the repositories. We need to configure them in Linux, and repositories in Linux are places from where you pull your software for your Linux distro. Anyway, we will need VirtualBox for Linux hosts. I have already downloaded it in order to save time in this tutorial, but you just click on it and then it pops. So you have these guys are amazing. They have this virtual machine manager set up for multiple Linux distributions. So you have Ubuntu, you have Debian. Not sure why they actually separated Ubuntu and Debian, but it doesn't really matter since Ubuntu is based on Debian. Pretty much everything that works in Debian will work on Ubuntu as well. You have OpenSUSE. Wow, we even have the Enterprise. But for the time being, I'm interested in Fedora. And even though Fedora 21 came out and it says here Fedora 18, that's perfectly fine. It's gonna run no problems. Anyway, right next to it, you have i386 and AMD 64. What these markations mean? Well, basically, they're just references to 32-bit and 64-bit architectures. If you do not know what your machine is, whether it's 32-bit or 64-bit, well, no problems there. Just go ahead and open up your terminal, type in uname space -a, press enter. You don't need to be root to do this. You can do this as pretty much any user, and you get a listing of information here. So you have Linux platform, local host, that's the domain. You have the version of the kernel and Fedora distribution as well. It's number 20. And then you have the architecture. So it's x86 underline 64. There we go, 64-bit architecture. Fantastic. Now that we have established that, you can actually go ahead and click on it. If you're using a 32-bit one, just click on the 32-bit one. The procedure is absolutely the same. There are literally no differences. It gives me an option to save a file, so just click save and then click OK. That will download the file for you in the default downloads folder, unless you've configured it in a different fashion. I'm just going to go ahead and cancel it because, as I said, I've downloaded it previously in order to save some time in this tutorial. So just cancel. Go back to your terminal. Now clear the screen. You will need to be root in order to do this. So just type in SU, press enter, and type in your password. And of course I got my password wrong. I'm quite famous for doing this. I don't know why, but it's fine when I forget my passwords. When I forget my encryption keys, that can be a bit of a problem. Anyway, there is a tool for managing RPM packets. As this is a Red Hat distro, all the packets, software packets for it have an extension .rpm. Here, let me just go ahead and show this to you. I'm going to go ahead and create a bit of a bigger zoom in so you can all see what I am doing here. Now, I am currently using the terminal, and I will give more detailed explanations. I will instruct you on how to use it. I will explain pretty much all the commands that we will be using in great detail, but for the time being, just tune in and follow through. So there's a command ls, and then I want to go to the folder downloads. Home, chronic, that's me, that's the username, downloads, and oops, VirtualBox, there we go. Press enter. I'm just going to go ahead and clear the screen one more time. There we go. Got exactly the same thing, but a bit better looking. Anyway, you see this extension that I have marked. It says .rpm. Now, .rpm represents a type of packet that I stated previously that is meant specifically for certain Linux distributions such as Red Hat, Fedora, CentOS, and a few others. What you can do is use your default RPM software. So just type in RPM space -i. -i argument is for install, and then specify the path to your package. So home, chronic, downloads, VirtualBox, and press enter from here. Now again, this process is automated. isn't much that you need to do here. Maybe press yes and that's it along the way. But in any case, this is not the method that you should be using. This is the method that I'm showing that you can use, but I wouldn't advise, as if you do install it like this, it tends to break with newer updates, so it can be a bit problematic. I will show you another method in the next tutorial where you can actually use yum, which is the default packet manager, in order to install this packet and then update it accordingly. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I'll see you in the next tutorial where I'll pick this up. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you another more reliable way to install VirtualBox. If you are wondering why on earth did I show you the other way using the RPM, if we're not going to use it here, well, it's always good to have another option. Plus, the procedure is exactly the same if you're installing any other RPM package. So you just type in rpm-i, and then you just type in the name of the package that you have downloaded and that you wish to install. The procedure is exactly the same. I would recommend passing an H argument as well to give you a status bar, because if you just go ahead and type it in like this within the name of the package, it's going to install it no problems, of course, but the screen is just going to wait. Nothing is going to happen. You might think it's bugged or something like that during the installation procedure. Like this with H, there's a status bar that shows, so you know that something in the background is happening. But as I said, it's good to have another option. What we want to do today and now is actually install VirtualBox using the default packet manager called yum and pull the package from the repositories. Now, what are repositories? Repositories are places where software packages are stored for Linux distros, and then you can pull those packets, those software packets, from your Linux distro using the default packet manager. It's very simple, it's extremely easy, and it's one of those things that you will absolutely need to know how to do, because you'll be installing and uninstalling a lot of things during the course of your pen testing career, during the course of pretty much any pen testing exercise in general. So let me just demonstrate this to you. You type in yum and then you give it a command. First of all, you use yum to call your default packet manager, which is yum basically because I'm using Fedora, but if I was using some sort of a Debian distro, it could be aptitude, or it could be apt-get, and some other distros have their own packet managers, but we're not going to get into those now. Later on, I will show you what Kali Linux is using. That is the Linux distro that we will be using in order to conduct some of the pen testing exercises. So first off, you type in yum, as I said, and then type in search, which is you're basically telling yum what to do. You want it to search for something, so you just type in search. It's pretty much exactly the same as English language. You just kind of need to figure out the logic of it. And then you want to search for an approximate name of the package that you want. So perhaps you don't know the full name or something like that. Don't worry about it. Just type in a portion of the name. It will suffice. And pretty much everything that contains that portion of the name will be displayed. So we know what we want. It's VirtualBox, and you might think that this is the full name of the package, but no, it is not. Soon you will see. And there you go. It has printed out every package that contains VirtualBox in its name, the word VirtualBox in the name of the package or in the description of the package, because you see you have the name of the package here, colon, and then you have the description of the package here. There are a lot of things have popped with the name VirtualBox, and you're wondering perhaps which one to install. Well, you need the Kmod one, and here you have the kernel version and the Fedora version. So FC would be the Fedora version, and here you have the architecture. It's 64. I can't select it. There we go. It's 64, and here you have the kernel version. So you can compare it to what you have, and based on what you have, what your operating system is, you can pick it from here, assuming that it's a Fedora 20. You can use any other distro. The procedure is fairly the same. Later on in the question parts, if you're using, for example, a Debian-based distro or a SUSE, OpenSUSE or something like that, feel free to ask me. If you can't manage it there, I will help you. I will help you out, no problems. But for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and install it here. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen. In order to install the package, you need to type yum install, and then you need to go ahead and type the name of your package, which would be the last one for me anyway. This one. Oops, here we go. The name is a bit long, so I'm just going to go ahead and copy it. But you see, there is one fundamental problem here. The VirtualBox package is not found in the default repositories of Fedora. And that is a bit of a problem, primarily because none of these commands would actually work if I did not previously import RPM Fusion repositories. RPM Fusion is simply the name for a certain type of repositories containing certain types of packets. So I have imported those repositories, and now I can pull information and packages from them. If I did not do that previously, I would not have been able to do any of these things. Yum search VirtualBox would yield no results of whatsoever. I would get a blank screen. I would get like a message here saying that no packages were found that matched this particular name, and then just a blank screen. That's it. So that can be problematic. In order to solve that problem, you need to go ahead and open up your favorite browser. I already have this website opened. To save a bit of time, it says rpmfusion.org /configuration, but here let me just go ahead and search for it. So type into any search engine RPM Fusion, it's gonna pop, do not worry. So it's rpmfusion.org. Click on the website, open it up, and here you're gonna get instructions immediately. It's a very simplistic website. There isn't any tinkering that you need to think about or some advanced configuration, nothing of a kind. It just says for users and says enable RPM Fusion on your system. Click OK. Not OK, just click on the link, and there you go. You get a listing here, you get a listing of downloads. It says free and non-free. And don't be intimidated with this non-free. You do not need to pay for anything. It is non-free for redistributable software that is not open source software as defined by Fedora licensing guidelines. So this non-free does not refer to money. You do not need to pay anything here. I cannot make that any clearer. It simply refers that the software is not open source software as defined by Fedora licensing guidelines. So it might actually be open source, but it just doesn't fit within the boundaries of Fedora licensing guidelines. Anyway, that part is not that interesting to you. Down below, the thing that you need to know here is that non-free is actually free in terms of money, but non-free in terms of source code. Anyway, as I said, that's not really that important for you anyway at the moment. Down here, you have actually RPM packages. Remember from the previous tutorial, I've showed you the extension .rpm. When you download a package, we could actually download one of these. Actually, I would download the first one and then install it using my RPM software. Just type in RPM space -I, and then I would, there we go, I just clicked on it. Then I would pass this file name as an argument as well, and it would install it no problems as well. But I don't really want to do that at the moment. I want to show you a different way of doing it. If you're wondering why it is being repeated twice, this is for free and this is for non-free. Excellent. What we want is the command line setup using RPM. It says here Fedora 14 to the most current. So mine is 20. It's going to work there, no problems as well. So you have this very long command, and you don't really need to know what every single portion of this command is or what it does. Basic sum total, it imports a repository into your system that you are going to use later on. They have given this command so you can do it from one tap. Basically, you don't need to go about doing things or anything of a kind. You basically just copy paste this and run it. You are using your default package manager, you're using local install option, you are not checking for certain types of keys, you are giving it the place from which to pull it, and so on and so forth. But later on, as we progress through this tutorial, we will deal extensively with Linux command line. So only then will these things become clearer to you. Once I actually explain some of the basic and fundamental things, then you will be able to understand things such as those listed in this bracket. Sorry, not bracket, within the confines of this parentheses, and so on. Because if I started explaining it now, it would make no sense and it would simply complicate things further. As I said, later on, when we get into the command line interface of Linux, when I start explaining it in great detail, there I will begin from scratch and move you basically from beginner to advanced user in a relatively short amount of time, and then you will be able to understand what all of these things are. For the time being, just copy this content, which is within the confines of these quotation marks, and paste it into your terminal. So you do need to be root. Let me just go ahead and exit. I am no longer root, as you can see. I am now my regular user, Chronic. Just type in SU, type in your password, and paste this. Press enter. Okay, obviously it won't install here because I already have it installed. Yeah, it says nothing to do of whatsoever. But on your system where you do not have RPM Fusion installed, this would just fly as well. This would just pass, no problems, and you would successfully have installed RPM Fusion on your system as well. So clear. Anyway, I just wanted to show you something else that I neglected to show you a moment ago. This command that we've ran, it actually installs free and non-free repositories. If you just take a closer look to what I am highlighting at the moment, this is the free, so it says http download1.rpmfusion.org/free/fedora/rpmfusion free release. And down below you have the second address, again download.rpmfusion.org, and it says non-free. So I'm highlighting the entire thing here. Let me just zoom it in a bit more so everybody can see. And there you go. You have two completely, well, they're not completely different addresses, but they are definitely different addresses referring to different types of repositories. Anyway, now you can go back to your terminal. Do not log out of root. Stay root, because you will need root privileges in order to do this. Type in yum search once again virtual box, press enter, take the last one or whatever one suits your current kernel. You check the current kernel by typing in uname-a, and here you go. So it's 3.18.7.100, 3.18.7.100, FC20, FC20, and then you have the architecture listed here as well. So clear the screen, type in yum install, paste the name of the package, press space -y, and if you have this command, just press enter and it will install. It will run through. I've already installed VirtualBox to save some time as well. You will have it up and running on your system, and after you've installed it, do not forget to type in yum update as well. So let the system just run through the updates, so you would make sure that you have the latest version, that you have everything up to date and running. In any case, that would be it for this tutorial. In the next one, I will start VirtualBox up, explaining some of its features, and hopefully through the follow-up tutorials, I will start installing an operating system within my virtual machine, within my virtual environment, and we'll see how that process goes. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will go ahead and download Kali Linux and demonstrate the installation procedure as well within a virtual environment. So first off, go ahead and open up your browser, type in Kali Linux, press enter, navigate over to their website. So it's www.kali.org. It's HTTPS, don't forget to check that. Go ahead and navigate over to downloads. Let me just go ahead and zoom in here. Excellent. So here you have images. So it says Kali Linux 64-bit. You can have a direct ISO download of an ISO file, or you can go over to the torrents and download it from there. Now, Kali Linux, due to the amount of tools that it has and that come pre-installed, is fairly massive for a Linux distro. I mean, it's 3 GB, which is huge. Yeah, that the download of 3 GB, it's not just gonna fly like that. Well, maybe it will. I don't know what sort of a connection do you have, but for the sake of this tutorial, I have downloaded it prior to this, so we don't have to go over through that procedure here of basically waiting for the download itself to happen. Or what you want to do, in case you didn't do it, you can just go ahead and click on ISO, click here save, click OK, and the download procedure will begin. It will be displayed here in the upper right corner. So you see it reports an hour and 20 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and stop that because I don't want that happening. And then you have the torrent version as well. So you just click on torrents, save file, open up what is displayed here, and it should open up transmission at some point of time. It's a bit late. Let me just go ahead and try that again. Yep, there we go. So it has a few files marked here. You can just go ahead and click open, and it's gonna start the download process. This might be a bit of a faster option depending on the status of seeders, but it's really up to you. You can't really go wrong, especially if you have a faster internet connection. It will not matter that much to you. Let me just go ahead and close the browser. Now I need to go ahead and navigate over to my start menu and type in VirtualBox, virtual, and as soon as you start typing, it gives you a list of options. So just go ahead and pick this one. You might want to pin it to a taskbar or something like that, like I have pinned it to my left panel. Open up VirtualBox. Excellent. So I have a few machines set up here. You can see I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 5 virtual machines set up. I can't run them all at the same time because, well, maybe I could if I reduce the amount of resources that I allot to each one of them, but I will not do that now. For the time being, I want to install a brand new Kali Linux. Before I can do that, I need to do a bit of a configuration. So first off, before the installation procedure starts or anything of a kind, I need to create a new environment in which this machine will be installed. So go ahead and click on New. Type in whatever name you wish. I'm just going to type in Kali, so I know that it's a Kali Linux because I have a lot of other virtual machines here, but you can name it whatever you want. The choice is entirely up to you. Type, it's obviously not Microsoft Windows, it's Linux, and it's not Ubuntu 64, but since it's based on Debian, I suppose I can type in Debian 64. Debian 64-bit here. Not sure if they have Kali. Probably not. There we go. They do not have it. It doesn't matter. If you type in version Debian 64-bit, this is gonna work. No problems. Just click next. That's it. Here you will allot the amount of RAM that you wanted to have. Now it's not RAM intensive. It should work fine as it is by default, but I just have a habit of allotting it above 1 GB. But for the sake of this tutorial, I will allot it to 2 GB of RAM, primarily because we will be working with some of the programs that can be demanding and that can be resource intensive. So I want to do this, but don't worry about it if you've given it too much RAM or too little RAM. You can always change this later on. This is very flexible. That's the beauty of VirtualBox. That's why I like it so much. You can change these at any point of time if you've deemed that you need the resources elsewhere, or that you have more resources that you can allot here. So just click next. Just go ahead and click create a virtual hard drive. Now that is the drive that this machine will be using, and just use this one, VDI VirtualBox disk image. That's the hard drive file type. Click next. Dynamically allocate it. That's very important. And you can read here what dynamically allocated means. Basically, it is hard drive file will only use space on your physical hard drive as it fills up to the maximum fixed size. And click next. Here you will allot the drive space. Now I have a lot of drive space, so I'm just gonna go ahead and allot like maybe 120 gigs. That's gonna be more than enough for this undertaking. Since I do have a lot of drive space on my laptop, I don't really care. But if you don't have enough drive space or something like that, you can go ahead and allot it 50 gigabytes or something like that. Should work fine, no problems. 120 is more than I need, way more. So just go ahead and click create. That's it. Now we have our Kali. Now we have our environment under the name Kali set up. There is just one more thing that we need to do. We need to configure the boot order for this machine, and maybe not the boot order, but rather instead the location of the ISO file which it will pull. So go ahead and right click on it, settings, display storage, click on storage, click on empty. There's this disk icon here. It's when you click on it, it says choose a virtual CD disk file. So I have a few here, but none of these are what I actually need. If you have something in your CD-ROM drive, you can just go ahead and click here, and it's going to pull an image from a CD. But that's not really the case here. We have an ISO file that we want to use, so just go ahead and open it up. Click on Home, and I have it in my downloads folder. It should be around here somewhere. Yep, there we go. Kali Linux 109A AMD 64. I do believe that I'm slightly behind the latest version, but we're gonna fix that with updates, no problems. Open it up. It says Kali Linux 109A AMD 64.iso, and that is the type of file that we're looking for, .iso. Open it up. There you go. It's now inserted. You can see it here, the blue markation in the center. It's marked, and Kali Linux is in the tray. So click OK. Double click on Kali, and it says starting. Now it's running. You have a few options here to utilize. You can have live AMD 64, live forensic mode, USB persistence, live USB encrypted persistence, or just go ahead and install it. So what these options are, you have live, which is basically when it runs from a USB stick or something like that. Those are the live boots, can be USBs, CDs, or something of a kind where the system is booted from an external device, and that is what people usually do when they want to access certain services which are protected by the current operating system. So when you bring it down and when you plug in your USB and boot the system from the USB stick, your system, it will not recognize any of the file permissions previously set by the system that was installed there on the hard drive of the machine because it is down. And then you can, I don't know, then you can delete stuff that the system would not allow you to delete. This is one of the way that people have used to actually delete Internet Explorer in Windows, more as a joke than anything else, just to prove that it's possible. And this is also one of the ways in which you can pool the password files in Windows and decrypt them as well. So we will deal with that a bit later on when we get into more advanced stuff. But you have fail-safe mode, live fail-safe mode. Well, every system pretty much has a fail-safe mode. Today, it's basic boot, and it just loads the basic things, and this is practically guaranteed to boot every time you boot into fail-safe mode, unless you've messed something up that is in a very, 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 very serious way. Fail-safe mode will boot almost always. Forensic mode for investigators and such people, we're not going to be dealing with it in this fashion because we don't want the live, we want the installed version. And then you have live USB persistence. So this is a very nice feature that you can have. For example, you can have an operating system, Kali Linux or many other distros, installed on a USB stick, and you can have a rather large USB stick, like, I don't know, 256 gigs or something of a kind. It doesn't need to be that big, it can be a lot smaller, but the bigger the better, primarily because of this persistence flag. You can work, and all of your work will be saved on that USB hard drive, so you can make permanent changes to a live CD. Well, generally not to a CD. This is a USB. I do believe that there is a way of doing this with a CD as well, but nobody does that anymore. Just have a USB stick and you'll be fine. You see the first version, the live one, it means when you take it out, when you shut it down, it will forget any and all changes made to it. But when you have live USB with persistence, you can have those changes remembered. You can write them down. So next time you boot it, they will load. And here you have another great option. It's live USB encrypted persistence. So what this means is basically that all the information contained on your live USB will be encrypted, and if you happen to lose it, nobody will be able to access your data. So provided, of course, that you have something sensitive there worth protecting. And of course, I mean, you would still lose the data, but you would ensure that no one can actually access it or anything of a kind. So if you lose it, if you have some passwords or something like that stored there, oh well, no big deal. You know, it's encrypted. Nobody's going to be able to break it, provided, of course, that you have a long enough encryption key. In any case, in the follow-up tutorial, I will go ahead and proceed with the installation. Notice that we will need to install a few more things because look at this, I'm resizing the screen now, and once I go past a certain size, I can no longer increase the size of my screen, of my virtual screen. Rather, instead, I'm just increasing its edges. And that is because we need something called guest additions for VirtualBox. Guest additions enable full screen displays of virtual machines. But more of that to come in the next tutorial, and I hope I'll see you all there. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will continue with the installation of Kali Linux within a virtual environment. You might have noticed that I have two screens on which it is written Kali Linux, and they are exactly the same, except one has a bigger font and a zoomed in picture, so to say. So over here on the left side, this is my virtual machine, the window that I'm moving now. This is the actual virtual machine. And the window on the right side, that is just a zooming in app. that I have installed in order for you to be able to better see what I am about to show you here, primarily because I don't have guest editions installed on the virtual machine, and you cannot install them until you actually install the operating system first. Therefore, I can't zoom in anything. I cannot perform any operations of a kind, and you can see that the font on the left side is rather small and a bit difficult to see. Therefore, I will perform the work there on the left side, and you can monitor what I am doing on the right. There is no difference between left and right in terms of actions, only in terms of font size. Anyway, I'm just going to go ahead and scroll down to install, press enter, that is what we want, and the installation procedure is underway. By the way, if you boot into live version, the password for the default password for root is just root in reverse, so TOOR. Just a bit of a brief mention there, a bit of extra info that I wanted to throw in there, might come in handy from time to time. Anyway, pick whatever language is suitable for you. You can also pick the uppermost option where it says C, no localization. So if you want a greater degree of anonymity or something of a kind, you can even pick that. But for the sake of this tutorial, there really isn't any need. And even if you do pick a language, I mean, if a lot of people pick English, so that will not footprint you or anything of a kind. So just press enter, and here you can actually choose a country, territory, or area. Well, I don't know, you can choose whatever you want here. I'm just gonna go ahead and click UK because it immediately offers me a British keyboard that I use, so that's very nice in terms of settings. But again, you could have chosen no localization, and this you would not be asked any of these things. Well, for keyboard you probably would, but for the country, area, or anything of a kind, you would not. In any case, even if you don't pick the right one here, it doesn't matter. Later on, after the installation, you can configure it any way you like. But it's very nice to do it straight away, saves a bit of work later on. Anyway, the installation is now underway. I'm just gonna unbind my mouse. Seems to get stuck in a loop there. Basically, you bind and unbind your keys by simply pressing the right control key. That is how you control the mouse. Oops. Just move this a bit so you can see it a bit better. Expand. Nope. There we go. Anyway, there's some auto configuration going on now. Nothing really noteworthy, so to say. Let me just change this a bit. There we go. And you can pick a host name here, unless you have some sort of specific preferences, and you actually have a registered host name or something of a kind, which you do not want to use here, by the way. You can just leave it as default. You can type in you can leave Kali, or you can actually write whatever you want your computer to be called. So I'm just gonna leave it. Just gonna leave the default, but you can, as I said, you can write whatever you wish to write there, no problems. So let's just go on to the continue. By the way, you don't have a mouse option here while you're doing this installation. So pressing tab switches between fields and options. If you press space, that means you're marking the field, and tab means switching fields. So you use tab, space, and enter to actually call a function to execute something. In this case, I'm just going to say continue. Here you can type in your domain name. No, I do not want a domain name at this time. Keep in mind that you can configure this later on as well, should there be a need for it. Just click on continue or hit enter. Now, root password, I would suggest picking something ridiculously complex and complicated, and a lot of people worry that they won't remember their passwords if they're long and complicated or something of a kind. But Assign a certain logic to your password, something that reflects the way you think, and then the password can gain on length and you can still manage to remember it. So for example, you can insert a certain word that you use or that you're attached to or something like that, something that you like, but you don't need to type the word, you don't need to spell the word correctly in English language. Rather, instead, you can spell it incorrectly and then add, I don't know, like exclamation marks, question marks, greater than signs, lesser than signs, at sign, and so on and so forth. But figure something that reflects your logic, your way of thinking, and make sure that it is above 8 characters. Like above 8 characters is a must have. It needs to contain capital letters, uh, a few of them, not just one. You need also a different form of signs. You cannot use just one sign. That's not a good idea. You need to use like 3 or 4 of them in a mixture. The more the better, and don't just type in a word in English language and then type in numbers and then type in signs. So you are already assigning a very strict order, so any brute forcing attack will go much easier if you do something like that. Rather, instead, try to have a mixture, try to randomize the position of the types of characters that you're going to put in to your password. Give some thought to this. Don't just type in something at random. Don't just type in something easy here. Just give some thought to it. For the time being, for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to use one of the dumbest passwords possible. I'm going to type in test. That's going to be the password of this virtual machine, and I'm going to hit the continue button. But as it's going to ask you to verify it by forcing you to re-enter it, and there we go, it's going. But once again, I emphasize, use a strong password above 8 characters plus, with characters and capital letters as well. So now we have partitioning methods, and if this was my main machine, if this was my host machine, I would definitely do this manually. I would want my partitions to be configured in a certain way, but since this is a virtual machine, I'm just gonna go ahead and say guided use entire disk. It doesn't matter to me as there is only one partition anyway, and it's 138 gigs. It's pretty much better like this, as we don't really have any legit need for anything of a kind unless we wanted to set some sort of encryption or something of a kind. Press enter. All files in one partition, recommended for new users. Sure, we can do that. You can separate home partition, you can separate all of these partitions. For example, this is something that I did on my host machine. You have a lot of things that are separate, and my main drives are also fully encrypted. So it would, even if I lost my laptop or it got stolen, it would be really difficult to access pretty much anything. Even the BIOS is locked, so you can't even reinstall it. You would literally have to open up the laptop, take the BIOS battery out, which is underneath my main processor, and you're more likely to basically permanently damage the motherboard than you are to actually remove and put back that battery in order to reset the BIOS. It's, that's one of the very nice fail safes for devices, especially for compact laptops. But in this case, we don't need any of that, primarily because such configuration and such things are done on the host machine. You encrypt your partitions there, you lock the BIOS there, and so on and so forth. While on the other hand, with virtual machines, there's no need to do anything of a kind, primarily because the host machines are the fail-safe. If that fails, everything else will fail. So you don't need to worry about it. You don't need to add those unnecessary layers, I would say, primarily because they're going to slow you down in the greater scheme of things. So press enter, finish partitioning, and write changes to disk. Before I do that, let me just go ahead and explain our partitioning scheme here, our partitioning layout here. So you have primary hash 1 primary 126.5 gigabytes space f space ext4 space slash. Now, all these things have a meaning, but what you need to know is that, like in Windows, you have NTFS partitioning, NTFS partitions. In Linux, you have ext4 partitions. They are a bit faster. That's one thing that goes in the favor of Linux. And you also, during the partitioning during the partitioning of the disk with a Linux system, there is only one partition which is a must-have, which is an absolute requirement, and that is this first partition that I have selected. Its marcation is just slash, that is the root partition, and you always need to configure it. Always. Without it, manual partitioning will not work. You will get error messages saying that you must specify a root partition. Down below, we have swap. Swap is basically a failsafe method. So when you run out of RAM memory, you basically tell your system, okay, you can have this portion of the hard drive and you can use it as RAM, which functions in a very slow manner, but it will prevent your machine from crashing. Usually swap partitions are configured to the they are the double size of your RAM. My RAM is 8 gigabytes, but here by default the computer has assigned 4 because this is a virtual machine, and if you remember at the beginning I have assigned 2 gigabytes of RAM to this virtual machine, so it has just multiplied it by 2. It wasn't exactly 2, it was just above 2, and it has multiplied it by 2, so I get 4.3 gigabytes of swap space. Now, on most of the modern systems, on most of the modern computers, you will not require swap partitions. Even though if you don't make it, you'll get a warning, but rare are the cases when you will need a swap partition, when you will waste all 8 gigabytes of RAM or something of a kind. I mean, it happens to me from time to time, but usually if it happens, there's something wrong with the system. I don't want it to continue consuming resources. I want it to stop there. Anyway, now that you know that what some of these things, what some of the options here mean, you have marcation for the disk here. It's SDA, but we'll get into that later as we configure the system. So you also have some other options here. It says configure encrypted volumes, configure logical volume manager, LVM, configure RAID, and you can go back to guided partitioning. So these are all very nice options that come for free, and you might think, oh well, that's no big deal or something of a kind, but believe me when I tell you, these things in proprietary operating systems, they cost a lot of money, while here they are free and generally work better. What we will be interested today will not be RAID because we don't actually need it. You can configure encrypted volumes as well. I will demonstrate at a later time encryption methods. You don't need to encrypt your volumes on a virtual machine, but you can encrypt certain files or folders if you don't want to grant access to them. However, my hard drives here on my host machine are encrypted, so I am pretty safe in that regard. And I'm just going to go ahead now to the bottom, press enter, and finish partitioning and write changes to disk. Excellent. So now, oops, let me just move this a little bit so you can see it. Basically, it is asking me for a confirmation. So if you continue, the changes listed below will be written to disks. Otherwise, you will be able to make further changes manually. Now, it is informing me of the changes to be made and telling me basically that all the information will be lost should there be anything there. And you can see that by default it is set to no, so that you don't press enter by mistake and erase pretty much all the data on your disks, because this installation, this ISO file that you're installing, it does not know that it is being installed on a virtual machine on which nothing pretty much exists and there is nothing to be lost. So write changes to disks, yes, go ahead and continue with the procedure. It is now the installation process is now underway, and this is gonna take a while, I can tell you that much. So while this is going on, I just want to go ahead and pause the video here and finish this tutorial. In the next tutorial, once the installation is complete, I will actually get into Kali, start configuring it, and introduce you to its interface. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you all in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. I have Kali Linux machine here running. I have left the installation process in the last tutorial because it was quite frankly pointless to just sit and wait for it to finish, primarily because Kali Linux installation, it tends to be a bit longer than the installation of other Linux operating systems, primarily because of the prepackaged tools that come with it. However, there were a few screenshots that I have made that some of the options that you were asked while the installation process was going on. So there were just three of them. I'm just gonna go ahead and open them up here. So the first one that happened was that I was asked, do you want to use a network mirror to supplement the software that is included on the CD-ROM? This may also make this may also make newer versions of software available. I said no because I'm gonna do an update as soon as I finish the installation process and as soon as I configure everything in the proper way. That's basic. The update is the part of the configuration that I'm going to do, so it doesn't matter. No, I do not want to use any mirrors or anything of a kind. I'm just gonna say no and go ahead and proceed with the installation. So next up is the grub. So grub bootloader, it is asking me, do you want to install grub bootloader to the master boot records? Yes, I do. Just click on it, as this is the only operating system on this machine, on this computer. There's nothing that I can mess up by installing the grub bootloader to the master boot records of the first hard drive, as it is stated here in the instructions. You can use the grub bootloader in order to configure multiple dual boots, or I don't know, you can boot 3, 4, 5 operating systems, as many as you like, as many as your hardware can support. Not at the same time, of course, but at boot time you will be prompted and asked, which operating system do you wish to boot? That's also one of the options that you can have with grub. But aside from that, just click yes there, and there's a final one. It simply states that the installation is complete, and if you have used a CD to complete this installation, or a USB or something of a kind, you will need to remove that media and reboot the system in order for all of this to function. So that would be it. I was asked those three very simple questions. You have the answers here. Just go through them. It will not make a difference in the final account of things. Just going to go ahead and close this, and now I'm going to go ahead and log into my Kali Linux virtual machine. So the username is, this is actually one of the rare occasions. Actually, this is pretty much the only occasions where I log into GUI with root. But as you can see, as you will soon realize, in Kali Linux, everybody just logs in with root, primarily because you are not using Kali Linux to browse the web or something like that. You are usually using it 99% of time to perform some sort of an attack, and for all of those tools, you need to be pretty much for all of those tools, you need to be a root user or have root privileges. There's most of the time there's no point to have any other users on a Kali Linux distro. So type in root, press enter, password was test, press enter. Yours is whatever you appointed it to be. Of course, if it's a virtual machine, you don't need to worry that much, but if it's your main machine or something like that, and Kali is generally not recommended to be your main desktop machine, that's not a good idea. Rather run it as a virtual machine. Okay, so first I need to do a few things like updates. in order for me to be able to install VirtualBox guest editions so that we may use full screen and that we may use share clipboard and so on and so forth. Just go ahead and change this, open up my terminal, set the view. This is non-technical stuff. This you can do. This you can configure any way you like. I'm just zooming it in for the purposes of this tutorial so that you may see it better. But before we can do updates, before we can do anything, we must verify that we have connectivity to the internet. So ping, I don't know, yahoo.com. There we go. Nothing is happening. So I cannot ping yahoo.com, meaning that I don't have exit to the external network. I cannot access the internet. That's a pretty big problem because pretty much whatever we do, we will need internet for it, internet connectivity for it, in order to download packets from the repositories, to perform updates, and to conduct scans, possible scans, and so on and so forth. So just go ahead and click on devices, find network settings, and here you can see it's set by default. It will be set to NAT, but you don't want the NAT. You want bridged adapter, and you want to choose your adapter here. Mine is P8P1. See what yours is, and click Allow VMS, virtual machines. So okay, if you don't know what the adapter on your machine is and you are using a Linux system, just go ahead, open up your terminal, and type in ifconfig. Here you will be able to see a listing of adapters that you have. So you have LO, which is loopback, you have P8P1, which is my Ethernet connection. This is for some virtual machines as well. And I have VLP2S0, which is my wireless interface. So I know that for a fact that I'm using P8P1 primarily because my network manager tells me that I am. You see, connected to P8P1. This is also a better way of actually checking what you are connected to, which adapter you are using. So just open up your network manager in the upper right corner and look at P8P1. It says connected. Your network manager's position can vary depending on how you've configured your system. By default, it will be in bottom right corner, but that is easy enough to find either way. Let's just go ahead and close this terminal. Now that we have actually configured our network, have we? Yes, we have. But still, I'm pretty sure I won't have internet connectivity. Let me just try ping again, and you see it is simply not working. So there is a problem once again. So let's just go ahead and check the Kali Linux Network Manager, and it says wired network but device not managed. That can be a problem, and that is a general problem which you will face with wired interfaces pretty much all the time. There's a relatively easy fix to it. You just navigate over in the terminal, you type in CD, which stands for change directory, to etc network manager. Let's see what's in it. Excellent. We have network manager config.conf. I'm going to go ahead and type in nano, which is the text editor that I'm going to be using, and then type in networkmanager.conf. Press enter. There we go. It opens up the configuration file. You do need to be root in order to make any changes here. It says main plugins, if up down, key file, if up down, managed equals false. So where it says false, just delete this and type in true. Control O to save, press enter, Control X to exit. Now we need to actually restart our network manager. So just go ahead and type in service network, there we go, network manager, restart, stopping and starting. Excellent. Connection established. You are now connected to if up down ETH0. Let's check the connectivity. So ping yahoo.com. Excellent. So now we have internet connectivity. And pay attention to these steps here. They're quite important, not so much for the ethical hacking part as they are to actually setting up the environment, because setting up the environment itself can be troublesome. You can encounter multiple problems, bugs, etc. And then instead of having to go from one forum to the other trying to find the solution, you can just go through this tutorial, just pay a bit of attention, and I will show you pretty much how to resolve pretty much all the issues that you might encounter, because I myself am doing I have done a fresh install here, and I would be encountering the same problems that anybody else would, and I would like to go over them. Because more likely than not, if you are performing a virtual machine installation, you will encounter similar problems as I have. Although, should you encounter any other problems, please feel free to pose questions, and I will be more than happy to provide any answers that I can. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen. And now that we have internet connectivity, I would like to perform some updates, which are necessary. Believe me, you need to perform regular updates of the system, because you will find that certain things will not work after a while. So let me just change the directory, clear the screen again, type in app-get update. So I could do this with one command in Fedora, but here I'm going to need two of them. So it's picking up things from the repositories. Excellent. Now I need to type in app-get upgrade. Press, and you see it says after this operation 73 megabytes of additional disk space will be used. This is this last sentence here that I am marking. And that is quite a bit in terms of updates. I mean, look at all the packages. These are all the packages that are to be updated. List goes on and on. Well, there we go. It starts from here and it doesn't end anytime soon. It goes all the way down. So anyway, just type in yes. You don't actually need to type in capital Y. You can just type in Y, press enter, and the update process will start. Now, depending on your internet connection, this might take shorter or longer amounts of time. I will end this tutorial here until the updates actually finish, because I don't want to be standing here in front of this screen. But in any case, these updates will finish until the end. You're not going to be posed any questions at a certain point of time during the update process. You might be notified of some things. A screen might pop with some text. That's perfectly fine. Just you can read through it and then close it. Those are README files specifying the characteristics of certain packages and what has been upgraded. But don't go about just reading it there. You can close it later on. If you wish, you can do further exploration and actually discover what each of these packages contains. In any case, we will continue this process in the follow-up tutorial. Until then, I bid you all farewell. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will continue from where I left off in the previous one. Now, if you remember, we issued app-get update and app-get upgrade commands. That took a while to finish and process. I was prompted once. I was given a README file in regards to wget program, wget packet, and the way you handle it is you press Q to exit. You do not close the terminal and terminate the updates. Rather, instead, you just press Q to exit the README file, and the update process will continue, no problems. So today we need to configure the sources list. Those are the list of repositories from which your Linux distro actually pulls various packets and information from. Just like Fedora, Kali Linux also has repositories, and if you go onto their website, you see the link is here. I have marked it. You have these 4 repositories that are the default repositories of Kali Linux, and you can just go ahead and copy paste them. Not a bad idea to do this. Sometimes, I don't know why, but I don't find them by default in the repository list, in the sources list, so I gotta do it manually. You go ahead and basically type in cd/etc/apt. Apt. ls, and there you go. You have sources.list. You go ahead and type nano sources.list. Press enter, and there you are now in the repository file. This is where they are listed. This is where you can type them in. So let's just go ahead and copy these two. I'm not going to worry about any duplicates now or anything of a kind. Duplicate repositories are not going to break anything, so no worries. The system is smart enough to realize that for itself. So I'm just going to go ahead and copy the 4 of these. Later on, if we want, we can sort this out and remove the duplicates or something of a kind, but for the time being, it doesn't matter. It's not going to break anything. Just copy all 4 of them, press Control O, enter, Control X to exit, and there you go. So once again, Control O to save a file. So press Control O, enter, and then Control X to exit. Excellent. Now that we got that sorted out, we need to clear the screen, and even though we've actually placed our repositories there, it doesn't matter. The system will still not be able to pick anything up from them until we actually perform the following. So we need to do apt-get the space update. So we're not upgrading the system, we're just updating the repository lists. This should go through relatively fast, and at the end it is most likely going to report duplicates, but that is fine, that is okay, there is no problem there. If you're wondering why are we doing this, well, we do need these repositories in order to install the necessary headers for Kali Linux kernel, which we will need in order to install VirtualBox guest editions to get full screen functionality. Because if we continue to work like this in this smaller screen, it wouldn't be good, trust me. Primarily because we're gonna be doing a lot of things, we're gonna need a lot of windows that are open, and that can present problems. So there you go. It's not an error, it's a W, so it's a warning. It says duplicate sources list, duplicate sources list, duplicate sources list. No big deal there. We can correct these problems later on if we wish, but for the time being, there is no need. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen. And now what I want to do is install 2 more packages, which will allow me to actually install and run VirtualBox guest editions. So I have a pre-built command here for you that I'm going to run. It goes like this, basically. You have apt-get. You're calling the packet manager, you're telling it to do an update, but since we already did a few updates, I don't actually need that portion of the command. I'm just going to go ahead and use apt-get install-y, and then I have dkms. That's one package, and then I have another package, because you can specify a lot of packages here, as many as you like, pretty much. And then I have Linux headers dash, and what this here is, this is a variable. This $sign. This is some sort of variable, a string, and whatever this command uname space dash r outputs, it will be stored into this variable and it will be added to this text line here. So let me just show you. I have uname -r that I ran here on my terminal, and what I got was the kernel version and the system architecture 62, 64, or 32-bit. I'm just going to go ahead and press enter. There is nothing to do as I have previously installed them. I didn't want to waste time during the tutorial, but this command is going to fly without any problems, especially because you have -y argument. You're basically saying to your packet manager, if you have any questions for me, just answer them all with yes. So that went just fine. The install process, I'm just going to go ahead and run apt-get upgrade. You want to make sure that this happens after the installation. I already did it, but just doing a bit of a show here. And it says that 2 of them are not upgraded. It says Metasploit and Metasploit framework, but it says that the packages have been kept back, so this is being done for a valid reason. We will get into that a bit later on, but for the time being, let me just go ahead and clear the screen. One of the first things that we need to do now is go ahead and click on Devices, Insert, Guest Edition CD Image. And yep, there we go. It popped. This is a warning that Kali Linux issues and that many other Linux type operating systems issue. If you have content that is on a CD or a USB or something like that, and if it's configured to run automatically, the system will block it, and then it will ask you for a permission. So the medium contains software intended to be automatically started. Would you like to run it? I'm going to go ahead and click run and most likely get an error. There we go. Error auto running software cannot find the auto run program. Now the error message, yeah, it doesn't really tell us much in this case. I guess we could take a look at the log files and so on and so forth. But here is the solution which you can apply, as this is a common problem that people encounter all the time. So there are some standardized solutions and patches to this sort of problems. So just go ahead and type in the terminal cd to change the working directory. Navigate over to where the VirtualBox guest edition cd is, which is, you can use the same path that I'm using. So media, and then ls, and then cd again, cd rom 0. Excellent. So we are now here, and look, I have a listing of pretty much all the contents of the CD. Basically, this is a virtual CD. It's not a real one, but it works pretty much just the same. So this is the file that I want. I want to move it from here, so I'm just going to go ahead and use command cp. You can also use move command, but you're permanently going to remove it from here, and that is not what we want to do. So just type in cp for copy, type the name of whatever you wish to copy, very simple, and then specify the path to where you want the file to be copied. I want it to be copied in my home directory. Press enter, and there we go. Now navigate over to your home directory, get a listing. Excellent, it is there. The way to run any script in Linux, any executable file in general, not just a script, is just to press dot slash and then the name of that file, press enter, there we go. It is running. The guest editions are being installed. I have attempted this process before just to make sure that everything would run smoothly, and that's why it says removing existing things. Anyway, it might take a while for it to finish, but I assure you it will. There's a lot of things to do, and that is why it's taking a bit more of your time. Now, aside from the full screen functionality that we're going to get by installing VirtualBox guest editions, just in case you think it's a bit of a pointless effort if you are a student, because as a teacher, I have to have the full screen so you can see everything. You also have, under devices, drag and drop and shared clipboard. What these drag and drop, the name itself is self-explanatory. You just pull a file from somewhere and then pull it onto your virtual machine, or vice versa. But I don't like to enable drag and drop. What I do like to do is enable shared clipboard host to guest. Now here's why. I use my browser on my host machine primarily because you tend to watch a video or two somewhere about something, and you don't really want to go about installing Flash on Kali Linux. It can be problematic. So host to guest copy pasting is very useful, and you will need it, I assure you. Now there is a shared folder settings. You can either construct a shared folder, or you can have a localized web server on both machines where you can pull the information from and put the information there if configured properly, but shared folders are better for such purposes. Anyway, you can review what has happened here. It has been listed here. The most important part of it all is that you don't have any reports of anything failing. So let's just go ahead and go over it. So all good here. Guest edition, no failures here, none here. Copying additional install modules, installing them, done. Excellent. Installing the Windows system drivers, very important. Done. Or just restart the system, the Windows system. Okay, so let me just go ahead and attempt to restart the graphics. So init run level 3. Nope. Init run level 5. Will this work? Nope. Apparently it works on Fedora, but perhaps the command is a bit different here. I'm just going to go ahead and type in reboot. Reboot is a lot safer option. Init 3 and 5, they are run modes of Linux. One is basically without any graphical interface, pure text, and the other one is with a GUI. The safer option when you conduct installation of such packages that relate to the kernel directly and especially if you have several of them, is simply to reboot the machine just to be on the safe side. It doesn't take up a lot of your time. It happens very fast, and it's a lot safer option. It's going to save you a lot of headaches in the future. Excellent. So we have our boot here. Just press enter, and let's just go ahead and close this. Let me just load the full screen, and let us see if it will actually happen, if the VirtualBox guest editions that we have installed will work. If they do work, great. If they don't, we're gonna have to try something else, as these things do have a tendency to break and problems can occur. So it's booting. Come on. Okay, I need to log in first. Root and test below. Excellent, there we go. I have a full screen. Let me just, oops, the image is being adjusted. Excellent, there you have it. So we have Kali Linux now running in full screen mode, which is fantastic. Now we have a full overview of the situation. If I open up my terminal and, oops, the scroll doesn't seem to work. It needs to be configured manually. So if you zoom in, that's one of the things that I find very annoying about Kali Linux, but oops, yep, there we go. That's it. That's how you zoom in. What? Control plus minus, zoom out, and view zoom in, control plus plus. Okay, so I am pressing control plus plus, but it seems to be minimizing things. Oh well, what can you do about it? Doesn't really matter. I will enlarge it later on as we progress through the tutorial. There are a few things that can be rather buggy here, especially with the keyboard keys that you are using, because it's a virtual machine. If you were using Kali Linux as your main machine, as your host machine, you wouldn't have such problems, but as I have stated previously, it is not a recommended option. In any case, that would be it for this tutorial. These are pretty much all the preparations that you needed to make, and next up we're going to get into the Linux command line interface. I need to acquaint you with it. Even though we have done some of the commands, they are a very small portion of what we need to learn, and I do need to explain them to you because we're going to be using Linux command line a lot. Basically, whatever we do, we're going to need it. And with that, I bid you farewell and sincerely hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will introduce you to the Linux terminal and show you some of its basic functionalities. So in Kali Linux, terminal icon is located in the upper left corner, this black thing. So just click on it and there you go. You have the terminal up and running here. By default, it opens up a root terminal in Kali. So if you want to, usually people want to configure it, but if you don't want to configure anything else, this is perfectly fine. You don't actually need to do anything else. However, 99% of the time, people will configure the terminal to suit their own needs and purposes. For example, I will almost always increase the font size so that it is clear and visible and that I have a better overview of what I am doing at the moment. And it also reduces eye strain according to some articles. Anyway, so just go ahead and right click anywhere on the terminal itself, not on the bar, but on the terminal itself. And then you have show menu bar. Now we can see it here. Go ahead and click on edit. You can click on profiles as well and create new profiles here by just clicking on new, giving it a name, and then configuring it in the preferences. However, we're going to be configuring the default profile since there really is no need to create any additional ones. Go ahead and click on profile preferences, and here you have a great deal of options. One of the first ones that you will see is that you can use a system fixed with font. So this is not good. You see, this is very small. You do need, I always need to change that. If that's fine for you, you can keep it like that, but I always change it. And I have monospace 20. If you click on it, you can change the font size here. If you wish, you can change the font that you're using. And that would be it as far as this place is concerned. You have some other very simple options here. It says show menu bar by default in new terminals. I generally take it. I think it's a good idea since you always need to do something like open up a new tab or something of a kind, but you don't need to. You have the cursor shape here. It says block, I-beam, underline. Just want to show you how it looks like. You can view the terminal as the changes are applied. So you have a block and you have an underline. I prefer a block. You can use whatever you wish. It will not affect you. It will not affect you in any technical sense, that is. Have title and command. We don't actually need to change anything there. You can change the title if you wish. We have colors. So I think that this color scheme is appropriate and fitting for me, but you can change it any way you like. You can customize it to the point of extreme. You can change the text color, the background color. You have the color palette here, so you can do whatever you want here. You have built-in schemes. So you have, it says white on black. I can say green on black, or oops, sorry, cancel. I can say green on black. Does it have blue on black? No, black. Oh, this one's bad. I wouldn't be able to work on this one. So let's just leave it at black on white on black. Sorry. This is the best color. This is one of the best color schemes. I use on Fedora blue on black, but I'm just gonna leave it as it is here. No need to actually change anything. Now in background, you have three features here basically. You have solid color like this one here that you are seeing, and you can choose a background image. You can download anything you want from the internet pretty much. You can configure it to be transparent or image background, and also you have the ability to have a fully transparent background. And if you click on transparent background, it's pretty much the same as having a background image, except in this case, excellent, I'm just going to configure it to transparency levels, and that's pretty good. Except in this case, your background image will be your desktop image pretty much, depending on where your terminal is. In scrolling, there's an important feature here. It's scroll back. So you don't want to have 512 lines. You want to go ahead and click on unlimited unless you're severely limited in terms of RAM and unless you're typing in a large amount of commands or something of a kind. But in any case, it's better to have unlimited, especially in not only in environments such as these, but rather instead in cases such as these. You don't need to do anything here in terms of compatibility. I'm just going to go ahead and close this, and I have selected a transparent background. And you see this only works for a desktop image. It doesn't actually show icons or anything of a kind. If I open up my web browser, it's not going to show it in the background. It's still going to keep the desktop background image, so the desktop wallpaper, should you wish to call it so. There's a slight delay when it goes about in the update, but it's fine. Doesn't bother us in the slightest bit. Maybe I will change this later on during the tutorial, see how I like it, but I just wanted to give you an option so you can do whatever you want with it. In any case, you can go ahead and click on File and Open Tab. I'm just going to go ahead and open myself 4 tabs, 3 new ones and one that I already had. So here you can switch in between them. It's very nice. There are no complications. For example, if I press open up a new terminal, I gotta click here and then I gotta click here, and usually you're gonna have, I'm just want to show you what it's like to have 4 of them. So yeah, this is not actually manageable, especially because you don't know what you are doing on which terminal. People sometimes split their screens into terminals. I sometimes do that. It's very nice, but we will deal with that a bit later on when we get into some serious stuff, when we actually need multiple terminals. But tabbing these terminals, it's very nice, primarily because you can actually see what you're doing on each one of them in the header. See, these things that I'm selecting, that I'm clicking on now, they are headers of the terminal, or so you can call them. And if I, for example, in this terminal, I'm going to go ahead and say I want you to go into home, change directory to home, change the working directory, that is. And if I change it here to var, And if I change it here to var logs, and if I want to go here to TMP folder. Excellent. So on each of these tabs, in their headers, I can see where I am. So this one, it's home. This one, it's TMP. I don't need to click on it to know. This one is log. So I can know what I'm doing in every particular terminal. And even though you can have a program running or something like that, it's still going to write it out in the header, and you're going to get some extra information there. It's very nice, very useful, and it's going to help you out a lot as we progress through this course and as we get into more complicated stuff. Anyway, I just want to introduce you to the Linux terminal. We have done some work with it before during the installation of VirtualBox and VirtualBox guest editions. But basically there, I've just given you the command and you're gonna basically just rewrite it or copy paste it, and that's going to be it. But here I will, in the follow-up tutorial actually, I will start explaining the fundamental Linux terminal commands, the most common ones, the basic ones, and there you will be able to see the logic of things and how this Linux terminal works and functions, because once you actually learn that, it gives you a huge amount of power. All the power of an operating system rests on its terminal because it's a direct interface to the kernel of the system, and it's a lot faster than the graphical interface. Now, one more keynote that I would like to make here. Uh, Once I teach you how to use the Linux terminal, and once you get into habit of typing in commands, you can use them for a wide variety of purposes. You not necessarily need to use these things for pen testing or something like that. You can use these commands for network administration, or you can use them in order to troubleshoot problems with the system, and so on and so forth. So you get a far wider spectrum of options in terms of jobs or something of a kind, as opposed to just learning something that you can only use for pen testing and nothing else. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will go over a few basic commands which you will need in order to follow this course through. Now these basic commands they're used in order to navigate within the terminal or through the file system, to figure out where you are at the moment, to copy things, move things, get listings of files, folders, see the contents, remove them, change the ownership of files, or change the modes of files. You will see shortly what I mean. So first off, we have cd, which is change directory. So if I just type in cd slash home, I am going to navigate over to my home directory. CD stands for change directory. As I said before, you are literally changing your working directory. If you type in cd double dot, you will always go one step back. So double dot is always the previous folder. Bit of a shortcut there. You will use it fairly often. Next up we have ls. ls shows you the listing of the current folder contents, but you can also use ls slash, for example, home, and you get the listing of a specified folder as well. Typing ls in and of its own will give you the listing of the current folder, as opposed to typing ls and then a path to a folder which will give you a listing of a specified folder. In addition to that, you also have ls-l, which will give you a long listing. So it will tell you who the owners are, the size, the date, the type, the permissions, and so on and so forth. However, one of the more common usages of ls is -la to show the hidden files as well. You might notice that I am not using ll like I generally use in Fedora, because bash-ll command not found. I guess I could install it here as well, but it doesn't really matter. It performs fairly similar function as ls does, but it's a bit faster to type in. So I'm just going to go ahead and clear this. Next up is pwd, which prints working directory, and you might find this a bit confusing, but slash in all Linux Unix-like system it simply refers to the root directory, to the beginning, to the root directory. So your main, from where all the files are located and from where everything begins, so to say. But let me just make it a bit clearer. I'm going to navigate over to home and then do pwd. You can see that I am in home at the moment. So print working directory does exactly what the name itself says. It prints your current working directory. Next up, we have our cp command, which we already have used in order to copy VirtualBox guest editions from one place to another. Fairly simple. You type in cp path to path up. Let's not do it like that. Let's do a real example. So if I, for example, go ahead and type in cp vbox guest editions Linux edition, sorry, .run, and if I, let's say, want to copy it to somewhere, let's say that I wish to copy it to var. I will delete it, of course, and I'll show you how to do that as well, but it's fairly simple. And if I want, like, well, I don't want recursion, I just want a verbosity. There you go. So cp vbox, you specify what you want to copy and where you want to copy it to. Keep in mind that you could have actually typed in here a folder, a full path to this VirtualBox guest editions.run. You didn't actually need to be in the home directory. And this -v option gives us this. So it tells us what was copied where. Very useful option. Let me just show you what would happen if I didn't have that. Oops, just like this. Nothing. There is no output or anything of a kind. Now this is fairly simple when you have one very small file and you don't really care, but when you have a large file, let's say 20 gigabytes or so, and you are copying it, you're just going to have a blank screen below. Nothing will be happening. You will not be able to figure out that whether the copying process is going on or whether it has actually crashed, bugged, or something of a kind. So just pass a -v option, which is always useful to have, simply because the machine actually tells you what it is doing. Now you might have noticed that all of these commands, more or less, they have their own arguments which can be passed to them in order to modify what the command does. You can view a listing of these arguments. You do not need to memorize them all. So just let's take an example of cp. I'm going to -help. So this is a universal way of getting help on a particular subject within the terminal. You type in the command space --help, press enter, and you get a listing of possibilities. So I know it looks a bit messy and a bit difficult to see, but you don't actually need to look at all of these things here. You just scroll upwards and there you go. You can see all the arguments. They are listed clearly here. You have the argument here, and then you have an explanation of what that argument does. For the time being, you're not going to be able to memorize all of these, but over the time, as you practice more and more, and as you start doing, and as you start actually using these commands, you will be remembering more and more and more and more without actually wishing it. Basically, you'll be caching the information, so to say. Anyway, over here in the upper part of this help menu, you get usage. So in usage, you get the format or the syntax of the command. So basically, cp, you pass an option, and then you specify your source and destination. Very simple, no problems there. This is universal for all of the commands. You can always use the help menu. However, in addition to the help menu, you also have man pages. So if I type in man, and I'm gonna use a command pwd, man pages on pwd basically give me a download of information. You can see, okay, obviously it gives you the name, it's called synopsis here, but basically the syntax of the command. You get a full description of what the command does, full description of the arguments. You even get the author who actually wrote it, some notes, copyright, and some references to something else as well. This is a very short man page because pwd is a very short command and a very basic command. But for example, if I was to type in man, gr sorry, grep, you can see that the man page is a lot bigger as I'm just scrolling down and it seems to be on end. Grep is a multi-purpose command which I will show to you in a moment, but I just wanted to show the difference between a basic and a more complex command. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen. Next up we have move. So mv, that will cause a folder to move. This is how you rename folders to, or files. So let's just go ahead and navigate over to var, where I have actually copied this file. ls, excellent. So if I say move vbox guest edition linux editions, I can move it either to some different folder under some different name, or I can just rename it within my current folder. So if I just type it in, I don't know, let's go random is not so random. I'm just gonna rename it to that and say dot run. You can put whatever extension you want. Of course, it won't function the same, but I am just showing you the way of renaming a file. And if I do ls again, you see that that vbox linux editions.run has been successfully renamed to random is not so random.run. I can also do this. I can, for example, move random is not so random to my home directory, and if I do ls and then specify a path to my home directory and press enter, you can see that I have actually moved it here. But unlike the copy command, it doesn't retain the original within wherever the source might have been. So once you move it, it's gone from the source folder. However, it's going to appear in the destination one. Also, a tricky way when you delete something with move, when you move something over something else, it's so difficult to recover, if not impossible. Also, be very careful with deleting files in Linux, because once you delete them from the terminal, it's next. I mean, you will not be able to recover them. Basically, there are some complex procedures that might give you the fraction of what you wanted to recover, but if you remove it from the terminal, it's very, very, very difficult. It's not like Windows or something of a kind. When you delete something in Windows, you can always recover it. Basically, you didn't even delete it, nonetheless, something else. You just don't see it. But here, when you delete something, it's gone permanently. So take great caution, take great care, but don't be afraid. I mean, over a certain period of time, these things become second nature to you, and you will take it into consideration without even thinking about it. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Next up, we have cat. Now, cat gives us, well, let me show you what cat does. So, oops, I cannot cat the random. Because it is not there, of course. So let's just navigate over to home and let's cat random is not so random. And you see what it does. It actually shows you the listing of, this is a bit of a longer file. So it shows you all the entire contents of that file, whatever that might be. Not for this content is not pretty at all. You can't basically read it like this, but doesn't matter. Let's just create another file, and I'm just gonna cat it. So nano is my favorite text editor from the terminal. You will need to learn how to use terminal text editors because primarily you don't want to be switching back and forth between GUI text editors and working on something in a terminal. It's extremely time consuming, and plus here on Kali Linux you can actually edit things with root. However, if you are, for example, using some other distribution or something of a kind, most of the GUI text editors you will not be able to run them as root. You will get an error message. So that can be a bit problematic. That's why you should always learn how to use text editors that are terminal text editors. So just type in nano, and type in the name of the file that you wish to create. So for example, I'm just going to go ahead and type in test. This is going to be a test file. No need to give it any extensions or anything of a kind. And there we go. Now we are in the Nano text editor. So here I can, for example, write some text, some random text goes here. Let's just do that. Okay, so you have a wide variety of options down here. Well, maybe not a wide variety, but certainly a good amount. So this is this caret sign X. It simply means Control X. So if you press Control X, you're gonna exit. Control O, write out. That's basically save. You don't need this. Where is basically the way to search things. So Control V, search, and no, let's say random. Press enter, and there you go. It's gonna point to random. It's going to find it, no problems. Previous page, you don't need that. Next page, you're not gonna be that engaged with it. So cut text is also very nice because it allows you to actually remove large portions of text at a relatively fast rate. So if I just say Control K, it's going to remove the current line where the cursor is, not what you have selected with your mouse, just so you know. Let me just bring that back. And I'm just going to go ahead and continue talking about this in part 2 in the follow-up tutorial. Until then, I bid you farewell. Hello everybody, and welcome to part 2 of this tutorial. And now let's go ahead and save the file. So press Ctrl O to output to the file. It says file name to write. You can actually modify it here, so you can type in some letters or whatever you want. You can change the name here, or you can even change the extension if you want. But there is no need for the time being. I'm just going to go ahead and save it as test. Just press enter. There you go. It says wrote one line. Control X to exit. There we go. Clear the screen. And now I'm going to use cat command to get a listing of this particular file, which is far more reasonable than the previous one, which you couldn't read. The cat command, by the way, was functioning properly, but it was mostly a binary file. Therefore, it gave you a listing, but you couldn't really read anything from it. So let's just go ahead and type in cat test, and there we go. It says some random text goes here. That is the text that we have typed into the text file and test file, and you can cat it like this. These things are very good, especially with files that you want to make sure you do not want to change them in any way, and you don't want to make any accidental changes or anything of a kind, and you want to quickly see what is located within that file. There is another way of doing this. Basically, it's ls, and let's go ahead and navigate over to etc apt ls, and here we have plenty of files to work with. So let's just take sources.list as an example here. So if I do cat sources.list, I'm gonna get everything that is within that file as before, and it's gonna be listed in my terminal here, there to stay. It's not gonna go away anywhere. But there is another command which I can use. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen. It is called less, and if I type in less sources.list, I'm gonna be prompted with a new tab where I can actually view things here. Not a new terminal tab, but a new workspace within the terminal itself. And when I press Q, it's gonna exit and nothing will be displayed here. So very nice in terms of being neat and organized, and so on and so forth. So less and cat, very nice things, but you can use, for example, cat sources.list, and then the command that I have previously mentioned is grep. Grep means basically you pull something, you grab something from something else. Now here's what I mean by it. You type in cat sources.list and you type in a pipe. This symbol here, it's called a pipe, which basically states whatever the output of this is, pipe it to the whatever command comes here. So I'm just gonna type in grep, and let's say I want to type in src. Press enter. Excellent. So it will only print lines that have src in them. Linux is case sensitive, so when you are grepping, it's gonna check the case of the letters, whether it's lowercase or not. But you can give it an ignore case. You can type in like this. -I means ignore case. Oops, my bad. -I to ignore the case. You're gonna get the same output because there are no different things within this file, but you get the general idea. So this is how you would use cat with grep in order to pull things out of a file. Very important. This is a huge part of the Linux terminal. Filtering through text files, primarily because we're going to be doing large network scans and we will want to create files from which we will be able to pull useful information, which we will later in turn pass to other tools to do something with. Anyway, let me just go ahead and clear the screen for the time being. You also have echo, so echo, and I give it the quotation marks open. Let's say I am alive, close quotation marks, and it will echo these words. It literally is an echo. You type something into it and it echoes them here. So let's just go back to the home directory now, get a listing, and use exactly the same command, echo live. By the way, you can scroll through the previous commands by using arrow keys. So up arrow, using the up arrow key and down arrow key, you can scroll back through your previous commands and you don't need to retype them. So I am alive, and I'm going to insert this. So I'm going to use a greater than sign and type in test. So this will echo I am alive into test. And if I do less, I'm going to use cat test. You see, it has replaced the contents of the test, which was some random text goes here, into I am alive. Very nice command to have. You can change variable names, variable values with echo, and so on and so forth. We will use this a bit more as we progress through the course, and I don't really want to get in depth here, primarily because later on when we have clear examples that directly relate to what we are doing at the moment, which is basically pen testing, then you will see more advanced usage of pretty much all of these commands, especially grep. We have touch. Touch is a quick way to create files. So for example, I can do touch and I can say file 1, file 2, file 3. Press enter, ls, and you see it has immediately created 3 files. So touch is a very quick method. Oops, a bit over my head there. Anyway, touch is a very quick way of creating any amount of files that you wish, and you can specify folder paths. You can create this file in home, this one in var, this one in var log, and so on and so forth. Anyway, down below you have mkdir. So if I go ahead and type in mkdir, it's make directory. So you are making some sort of a directory. Let's say the name of this directory will be place to be. And if I get ls, there we go. It states that this file is actually a directory, which is a place to be. I can even navigate to it and say place to be ls. There is nothing in it, but get the idea. You can make directories in such a fashion. Now chown, if I type chown, it allows you to change the ownership of a particular file. Now, since we only have a single user here, which is root, there isn't really any point in doing so unless we create some other new users. But we're not going to do that as we don't need them. But just to show you how this would work, for example, if the owner of a file was not root, and if you wanted to change it to root, you would do the following. So chown, and then you would type the name, the username, colon, the user group. So the user group and the username are usually the same on your home PCs, unless you're on some bigger server or something like that. And then you would just specify the name of the file. I don't know, you can type in test. There we go. So it will change. It will effectively change the ownership of file test to the username root, who is from the user group root. And if I do ls, la, you can see here it states who the owners are and which groups actually own the files as well. So if I clear the screen, there is another more used command. It's called chmod, and this command allows you to change file permissions. So this is something that you will need to use on a daily basis and quite often, primarily because, well, you see, if I have an executable file in Linux, for example, let's just go ahead and edit. Well, actually, we don't need to edit it. We can type in echo, and not like that. Hello, close quotation marks, and I want to output this to test, and I want to move test to test dot sh. Sh is basically an executable, one of the scripts that's a bash script for Linux, that in such a way you can automate tasks. We will deal with it in greater depth as we proceed through the tutorial. You will need to be acquainted with bash scripting, definitely, but bash scripting is very similar to the terminal itself, so pretty much all the commands that you use in the terminal you can use in bash scripting as well, basically just combining a bunch of them in a file. And now I want this to be my executable, but you see, the way to start executables is dot slash, as I have stated previously. That's a command to start any executable. And if I type in test and I press tab, it doesn't give me a list of possibilities. Why? Surely now test.sh is an executable, but no. You see, it doesn't have a permission to be an executable file. You see here the difference. That just take a look at this file and take a look at this file. This one is green, this one is not. And now look at their permissions. So you see it has a marcation that it is executable for all groups, users, etc., while this one up here, test.sh, does not have such permissions. You need to change that, and the way you change it is chmod, and you type in +x. So if you want the file to be writable, you type in +w. If you want it to be executable, +x. If you want to be able to read the file, +r. Very simple. There is also a way of doing this with numbers, so you can type in 755. You don't try remembering all those modes. Whatever you need, you basically go on the net and check. It can be quite complicated, but these three you need to know. It's +w, +r, and +x. And also 777, which is a global mode. This is the mode that is not recommended for actual usage, but you use chmod to actually test or troubleshoot things. For example, if you want to be absolutely sure that certain actions are not being prevented due to file permissions, you change the mode of those files to 777, which is the global mode that anybody can do anything with the file. And if you still have an error message, you know that it is absolutely not related to anything in regards to permissions. So those four things you do need to know. So let me just go ahead and type in +x, type in not random, it's not so random. Type in test.sh, press enter, and if I do ls la once again, you will see that test.sh is now executable. Let me just run it, and there you go. If I run this, it's gonna echo hello onto my terminal screen. Now there's a bit more to go, not much more left. There is just one more command that I would really like to show to you, and that can be a very dangerous command indeed. It can mess you up in ways you can't you can't even begin to imagine yet. That is the command rm. So rm is basically remove. And once you remove things with this command, it's next to impossible to recover pretty much anything. So if I type in rm test.sh, it's going to remove it and it's no longer going to be there. But if I go ahead and navigate over to place to be and, I don't know, touch test, I'm gonna make a new full file there, and if I go ahead and say rm place to be, it's gonna say rm cannot remove place to be because it is a directory. This is a failsafe of the rm, so you wouldn't delete a full directory because you wouldn't be able to recover it, and that would be really bad. What you can do is type in rm dot f and then place to be cannot remove directory. Oops. Okay, no problems. You see, you get stuck. And I'm deliberately going to leave this part in the tutorial just to troubleshoot it. So you type in dash dash help, and here you have recursive remove directories and their contents recursively. So that's a very nice option. So let's just go ahead and do that, because this will go into the folder and remove everything within the folder and the folder itself, hopefully. So let's just go ahead and type in rm-r place to be, press enter. There you go, it has deleted it, and there we go, it is no longer there. The dash f function, dash f that I have used, is forced. It will not ask you any questions. It will delete the folder or file, which can be also very dangerous. When you're using rm, you always want to be asked questions. In any case, as I said, I've deliberately left this in order to show you that even if you get stuck, don't worry about it. I get stuck all the time, and if you don't know what to type in, what argument to pass, just type in dash help and take a look at what you can actually type. Read a little bit, and then use the options. Try it out. Sometimes it's going to work, sometimes it won't, but more often than not you will be able to figure it out from the help menu. If you can't figure it out from the help menu, just type in man rm and you can read pretty much everything that there is to know about this command here. And if you really can't perform the task, but if you can't find anything useful here, then forums are your next best bet, but trust me, you will succeed in doing it. In any case, this was a brief introduction to some of the basic commands that we will use. Please make sure that you know what each one of these commands does, at least its basic functions. And then later on we will get in depth and do more advanced stuff and use more advanced commands by combining them and so on. In any case, I bid you all farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will open up a chapter on how to stay anonymous. So there are several ways, several methods that you can use. First off, you've probably heard about these things. They are proxies. So you are just routing your connection through several different points, although this can be very slow depending on the speed of the proxies elsewhere. And you also know nothing of the other side. You know nothing of the servers through which your packets are going. So that can be risky, but then again, if you're just scanning something, if you're nmapping a network, if you're using nmap to footprint a network, why do you care? It's not of importance. However, if you're using proxies to log in somewhere or pass credentials or something of a kind, that is potentially dangerous, and you should not do that. I mean, it's quite literally, you shouldn't do it. The other option is to use some sort of VPNs and to encrypt your networks, to encrypt your traffic between you and the VPN service provider. Now these things can be very fast depending on which one you have, so you can just pay for a service out there. I think a yearly subscription is like 100 and something bucks. A monthly subscription is like 10 bucks, something like that. You get a dedicated VPN static IP address. So you can do a lot of stuff, and they can be very fast. Furthermore, your traffic is encrypted, as I said, and the only way that somebody can figure out that you are doing something somewhere is if the VPN service provider actually relinquishes your information. However, this does not happen that often. This is very difficult to attain, especially if you get a VPN in certain parts of the world where they just generally don't give these sort of information out. But I wouldn't recommend doing that for white hat hacking, primarily because there isn't a need to stay anonymous to that extent. What we are going to be using VPNs and proxies mainly for, or what they are mainly used for in the world today, I would say anyway, this is just my personal opinion, is to bypass firewall settings, or firewall limitations, should I say. So here's a real life example that people have been using quite often, that people are using pretty much on a daily basis. Netflix, for example, has a certain range of IP addresses from which it allows connections. So if you are elsewhere in the world and you do not belong to that IP address range, it will not allow you to view to view anything on the site. It will not allow you to see movies or something of a kind. However, if you use a proxy, a good one, or if you use a VPN, you will be able to access the site as though you were coming from the country which falls within the IP address range list. So that's just one of the common examples of what people are doing. Not exactly legal, but well, people have been doing it. It's not exactly harmful or something like that. You're not taking servers down or anything of a kind. But people have been using it in order to be able to watch Netflix from, I don't know, a cell phone when they're traveling or something like that. In any case, there are numerous other examples. When you want to bypass certain firewall settings, primarily you bypass the IP range lists, which are allowed to access a certain server or something like that. But also, for example, if you have a certain server whose traffic is mainly generated from a single area, from a single country, and you do not want to be, for example, scanning it from, I don't know, an IP address that belongs to the area in China or something like that, because those IP addresses they look very differently. I mean, of course, they're written the same, but any network administrator, as soon as they see that IP address of that kind, that is far away from their geographical area, they will know that it's an anomaly of some sort and that it doesn't belong there, and they will be intrigued. They will start looking. So that is not something you want happening to you. You want to be accessing the server from where all the other users are accessing it from, in order to hide yourself in the mass. In any case, that is what we shall be doing in this chapter and a few other things. But for the time being, for this tutorial, I want to show you how you can actually access the dark web or the hidden web, whichever way you wish to refer to it. Now, the rumor is that the dark web is a lot bigger than your regular internet. That there's a lot more information there, and I use its resources. Oh, a lot of people do. There are some very nice forums where you can get a lot of good stuff. So I would definitely recommend trying it out, and you will, at some point of time, you will need it. For that, you will need to install a Tor browser, and with a Tor browser, you will be able to access Darknet. Now, it is not installed by default on Kali, and this is one of those rare occasions and rare situations where we will actually need a different user other than root in order to be able to do anything with Tor, in order to be able to start it. So first off, I'm going to go ahead and create a new user. So just open up your virtual machine. You see mine is already opened up here. I'm just changing the size so that you can see it's a virtual machine, and I have my terminal up and running here. I can close it and reopen it. There you go. Just open up your regular terminal and type in the following. So first off, we need Tor. I will explain what Tor is in a moment, but you just type in apt-get space install Tor space -y and press enter. With this command that I am highlighting at the moment, Tor will install no problems on Kali as long as you have an active internet connection. It is not installing here because I already have it installed. The following fact, right? Yep, there we go. It says Tor is already the newest version. So it is already installed. It is the newest version. I have deliberately skipped all the verbose installation, the entire verbose installation mode, primarily because you're not going to see anything useful there at the moment, and it's going to waste quite a bit of time. So just type in this command. You will not be prompted for any questions because of the -y argument, and the installation will go through no problems. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen. Now the next thing that we need to do is actually create that user that I have been talking about. So just go ahead and type in the command add user. Just a keynote here. There is also a command user add. Do not use this command for the time being, primarily because I have discovered that it causes some unnecessary complications which tend to hinder us along the way. So just go ahead and type in add user space, and now you can name your user whatever you want. You cannot use capital letters, if I remember correctly. That's the rule in Debian systems. So I'm just gonna call my user random. I'm not gonna call him random. I'm gonna call him, how shall I call him? I'll call him test. Here, my user will be test. And there we go. Now it says adding user test, adding new group test, adding new user test with group test. That's pretty much what has happened here. It has created a home directory for that user. It already exists. What do you know? I have created it previously, but I have deleted it just to make sure that there are no mistakes in this tutorial. But it doesn't matter if it will say here that the home test directory has been created and that you will be able to use it. You do need this folder primarily because we're going to be doing stuff there which you cannot do with root. Now go ahead and type in your password here. It doesn't show anything when you type. That's the standard way of Unix passwords in order to prevent anybody from seeing the length of your password on the screen. Very nice. So press enter. Now you are prompted here for some username information, for some information in regards to that user, completely irrelevant for our purpose today. So we do not want to type in the full name, room number, work phone, home phone, other, don't care. Is this information correct? Sure, why not? Press enter, and there we go. We have just effectively created our new user test to which we need to log, and then from there conduct our work. Now, a key thing to note here is that even though there is a way of configuring the Tor browser to run as root, it's not simple, but there is a way. Do not do that. I mean, do not primarily, it's not even a good idea to browse the internet as a root user. You can, if you pick any sort of viruses up, any sort of malicious code, it's going to run as root. So you don't want that on your system. You do not want to compromise it in such a way. And generally on the machine that you are performing these attacks, like this virtual machine of Kali Linux, you don't really use it to browse the internet. For the sake of examples, I sometimes open the browser, Firefox, basically Iceweasel, and do some stuff there just to show you the information. Or as you've seen now, I have downloaded from a very specific site. Actually, not now, but in a few moments you will. I will download from a very specific site a Tor browser. So just when you know exactly what you're doing and where you are getting it from, and when you have verification of the source, then you should use it as root, or you can use it as root, but otherwise do not browse the internet as a root user. That's a bad idea. However, we will only use this user, well, maybe not only, but mainly for our Tor browser. Otherwise, we will be using the root user primarily because you can't do pretty much anything in Kali without the root user. All the tools more or less require these sort of root permissions, as they do tend to access network related things. Anyway, I will cut the tutorial here and I'll see you in the second part of it. Hello everybody and welcome to this follow-up tutorial. Today I will show you how to actually install the Tor itself. We'll go through the installation procedure, and in order for us to do that we will need to use the new user that we have created, test. That's the username of the new user. Anyway, in order for you to do that, you need to log out, and in order for you to log out in Kali Linux, just go ahead and click in the upper right corner where it says root. Go scroll down to switch user, and yep, there we go. The screen is going to resize a bit, perhaps, maybe. Excellent. So it says here test. I'm already logged in as test, as I have done this previously, but it's going to prompt me for a password as well. But the user test is running in the background. So just go ahead and type in the password for it, press enter, very simple. You will follow exactly the same procedure. There is nothing different that I'm doing that perhaps you need to change or alter or anything of a kind. There is a browser icon in the upper left corner. It's blue. It's a nice Weasel browser. Go ahead and press on it. Use your favorite search engine, type in Tor, press enter, and go ahead and open the first site that pops up. It's Tor Project Anonymity Online. Make sure, absolutely make sure that you are downloading this browser from a proper site, from the official sources. So it says HTTPS, make sure there is an S markation at the end, that it's not HTTP, rather HTTPS, and make sure that the domain is correct, so torproject.org. It's not .com, it's not dot some country extension, it's not dot anything else, it's .org. Anyway, go ahead and click straight away on download Tor, and I need a 64 Tor browser GNU Linux. That is what I want to download, but in case you're using some other operating system, over here, oops, I can't seem to select it, never mind. Over here you have Microsoft Windows, Apple OS X. Here, let me just zoom it in then, if I can select it. Yep, there we go. Over here you have it for Microsoft Windows, Apple OS X. We are currently going to go ahead and use the Linux Unix version, and there are some additions in the all downloads section as well. Feel free to check that out. Perhaps go ahead about the site, see what you can find. There are some interesting things here: forums, FAQ, sorry, and some other things as well. I would strongly advise you to actually just browse around the site a bit for the time being. I'm just going to go ahead and click on download. Yes, I wish to save a file. Okay, the download will proceed, and it only takes about a minute to download, so a very short amount of time that I will use to actually tell you what Tor is. Now, basically, what you do with Tor is simply route your traffic to go through certain points, and every time it hops, there is an encryption layer. It makes your connection very secure, and there are these things that are called the inner nodes. So for example, you go from one computer, nodes are basically computers or servers through which you go. So you go, your connection, you make a request to a certain website, and then your connection goes from your computer to some other computer, and then from that computer to some other, and so on and so forth, until it reaches the exit node. All of these devices are a part of the Tor network. And once it reaches the exit node, it is the exit node that actually makes the request towards the site that you wanted. Basically, you are using a lot of proxies. That would be the very basic explanation, but there is a lot more to it. The encryption being the major part of it. So there are multiple layers of encryption there, and it's not that easy to figure out, or should I say it is rather impossible to figure out where the connection is coming from if you are a system administrator, unless you are controlling these nodes or something like that, which is highly unlikely. Basically, this is a fantastic way of staying anonymous, but you do not need to necessarily use Tor as a Tor browser just to go and access the hidden web. Rather, instead, you can use Tor to actually Torify. That is the term. I am not making an error here. That is the term, to Torify your applications. And once you Torify them, all traffic generated by those applications will be routed through the Tor network, and you will be anonymous to a very large extent. Although keep in mind that connections, all things using Tor are very slow, primarily because your connection is being routed through a lot of devices, and there are a lot of people out there that are using those devices. Uh, Anybody can contribute, really. You can see a bit more on the website and so on and so forth if you have an interest in such things. But for the time being, I'm just going to go ahead and skip that. Rather, instead, I want to start using Tor and show you the dark web. So just go ahead and click on your download. It's just give it a moment, just give it a bit of time. It says reading archive, please wait. Excellent. Extract, and I want to extract it to test desktop. So go ahead and proceed. Let's see if it's going to succeed. Extracting files from archive. Don't cancel it, just quit it. Excellent. So just go ahead and open up this folder. In this folder, in the folders, in the browser folder section, you have a lot of these things if you want to check them out. But for the time being, what you need is start Tor browser. These are just the files that the Tor browser uses, so no worries there. Anyway, just go ahead and click on Start Tor Browser, Run, and this process might take a while. It's shorter for me, but it might take a bit longer for you. I don't know, it just depends, I suppose, on many things. Don't worry about it, it's gonna take up to a minute maximum to connect to the Tor network. Anyway, just go ahead and expand it. Now, you might ask yourselves, well, what is so special about this Tor browser? It looks like a regular browser. Maybe it loads a different website as the default, but that's it. Nothing really special there. However, it gives you an ability to actually access the .onion domains, and here's how we do that. The first thing that I'm going to do is type in hidden wiki. Hidden wiki. It's one of those websites where you have a link to to a large amount of other .onion domains, to those of significance anyway, and its URL changes continuously. That is why I am actually searching for it in the video as opposed to just preloading it, primarily to show you how you can find it. It's not really that difficult. You can just type it in to the search engine and it's fairly simple. There are no difficulties there. So just go ahead and open up a couple of these websites. You will get you will get one of them to work for sure. So here we have onion, and these are .onion domains, a list of them, quite a large list, but I'm not actually interested in those. There it is. Let me just zoom it in. So the hidden wiki has been hacked. This is the new URL. Spread it. Don't worry about this. This happens like all the time. So just one of those things that you have to learn to live with. Uh, I know it's a bit inconvenient to have to search for the URL all the time, but if you want to access the dark web, things are not as stable as they are on the regular web, so that can be problematic to the point of extreme. So it says, "Welcome to the hidden wiki. New hidden wiki URL. Add it to bookmarks and spread it." Excellent. So this is where we want to be. Let me just explain where we are. This is a rather large list of links for .onion domains, as I said, and you have a lot of things here. Some of them are illegal, and we will not go into those. Basically, where you have people who are selling PayPal accounts, credit card accounts, credit card numbers, and so on and so forth. That is not some. Those are really not the places where you should go. Perhaps if you want to check out if your PayPal has been hacked or something like that, if it has, you can go onto those websites and search for it to see if it's actually there. And other than that, I really see no other reason why you should visit them. Anyway, you have, okay, so you have some editor's picks, if you want to volunteer, something like that, introduction points. We don't really need any of those things. Financial services. So you have a ton load of things here. A lot of things concern the anonymity of payment online. So Bitcoin, or you can buy prepaid cards or something like that. So if you buy a prepaid card, I suppose it's okay because you can get a prepaid card in the Walmart or something like that. They give them out practically. They're gift cards or something like that that you can use for online payment, so you're completely anonymous with those. But never ever buy a genuine credit card because that's illegal unless the person I actually there are no cases where it's legal. I thought might be when the person actually owns it, but no, no, not really. Anyway, down below you have commercial services. Here you can find all sorts of cheap things. Wouldn't really recommend buying anything from here to be shipped to your address, primarily because you have no guarantee of whatsoever that that is what you have ordered or that you will get the genuine stuff. So you have anonymity and security. There are some things concerning proxies, good proxies, some things concerning the Tor. You might want to check. You might want to check these for out. So that's not a bad idea there. These are all external resources that I'm showing to you now that you can use on the hidden web. That is the primary purpose why I am showing you how to access the hidden web, so you can use a large amount of these external resources during your pen testing exercises. There are lots of useful things here, and I definitely encourage you to go over some of them and to see if you can find something of use to you. What we are today mainly interested in are the forums. So you have forums, broads, chants, and so on and so forth. And there are a lot of things here. So let's just open some of them. Keep in mind that they tend to be down, that the URLs tend to change, and they can be problematic. So let's just try Black Book. Maybe something's gonna be there. Hack forum. Yep, you see there's a problem loading this page. This is not gonna open. This one might. The secret story archive. No, I don't need that. Deep web radio. Hack the planet. Let's see what they got there. Intel Exchange. Excellent. Intel Exchange. I think this is one of the better ones. So you can just go ahead and clear these pages go through these pages, see if we can find anything of use. We are an Intel Exchange. This is most likely not going to open. Excellent. So this is one of those forums where you will need to register, but I mean, nobody's asking you for your credit card information. You just fill in the basic information like your usernames, passwords, how you wish to be addressed, and so on and so forth. And then you have a lot of things here which can come in handy. So you have general discussions. We don't really want that. We have excellent. This is what we were looking for: software. So hacking, programming, Tor, and everything else about software. Let's see what's there. By the way, whatever code you download from these websites, either run it within virtual environments or do not run it at all. They're just gonna go ahead and say that do not run it on your regular machines or on anybody's regular machines, because that's never a good idea. So what do we got here? Best programming language for making an OS. Well, God, we don't really need that. That can be rather complicated. Down below, login.bn, is it safe to download PDFs on Tor? You shouldn't do that. You shouldn't download anything on Tor that you will use on your regular machine. So we have some pretty stupid things here which we will never get to use, but there are some very nice things. I'm just trying to find. Excellent. We have IP address questions. So what can you do with an IP addresses and so on and so forth. I can't open any of these because I'm not registered, but I have been on these forums and they can be quite useful. Not I don't think I've been on this one in particular, but I have been on forums in the darknet, and you can find some interesting things that people have done, some interesting methods. Usually things tend to come out here first and then they hit the general public or the regular web, whichever way you want to see it. And there we go, we have keyloggers here. So you can find some information on keyloggers, how to use them, where to find them. But I would suggest reading the reviews mainly here and the suggestions, and then figuring out where will you download it, seeing if a keylogger is open source or closed source. If it's open source, perhaps you can go to their website and download it from there and be safe in that manner. So that's not a bad idea. And you have a download of other things. You see hacking tools, SQL injections, operating systems for hacking, rootkits, and so on and so forth. You have a download of information here which I would strongly recommend that you use, that you just go over it, see what people are doing there. Do not do anything illegal. Just go ahead, visit the forums, and see what sort of information can you extract from it. That's all. In any case, I will conclude the tutorial here. I hope you find the dark web to be a useful asset in your pen testing career or your pen testing activities in general. I believe me, it is. You can find a lot of useful things, as I keep restating. And the connections can be rather slow, and it is safe to install a Tor browser on your regular machines so long as you download it from the official site, which is torproject.org, but it's the protocol under the protocol of HTTPS and not HTTP. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will be talking about how you can configure proxy chains to work in combination with Tor in order to anonymize traffic, not only web browsing traffic, but rather instead all network related traffic generated by pretty much all of your applications. Now there are a few of those which will not work in combination with proxy chains. Namely, one such application is or piece of software is Metasploit. Now Metasploit is practically a hacking framework, and it is of crucial importance for pretty much any sort of hacking activity in today's world, especially because it allows automated generation of code needed to break a certain system, and it also contains a list of vulnerabilities as well. However, what I want to do here today is show you how you can anonymize pretty much all footprinting traffic or Nmap or traffic generated by Nmap when you're gathering information, or even your web browsing traffic in a different fashion other than using a Tor browser, and how you can cover your tracks in general no matter what you are doing pretty much. So One of the first things that you do need to do in Kali Linux, it comes pre-installed, so you need Tor and proxy chains. These two things you would install on some other systems, Linux systems or Windows systems, doesn't matter. Uh, Tor is kind of tricky. I have seen versions where Tor is not installed by default, and I have specified in the previous tutorial, I do believe, how to install Tor, no problems. But yeah, what you would need to do here is simply configure and not install anything. So let's just navigate over to the etc proxy chains configuration file, nano slash etc proxy chains.conf. Press enter, and there we go. We are in the configuration file. Let me just expand this actually. And what proxy chains is, well, it gives you an ability to route your traffic through a series of proxy servers and stay anonymous in such a fashion by hiding behind them, or by having them forward your requests so that it looks to the other side that your requests are coming from them as opposed from you. Surprisingly enough, there are a large amount of free proxy servers out there that you can use, but they're not very stable. You know, they go up and down and they're not very fast. So for specific targets, they can be useful, not for brute forcing, not for any form of brute forcing attacks. But if you are doing something to a certain target, if you're trying to log in or you're already logged in, you can definitely do it through proxy chains, and it will be reasonably fast and reasonably stable as well. But if you're doing some sort of mass scanning or you're brute forcing a password or something of a kind, proxy chains with a list of proxies selected from the internet, free proxies, that is, that's not going to work out. I mean, it's going to work out eventually in a technical sense, but it will consume more time than you can spare. And by more time than you can spare, I mean like a month or two to do a simple scan. So that's not an option there. There are other ways of doing that. Uh, but for the time being, I just want to show you how you can use proxy chains, how you can configure it actually, because it's really useful. I use it fairly often. A lot of people do, and it's a fantastic piece of software. So first off, you have types of proxies here which you can use. You have HTTP, SOCKS 4, and SOCKS 5. Now there are fundamental differences between these protocols. You always want to find yourselves a SOCKS 5 proxy, as that is the best possible one that has the ability to anonymize all sorts of traffic. HTTP, well, as the name itself says, it's for HTTP traffic, and SOCKS 4 is very similar to SOCKS 5, but it does not support IPv6 protocol, and it does not support UDP protocol. So this can be, the SOCKS 4 can be rather problematic. You always want to make sure that you're using SOCKS 5 wherever and however. Anyway, down below you have these options which we will go over. So basically how you enable these options, you don't need to type in some complex lines of code or anything of a kind. Basically just delete the hash, and that's it. Save the file, the option is enabled. This hash presents a commented outline, meaning that the system reading this file will ignore it if there is a hash. If there isn't a hash, it will take it into consideration and interpret it accordingly. Anyway, what we have here are statements which allow us to specify how we want our traffic to be routed. So first off, we have dynamic chain. Dynamic chain is an option which you will find people using the most. It is most commonly used option, a preferable one, and honestly I think it's the best one, primarily because it's the most stable one. And here's why. Suppose you have A, B, C, D proxies, so those are some servers with IP addresses with open ports, and if you have a strict chain policy like we have here, you will only be able to access any site on the internet in general by going through A, B, C, D. So You have to go through all of them, and you have to go through in that specific order, A, B, C, D. And that's not always a good thing. I mean, if you're paying for 5 proxies, that's not a problem because they will always be operational, they will always be up, and why not? That's not a bad option there at all. However, most people use free proxies and they don't tend to pay for them. Why would you pay for 5, 10 proxies for a simple scan or something of a kind? They're not free, they cost money. They're not that expensive either, but still, I mean, the act of paying itself identifies you and it kind of diminishes the amount of anonymity you have on the net. There are some complex payment methods which you can use to anonymize yourself, but still, it's far simpler to simply go ahead and use dynamic chains. So I'm just going to go ahead and uncomment, oops, and I'm going to uncomment this line. Go ahead down below and comment this line out. So strict chains will no longer be used. I will be using dynamic chains. One more thing to note here is that if you want to use proxy chains in combination with Tor, so if you want to route all of your traffic through the Tor network, not just the web traffic, you must enable dynamic chains. I mean, there is a chance that it will work with strict chains, but due to the instability of Tor nodes, it is highly unlikely. You will need dynamic chains, and that is why I am using them today. Anyway, if you are using dynamic chains, it just gives you the ability to go from A, B, C, D to your desired destination by not having to adhere to any order. So let's say that C is down, you would go A, B, D, and it would work no problems. Even if B was down, you would go A, D, and you would still reach the destination. So as long as one single proxy is functional, it's going to work, and you don't require any specific order to it. Down below, you have a random chain. Now, random chains are in effect basically the same thing as resetting your services. I mean, if you're resetting your Tor, you will be assigned a new IP address. I mean, Tor assigns you a new IP address every 10 minutes or so anyway, but with the random chain, you can specify a list of IPs, and then you can tell your computer, okay, I want you to connect to this point, and every time you connect, every time you transmit a packet, I want you to use a different proxy. You can do that as well. That's one of the options, definitely. You can say, okay, go use this one 5 times and then change it to another one or something of a kind. There are a lot of options to specify there. Primarily the chain length. Anyway, if we go ahead down below, there's the quiet mode. You don't really need that. Proxy DNS requests. No leak from DNS data. This is very important. You cannot have any DNS leaks. Let me explain to you what DNS leaks are. Even though somebody cannot get your particular IP address, they can get the IP address of the DNS server that you are using. What DNS servers do is resolve domains to IP addresses and vice versa. So for example, if you typed in, I don't know, youtube.com, the DNS server of your local ISP provider will resolve that into some sort of an IP address that the YouTube has, and it will make a request, no problems. You do not want that happening because your local DNS server will be discovered, and that information can be used in order to figure out your personal IP address, and then when that is done, your physical location is pretty much compromised. So that's a no-go. You definitely need proxy DNS here. It might slow you down a bit, but without it, you're practically not anonymous. It's just a matter of time before somebody finds you. If you go down below, oops, we have some other options here, but we're not really interested in them at the moment. What we got here are formats for entering proxies, and I'm gonna leave it at that, and then we'll explain the rest in the follow-up tutorial. But just a keynote before you go into the next tutorial. Have a look at these. You don't need to go on the net or read anything about it. Just have a look at the format here, how they are written. This is an example of proxy chains and how you can write them down. And not a bad idea would be to figure out what these last things are here. So you have a type of proxy, you have an IP address, figure out what this number is, what this name is, and what this word here is. I will of course explain all of this in the next tutorial, but just try to figure it out on your own, and then you'll get the answers. It's pretty simple. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I'll see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. I'm just gonna pick off from where I left off in the previous one. Anyway, in the previous one, as the last part, I've posed a question, and you should have answered it before you started listening to this tutorial. In any case, as I said before, you have a type of proxy here, and you always want to be using SOCKS 5. You don't want to be using HTTP because they're not really that safe, and SOCKS 5 doesn't support a lot of options. Anyway, this is the IP address of the proxy server. We will enter a few of them manually later on. And this here is the port number on which the proxy server is listening, the port that is open. And over here, these two words, now some proxy servers, especially paid ones, will always have a username and a password. So you can just type them here in plain text, unfortunately, but it is assumed that only you and you alone have access to this computer. And besides, this file is not everybody can read this file anyway. So if you just type in the username here and password here, you will gain access to a certain proxy that you have chosen or that you have paid for. Anyway, these are just examples. We won't actually be using these proxies or anything of a kind. We need to go down below. And here is the end of the file. So if I just press enter a couple of times, there we go. So there is only one proxy active at the moment. It's SOCKS 4, and all traffic is being routed here. So our Tor, it says defaults set to Tor. Now Tor by default listens on this port, and our connections will be going through Tor now. But just in case, I want to add SOCKS, and you should really do this, SOCKS 5. Press tab and type in exactly the same IP address. By the way, this 127.0.0.1, this is the loopback address of your computer, so this is for inter-device communication. And if you ping this address, it means you're pinging yourself basically, and usually people ping this address in order to make sure that the IP protocol is set up correctly, even though they don't have internet connectivity. So let's just type in 127.0.0.1, same port number, space here, no tabs, 9050. There we go. Press Control O to save a file, press enter. And by the way, you don't need to use Nano to edit this file. You can also use VI or some other text editor in order to edit it. I like using Nano, it's practical. And it's fairly simple. It's a lot simpler than VI. I know how to use VI as well, but it's a bit more complicated, so I prefer to keep it out of tutorials. Anyway, do Control O to save, as I've done just a moment ago. It doesn't hurt. You can press it as many times as you like. It doesn't really matter. And then press Control X to exit. There we go. Now we have the file saved. Clear the screen. For you always want to make sure that you are working in a very neat environment, so to say. Then go ahead and type in service Tor status to see if Tor is running. Tor is not running, so it gives you an answer. And what we want is to start Tor up. So service Tor start. Press enter. There we go. Now the Tor service has started, and it is up and running. So the next thing that we need to do is use proxy chains in combination with our Tor and in combination with our internet browser in order to be able to access a third party in order to verify that all is working properly and that we are anonymous. A lot of people do the configuration and they type in service door start, and yeah, that's it. They don't verify the settings. They start to scan, and what happens? Of course, they get detected because they most likely misconfigured something. So that's really a bad idea. What you want to do is go ahead and type in proxy chains. So proxy chains. Now this is you do not want to browse the internet as root. We're just going to use it to verify our proxy chains settings, and I'm gonna close the web browser. So I'm just using it for that purpose, and we will use proxy chains later on for a different kind of purpose for scanning and so on and so forth, and then we can use it as root. But for a browser, it's not a good idea for security reasons. Anyway, proxy chains, and then type in Firefox, or you can type in any favorite browser that you have. I think Firefox works the best with proxy chains, as that is the default browser of Kali Linux. Even though it says Iceweasel, it's Firefox. Trust me. So type in proxy chains, Firefox, and we can type in the website that we wish to visit. So let's just type in www.duckduckgo.com. Now, DuckDuckGo is one of those search engines that is also anonymizing you. So they do not record your IP addresses. This is a very nice feature that they have, and I definitely recommend using it, primarily because you have a far greater extent of anonymity than you do when using Google or an equivalent popular search engine, as they do record your traffic, they do record your IP addresses, and that can be problematic in itself, especially when you're doing some sort of footprinting. You do not want to be recorded anywhere. Anyway, let's just go ahead and press enter, and the web browser is loading. You can see that the loading time is definitely not the fastest. It's a bit slow, but it has loaded it up. Let's just go ahead back to our terminal and see. Excellent. So you see that the link has been established here. There are some problems, as it says denied somewhere, but that's okay. You're bound to encounter errors here, a ton load of them, especially when you're using custom chains. You will see there will be more error messages than there will be okay messages, such as this one. But believe it or not, the connection still manages to pass through somehow, and it still manages to function in spite of that. Anyway, let's just go back and open up our web browser once again. And you can use pretty much a lot of services out there to do this sort of thing. So just type in check for DNS leaks and press enter. Wow, this was fast. Okay, so DNS leak test. Excellent. Let's go ahead and click there and see what happens. Hello. This is my public IP address now, 217.13.197.5, and it says that I am from Germany. I assure you, I am not from Germany. If you want to verify all of this, you can type in open up a new terminal and type in service store stop, and then open up your regular web browser without the proxy chains command. Do the same test again, and you will see that you will get a completely different IP address, which will be your real IP address. So anyway, it says, hello, this is me from Germany. I'm gonna do a standard test. I'm not gonna do an extended test. Same thing pretty much. This one does more rounds, but you get the same information more or less. So it goes query 1, excellent. This is my DNS. This is my IP ISP provider. So look, this is what they have concluded in regards to my DNS. It's level 3 communications, and it says country United States. Makes no sense of whatsoever. So I am anonymous now. I can't be detected, which is a very good thing to have indeed. Now this IP address will change from time to time. Let's just go ahead. Okay, if you remember 217.13, let me just copy it and I'm gonna go ahead and show you that it actually does change. So accessories, I'm pretty sure I have a text editor here. Excellent. So I'm just gonna paste this IP address, and now what I'm going to do is go ahead and close this browser, and don't need this. So service tour stop, it's stopping it. Service tour start, it's starting it. So you don't need to write actually start. You can also do service tour restart, and it's gonna do the whole process for you, so you can save a little bit of time there. And let's just repeat everything and go ahead, and I'm just gonna go ahead and type in proxy chains Firefox, and I will request the same search engine as well. Will it open? Now, don't be disencouraged if it doesn't open it straight away, if it says, okay, you don't have connectivity, or the website is not available, or something of a kind. Just try typing in service space store space restart command a couple of times over again until you get it, because sometimes certain IP addresses are blocked and you need to be assigned the one that is not. So just don't immediately jump to a conclusion. Oh, it's broken. Oh, what am I gonna do? It's gonna take forever to fix this. How am I gonna do this? No, just try resetting it a couple of times, and you will resolve the problem, primarily because a different IP address will be assigned to you. So anyway, let's just go ahead and type in again, check for DNS leaks, press enter, and here we go. I'm just going to use the same website. It's DNS leak or whatever. DNS leak test, that's the name of it. Excellent. So you see now, I don't even need to compare the IP. Obviously, it's different. So this one is 217.13. This one is 91.109. So completely different IP address here. And from a completely different place. Now it says that I am from United Kingdom, apparently somewhere in London. Let's just go ahead and issue a standard test to see what sort of resolutions will I get here. This might take a while. Usually, that's why I'm doing the standard test, because it's a lot faster. But you see, the last one was rather fast. This one is a bit slower. Depends on the distance. I suppose I'm a bit closer to Germany than I am to the United Kingdom. I don't know. I suppose this depends on the speed of the servers as well. Anyway, you can see my DNS resolutions here. It's level 3 communications. Again, I have stated nothing from United States. Uh, yeah, I am completely anonymous with this, not likely to be detected by pretty much anything. Just to give you an example, if you wanted, for example, to use proxy chains with Nmap, I'm not going to go into great detail now. I will show you this when we get to the Nmap section. But before we do, you can see some verbose output here, how this is actually functioning. So there are certain domains which are being contacted. You can see pretty much everything that is going on here. No problems. Not a bad idea to sometimes go through this sort of information, especially if you do not have connectivity or you wish to understand better exactly where is your traffic going, where it is ending up, and how is it spinning around. Anyway, let's just go ahead and clear the screen and use, let's say, proxy chains nmap. And this is all that you would need to do in order to route all of nmap's traffic through proxy chains. This is pretty much true of any application. Just invoke the application as you would. So normal nmap invocation would be nmap and then some IP address here and then a port number here and some arguments as well to go along with it. But instead of just typing it like that, you can use proxy chains and hide yourself. Also, you just type in, how would you invoke a browser on a regular basis? You would type in Firefox, press enter, and that would of course open up a Firefox browser. So any application that you can start through your terminal, and you can start all of them through your terminal, just type in proxy chains in front of it, and all the network information generated by that application will be routed through the proxy chains. Now, will it use a preset of proxies, or will it use Tor? That is up to you how you have configured it. And there will be a part 3 to this. I will show you how can you import custom chains of proxies and how you can use those proxies to access things on the net or to hide your activity behind them. In any case, I bid you farewell and I thank you for watching. Hello everybody and welcome to this tutorial. Today we will be importing custom chains of proxies. Now I have done literally no prep work for this deliberately because I want to see if I encounter any problems by doing this the first time around on Kali Linux, and if I do, I want to resolve them here together with you, because if I encounter them, chances are that you will encounter them as well. So automatically you will know how to solve them. But I don't predict any special problems here. This should be fairly straightforward. So let's just go and type in free socks 5 proxies and see if we can find any for ourselves. So socks proxies, free socks 5 and socks 4 proxy lists. Let's see what this website has to offer. Excellent. So we have a lot of these things here that we can use. Anonymity, anonymous. I suppose they all claim that they're anonymous, but that's really questionable. So you generally want to be using proxies in countries that have a good reputation for not sharing your private browsing information or something like that. So the countries that do have a good reputation with that, well, China doesn't share much with anybody else. Russia doesn't do that either. There is Netherlands as well. If they have Netherlands here, that would be awesome, because Netherlands has fantastic privacy policies in terms of information, in terms of personal user information, and Germany is also not bad. So those are some of the countries which you can use that are fantastic in terms of privacy. They will not share your traffic with pretty much anyone, or so they say, or so they claim. But yeah, who will you trust? That is completely up to you. But again, it doesn't really matter that much to you, primarily because most of the work that we're doing here, or should I say all of the work that we're doing here, is white hat, and all of it is legal. So you can use any of these to simulate a real attack, and even if you can reverse tracks and find yourself, it's still okay as long as you are using some sort of proxy to give real-time circumstances and encounter real-time problems. Also to circumvent firewalls and so on, because if you want to see Netflix or something like that, you will need a proxy in the United States. Most likely you won't be able to do it with a proxy, or you will be, but you will need a really good one. Rather, instead you will need a VPN. Anyway, without further ado, you have an IP address here, which we will need. You have a port number here. We won't need this, we won't need this, and we will need a version. So we'll need a version. I'm so surprised. Okay, there are multiple pages for this. So actually, let's see if there are any proxies from Netherlands. Nope, Netherlands is not even listed here. It doesn't exist. Okay, never mind. I'm sure that it does exist on some other websites. I have seen them, and I am inclined to use them primarily because they're good policies. But for our purpose today, it's truly irrelevant. So let's just go ahead and select the first 5 from the list. So I need to copy this, open up my terminal, and let's just make our screen convenient so we can do a ton load of copy pasting. There we go. Just do this, and let's grab the Firefox browser. Just expand it accordingly. Excellent. So I have everything that I need. I have port number, version, and the IP address. I need to expand the terminal a little bit to gain on size. Excellent. Clear the screen for any inconveniences. Nano slash Etsy, Etsy proxychains.conf. Make sure that dynamic is selected and that everything else is commented out. Go scroll down to the bottom, and let's go. Now we need to specify our proxy chains. Go ahead and start typing. Anything special we need to know here? Nope. Type of host, port, user values. Nope, doesn't specify anything special. Let's just go ahead and type in, you don't need to use capital letters, just so you know. So SOCKS 5, this first one, is it? Yep, it is SOCKS 5, and paste the IP address. Bit of a longer IP address. Let's just go ahead and add tabs here to be on the safe side, so that all is neatly done and sorted. So it's 33169. 33169. Press enter. So SOCKS 5 tab. What is the next one? And the next one is 9480. Paste it, tabify it, and the port number is 1080. So 1080. Let's take the next one, which is, just need to do this a bit faster. So SOCKS, oops, sorry, this one is actually SOCKS 4. And the next one is actually SOCKS 5. So tab. As you can see, it's a fairly simple process. I mean, there's nothing really special that you need to do here. Just create a list which you will end up using. 88. I can assure you that like more than half of these proxies do not work. Not because I can see some information on the screen that you can, but rather instead because I've had experiences with such proxies and they generally do not tend to work. But enough of them works for you to be able to anonymize yourself to a good extent. So it's, the next one is 1806, 1806, and 0. Make sure you get the ports right, because if you get a wrong port, your connections will be dropped by default on that IP address, and you'll think that the proxy is malfunctioning or something like that, but it's not. It's just you typing in a wrong port. So again, we have SOCKS 5 and an IP address here. So what is the port number? 1080 again. You will see that some port numbers have been standardized and they are just rolling, they're repeating. You don't need to do that much thinking there. Press enter. I just want to separate them from these, and let's go ahead, control, oops, no, sorry. No, I can just save it, doesn't matter. Nope, I don't want a different name. Conf. Excellent. Messed up that with the name. Okay, so let's exit Nano. Expand our beloved terminal, the holy grail of power. Type in pretty much the same thing as we typed in the previous tutorials. Proxy chains Firefox www.duckduckgo.com. So just keep in mind that you can type in any URL here, and as long as it's valid, it will open it. So let's just go ahead and see what happens. Press enter. Nothing. Literally nothing. What happened? It didn't even start proxy chains with it. Why not? Well, you need to close the browser first, and we unfortunately had this list open that continuously keeps changing as well, and that's a problem because you cannot have Firefox open and then start it again through proxy chains. You need to close it completely. Make sure that it is completely closed. I can see nothing in my working menu down there, down at the bottom of the screen. And let's try again. Same thing. See, now it's taking a bit longer. As soon as you see that something flies through with proxy chains using proxies that's really fast, you know that something is wrong, because there's no way it's going to be fast. So what do we got here? Timed out, timed out. Again, we have timed outs, and it's a dynamic chain, so it's trying to go through all of them, but it's skipping those that are not functional. And you never want, I mean, at the beginning stages, a long time ago, I was like, I'm gonna use 50 proxies and I'm gonna be completely anonymous. No, you will. I wasn't even able to load the basic of sites or issue even the basic of requests with that. You need to keep it low in terms of proxies depending on their speed. Excellent. So hopefully one of them is going to pass and one of them is going to work. This is one way of looking at it and trying to figure it out. Another way is just looking at the screen and see what's happening here. So I'm just waiting for one of, at least one of, yep, there we go. One of them said okay, but it needs to go and try all the others out as well before it can actually verify what is it that it's going to use in order to open this side up. Hopefully it's not going to take too much time. So you see, we have all of these timeouts and only one of them was okay. Which one was okay? DNS response duckduckgo.com. There we go. It should be open now. No, it is not. This was just a DNS response. Is not exist. Have I mistyped this? Duck go. No, I don't believe I have. Okay, it's formulating a request again through different series. Come on, please succeed. Excellent. This one didn't succeed. Well, now it has. DNS response is duckduckgo.com is 50.18.192.250. Have you opened it? Please tell me you have. No, you have not. Okay, we gotta wait a bit longer. And this is the sad reality of using proxies. If I have used one or two, this would have been a lot simpler, but I just wanted to make a point here and show you you're not gonna get anywhere if you're using a lot of free proxies. And imagine scanning like 100 hosts using proxy chains like this, and this would be the amount of time that it would take to even load a basic website. Imagine how long a scan would take. It would take forever. Okay, so finally, it is requesting information on port 443. As you can see, all of the above communication was attempting to get a response from the DNS server. We still haven't even look, by this is how much information has been processed before we even started, to load the duckduckgo.com. As you can see by the port names, it's 53. That the 53 are DNS ports. And if we go down below, you can see that finally I'm looking for port 443 somewhere around here. I swear I saw it a moment ago. 1080, that's a proxy port. This is a proxy port as well. 53 again, DNS resolution port. Yep, there we go. 443 has begun here. It's still loading it. I wonder, has it opened it? Yep, there we go. It is up and running. The site is functional, but it has taken us a lot of time to open it using a lot of free proxies. So stick to 2 or 3 at max and it should work. And stick with the ones that have the best grades, reviews, and so on. Stick with the ones that have the greatest uptime as well. That's one of the routes that you can take. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I am going to introduce you to VPNs, or virtual private networks, and how you can actually connect to them. Now if you go ahead and try to connect as it is, open up your VPN connections here, say configure VPN, you will see that all the options are unavailable. You will get an error message saying no VPN plugin available. Please install one to enable this button. And that can be problematic, primarily because you first need an internet connection in order to install these plugins, and if you are on an unsafe connection or something like that, I would definitely not recommend doing this. Rather, instead, do it from your home connection, install all the plugins, do all the necessary prep work, and then you can connect to a VPN of your choice through some other network as well. In any case, just go ahead and close this network manager. Let's just go one more time with my mouse over it, and it says wired network device not managed. Now this can present a bit of a problem, so let's just go ahead and solve that. It's an easy fix. Sometimes it can be a connection-wise problem that you cannot connect to the internet or something of a kind. In my case it is not, but in your case it might be, so let's just go ahead and fix it. It's an easy fix, no big deal there. Just type in nano/etc network manager with a capital N, and again networkmanager.conf. So that's the configuration file of our network manager, and you see here it says managed equals false. So somewhere it's okay just to use ones and zeros, but I'm not gonna take any chances here. I'm just gonna type in true, and that's gonna be it. Control O to save it. Control X to exit. Is it still? Yep, it's still not managed. That is because the configuration has not yet been loaded. You need to restart the network manager in order to apply the configuration. So just type in service network. Oops, nope. Network manager restart. Linux is case sensitive to the point of extreme. I mean, you can have two same files. So, for example, touch test and test, and if I created these two files, they would be completely different, even though they have exactly the same name, except the first letter is capital letter. Just felt like I should mention that somewhere around here as it can be useful. And there we go. It says wired network if up down ETH 0. Now we are in managed mode. Now the interface is managed and it is fantastic. So this should work now. Let's just go ahead and clear the screen. I have a small leafpad file here. It's basically a list of commands for things that you need to install. I figured I would save some time by just writing them down here and not writing them manually during the tutorial, as that would be rather time consuming. So anyway, I'm just going to adapt this because I want to be able to see what is going on when I run these commands. We're going to need a bunch of plugins for our network manager. What we will need is OpenVPN and PPTP, but I'm just going to go ahead and install the rest as well. So let's just add the -y, so we are not prompted with any questions or anything of a kind, and that should work far better. -yes. And I could actually do one more thing. So let's see if we can have them all done in one line. So type in apt-get install, and we can just copy these package names. Actually, the amount of -y's that I've passed there is unnecessary, but perhaps if I've done it in a different way, it would make a difference. I can just pass one -y at the end of this long command, because I'm just going to list the packets that I wish to install, and it should work, no problems, if I can get around to it. Excellent. So what is the last one? Strong. Control Z, just bring me back. Yep, there we go. And I need Network Manager VPNC as well. So let's just go ahead and paste that here. And the last one is the GNOME extension, of course, for GUI. So paste it. Pass -y at the end, press enter, and there we go. It's gonna proceed on with the installation. There's gonna be lots of new packets installed, although they're pretty small as there are plugins, so they shouldn't actually take too much of your space on hard disk or anything like that. The amount of space that they do take collectively, all of them, is like a couple of megabytes. I think that's it. No, even if that. The installation process is fairly fast. This will not take a lot of our time, but you see at the end it's well, not at the end, but it is restarting the network manager. However, I will perform a reset in the end. Let's see if I actually need it, or did it do it by default. I actually did it by default, which is very nice. So just by stopping and starting network manager, it's actually loading up the new configuration, and it seems to be working just fine. So we no longer need this set of commands. As you saw, you don't need to actually use every one of these individually. You can just use one apt-get install and then type in the amount of all the packets that you wish. So let's just go ahead and minimize this, as I'm not going to need it now, and I can click on add. And when I click on add, I get a list of possible VPN connections that I can use here, and I'm just going to call the tutorial here, because in the next one we have a lot of work to do. We need to go onto a website, find a suitable VPN, and test them out, see how good they are, see what sort of IP addresses can we actually get from them. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in part 2. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will actually connect to a VPN service provider, and I will show you how to prevent DNS leaks as well by using a VPN, because you do need to establish full tunnels, and there are some workarounds there as well, but we will see how to do all of that Anyway, before I go into all those technical things, I just wanted to say that VPNs are also a cheap solution if you're looking for a static IP address. So if you want to have a home web server or file sharing server or something of a kind with a static IP address, you can have a VPN for like they sell them these days for $10 a month, something like that. So that's a very cheap solution for a static IP address as opposed to going to your ISP provider who's going to sell it to you for a lot larger sum of money and they will give it to you in a bulk. So you will have to take like 4 or 5, something like that, IP addresses, which you will never get to use. Anyway, those are your budget-friendly solutions for such problems, but we will not be dealing with them today. I just wanted to mention them as a bit of extra information. What we are going to do today is open up this website. I've opened up this one. You can open up any other that you would like, but be sure to check the reviews. And I have opened vpnbook.com primarily because I didn't need to register or anything of a kind. I could just start using a VPN service, no problems out of the box. I don't need to install any additional software or anything like that. I just need to download a configuration file, and that is fantastic. That works for me really good because there's minimal work needed and it's going to work for you really good as well. However, if you wish to use a different VPN provider, feel free to do so. And in fact, I encourage you to go out on the net and have a look around to see which VPN providers are out there, what people are saying about each one of them, and which are the best, which are in terms of budget and privacy and speed and stability and so on and so forth, because sometimes you get a VPN and the connection tends to break from time to time. That can be a bit inconvenient. Anyway, let's just go ahead and start the connection process. So I don't want PPTP. I want OpenVPN. And which one am I gonna take? Okay, let's take Germany VPN. So this is a certificate bundle. Open with Arc Manager, no problems. Let's extract them to desktop and okay, so just extract them there and then I'll create a new folder for them. Just minimize this. There we go. Let's just make it a bit neater. Open VPN. There we go. Let's just copy these things into this folder here. Move it right there. And we have, remember how we've actually downloaded duplicates of packets with the same name except one had GNOME in the name of the packet and the other one didn't. So we've downloaded the plugins for GNOME Network Manager and we've downloaded the actual packages for which we can use via terminal as well. So today I'm going to connect to a VPN using nothing but a terminal, primarily because even you can do it through a network manager here. It says VPN connections, configure VPN as we've done before. You just say add and then you can choose here, or you can just import these files here. This is a very simple process and you can do it through a network manager, but if you don't, chances are that you will find yourself in an environment that doesn't have a GUI or something like that, and you will need to do it via terminal. So the process is not very complicated. I will show it to you here. You just have three commands that you need to type in, and that's it. No more configuration is needed. It's just gonna auto load, no problems. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen. You see I've been doing some work there. And go ahead and navigate to your desktop. So root desktop, open VPN. Let's see what's in there. No, I do not want that sort of listing. Give me a long listing. So the ls command also has different forms of listing. I can say LA or something of a kind. I've shown this in one of the first tutorials dealing with Linux command line interface. So LSL. And which one shall we choose? We have port 443 going over TCP port 80, UDP port 25,000, and UDP port 53. I'm going to go ahead with port 443. So type in open VPN space dash dash config space VPN book which one is it? Yep, TCP 443. Press enter and it's going to prompt you for a username. Now don't panic. The username is right on the website. Here, let me just zoom it in for you. See here you have a username. I'm going to go ahead and copy that. Press enter And we also need a password. I can't imagine why did they make the password such, primarily because it's a public password for anyone to use. Paste it here, press enter, and the connection is now going. It's being routed. It should be established any moment now. I'm gonna go ahead and close this site because I will want to reinitialize my Firefox. There you go, initialization sequence completed. Let's see, where am I? What is my IP? Your IP is 178.162.193.223, and apparently I am in Germany. I can assure you that I am not in Germany. That is definitely the IP of the VPN. But this sort of configuration that we have done now will not withstand the DNS leak test. So we need to actually do some alterations there as well. And in order to do that, we will need a new terminal. So go ahead and open it. Type in nano slash etsy resolve.conf. Press enter, and there you go. Now this is generated by Network Manager by default, and the name server is, this is basically your home router IP address in LAN. This is not a public IP address, this is one in LAN that you use to access the router from the LAN network. And we don't really want our computer to use our ISP's DNS server. So let's just comment that out. I mean, the way this works is your DNS requests are forwarded here to this name server, which this is basically the IP address of your router, and then your router forwards them to your ISP provider, which in turn records all your traffic and can eventually be used in order to reveal your physical location, which is bad, which is something we want to avoid. So instead of using the DNS server of your ISP provider, what you want to do is go ahead and type in the browser OpenDNS. I can't do a DNS test like this because I will show you my IP address, but I assure you that this will not pass. This will not withstand it. So where is it? For business, personal, partners. Yep, there we go. So just go ahead and scroll down and click on DNS. Wait for it to open. It's a bit of a heavy site. Excellent. So in the right side of the page, you can see that you have these IP addresses. I'm trying to zoom it in as much as I can, but it's not allowing me. I'm losing certain aspects of it. Excellent, there we go. So we have 208.67.222.222. So just go ahead and copy that. This is OpenDNS, which they're as they say, the fastest, safest, smartest DNS services on the planet. So they really are. Many people have confirmed it. They're very nice to use. Other than that, you also have Google's DNS servers, which are 8.8.8 and 8.8.4.4, if I'm not mistaken. Name server space based, and now I want another one, name server space, and I would like to also have this one as well. Now the reason why you are using two IP addresses and not one is because you want to have a fallback. So if this fails, if for whatever reason this server appears to be down, or if your packets fail to reach it, you don't want your web browser telling you that the connection can't be established or something like that. Rather, instead, you want it just to fall back to this one and then attempt here, and in all likelihood it's going to pass. So one of the two will work pretty much for sure. You can add up to I'm not actually sure. I think it's 3 or something like that, but it really doesn't matter. 2 are more than you need. Just Control O, save it, and exit. Control X to exit. Do not restart your network manager because it will preload the file once again, and you will again be stuck with the DNS servers of your ISP provider. Excellent. So let's just go ahead and see what our DNS leak test says. So DNS, wait. Check for DNS leak. What's going on here? We're going to do a standard. You see the IP address is still shown here. It's telling me that I'm from Germany. I'm not. Do a standard test and see what happens here. And there we go. it says host name. You see ISP X. We can conclude from the host name as well, and we have the IP addresses here, but we're not going to look at those now. Just look at the ISP here. It says ISP OpenDNS, 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 meaning that the ISP provider for my own country has not been revealed here. It has been hidden. If I didn't do this, I would definitely have a DNS leak here, which would be a pretty bad problem, as I would function under the premises that I am anonymous when I'm not, and that can lead to a lot of problems. Anyway, that is how to hide yourselves. That is how to establish a tunnel, something of a kind. I strongly encourage you to do this from the terminal. To establish VPN connections from the terminal, you will have pre-configured files. You can even do the configurations manually if you really feel like it. There's really no need. Takes up a lot of your time. As I said before, you can also do it through the network manager, but I strongly advise against it, primarily because network managers can be different from one system to another. So this is not really a universal way of doing it. Furthermore, there are environments, you will encounter a large amount of environments that won't have a GUI, or you will be in an environment that has GUI, but you will not have the ability to use it. So one problem comes after another if you don't know how to do it in the terminal. Do it via the terminal. That is what I advise you to do. If you really want to do it over the network manager, and if you can't do it on your own, there are a lot of instructions on the net, but if you don't feel like going through them, feel free to post it in the question section. I will be more than happy to help you out depending on which network manager you are using. In any case, I bid you farewell. I thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will talk about MAC addresses, what they are, how they can be used, and how you can change them in order to hide yourself. Well, what is a MAC address? A MAC address is a physical address of pretty much not your computer, but rather instead the network interface in your computer, so the network card. All of your network interfaces, they have a MAC address, be it a wireless or a wired interface. Regardless, it will have a MAC address burnt into it. And as soon as you connect to a wireless network, or as soon as you connect to any LAN network with a wired cable or something of a kind, that particular MAC address is used to identify you in combination with an IP address within that LAN network. The MAC addresses do not go further, do not go outside the LAN, do not go outside the first jump from the first router. So as soon as you go through the first router from your PC, your MAC address is no longer being shared. Anyway, let's just see how a MAC address looks like. So what command do we use if we want to list our network interfaces? Well, you use ifconfig. ifconfig. Press enter. There we go. So I have a loopback interface, which I'm not really that interested. I just want to remove it for the time being. ifconfig eth0. And there we go. So I just wanted a listing for this particular interface, and this is your hardware address. Here it is. Do not confuse it with IPv6 address, which is here. You can see that it is a lot longer and has far more characters than a MAC address. MAC addresses usually well, not usually, but always, and I mean always, the first three sets are used to identify a manufacturer of the device. So the manufacturer is identified by the first three sets, and then the manufacturer assigns other three sets to particular devices as is decided. That you can't really utilize these last three sets because you don't really know what the manufacturer has done with them. But you can use the first three sets in order to figure out who has produced the device, and if you know which company has made the device, then you can know the possible vulnerabilities of that device. This is also one of the methods of footprinting, of figuring out a MAC address of a device, and if you have a MAC address, you can conclude with reasonable safety who the device belongs to, not who the device belongs to, but who has produced it, and in doing so, you will get a better idea of what you can do with the device, how you can exploit it, and so on. Now let's just have a look at it a bit closer. ifconfig. You can also do this. So let me just give an example of a grep command. You can use pipe grep and you can type in this H W A oops H W A D D R. And there you go. This is a far better listing. So it will list ETH, link, Ethernet, and HWADDR, so you can see clearly what is written here. There are methods I can filter this through awk, AWK, and then just remove this and leave only this to be printed out. But here you just have a better overview of the MAC address. This is how you can get it in a bit of a better way. Now keep in mind that this HWADDR can also be, a lot of things can be written here. That depends from one system to another, but it is irrelevant. You can always view it through using an ifconfig command, and then when you know how MAC addresses are written, when you know their formats, you can always recognize them even in the vast mass of information. I'll just go ahead and clear the screen. Since MAC addresses are used to identify you on a wireless network, you should definitely, I mean, they will identify the device, but nobody will know who is using the device. However, if somebody actually bothers to check the devices within the network, they will know who you are. They will be able to kick you off the network, and that's not a good idea. That's not what we want. We want to be anonymous and we want to hide. One of the downsides of MAC addresses and them being used as means of identification is that if you can view the other MAC addresses on the same network in LAN, and then you can copy those MAC addresses, use them as your own, do some sort of shenanigans on the network, admins will notice that there is a problem. They will permanently ban that MAC address, and there you go. You have successfully DDoSed the person you wanted to DDoS. I have seen this used in class so many times. Basically, what people would do is figure out what the professor's laptop MAC address is, and then they would deliberately use malicious activity on the net. Just try logging into a router a couple of times. The administrators would notice, and they would permanently ban that MAC address, effectively rendering that laptop useless for that lecture, because that laptop could no longer connect to the wireless projectors where the presentations were being held. So that's a bit of a downside of it all. They eventually did get caught, and it was a pretty messy situation, but I'm just giving you an example of how these things can be used and abused as well. Not suggesting that you should do something of a kind. Use it for a benevolent purpose. Use it to make money, to advance your career and something like that. Don't use it for silly things such as these, because you literally have no gain, no benefit, nothing. You can only cause yourselves harm in such a way. Anyway, without further ado, you can use a tool called Mac Changer. So Mac Changer, press enter, and there you go. You see it is installed here, and it gives you certain, I have given it no parameters, nothing like that. So it says usage, Mac Changer option, and then device. But I don't want that. I want to use the help bar, and I'm just going to clear this Mac Changer -- help. Let's see what we have here. So you have a few options, not that many. It's a fairly simple tool, easy enough to use. You have this one to print a help, print the version and exit, print the MAC address. You can also view a MAC address with this. I didn't know that actually. Let's give it a try. Mac Changer. I didn't know it because I never bothered to check it in such a way. I always used ifconfig. Wait, is it S? Show ETH0. Well, what do you know? It does actually work. So it says permanent MAC address. This is its permanent MAC address. This is its manufacturer, who owns the first three sets of the MAC address, and then you have the current MAC address, with which we can do whatever we want. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen for convenience sake, and call the help menu once more. So this is one more way to check the MAC address and exit. This you can use actually to verify things. I usually just go and use ifconfig, but this is also a very nice thing to do. Now, this is what I was talking a moment ago. It says do not change vendor bytes. So if you want to change your MAC address but still stay within the same vendor, it says don't change the vendor bytes. So those are the first 6 ones, the first 3 sets, that is. Set a random vendor MAC of the same kind. You can also use those parameters. These parameters are not used that often. Usually what you would use is either a fully random MAC address, or you would use it of a particular vendor. So you would go online, see what the particular vendor MAC addresses are, or you can print known vendors. So you got list, let me just show you, -L, and there are a lot of them. So it is only showing you the first three sets, and then for the other three, you can type in whatever you feel like typing in. It doesn't even matter if you want to be, yeah, that if you, but people don't generally do this. I mean, unless there is some sort of specific thing where you want to hide in the network and pass off as a, you see, it says Balkan, this is a router, so Cisco routers. So if you want to pass on a network as a standardized device within that network and not raise any suspicions, this is a good way of doing it actually, because you can have the MAC address of a device, and if an administrator takes a look, he's going to see, oh, this is one of my routers. What do you suppose that's doing here, or something of a kind. But he won't be able to figure it out until he actually digs deeper. The important thing here is that if anybody digs deep enough, surely enough, they will find that you are doing they will figure out that you are doing something. But the idea is not to raise any flags, any suspicion, and in such a way pass off unnoticed. So once again, call the help menu, and you of course have an ability to cause a fully random MAC address, and this is what I was talking about. See here, use the M parameter or --MAC, and then you type in the MAC address that you want, and this is what people were using. They were using the MAC addresses of legit devices on the network, conduct malicious activity, and then those devices would be banned. So that's a pretty big problem that people were causing. So let me just show you what I mean by let me just show you how the changing of a MAC address looks like. We will deal with this sort of an attack a bit later on when we get into wireless hacking and breaking wireless encryptions and what you can do on a wireless LAN network. But here I just want to show you how a changed MAC address looks like. So let's just show ETH0. Okay, so we've seen this a moment ago. Now here's what happens when I use a MAC changer. MAC changer dash random ETH0. Press enter, and there we go. It says permanent, current, new. So this is the new MAC address, and it says unknown. I haven't assigned it to any particular vendor or anything of a kind. And if I now say show, excellent. So it says permanent and current. So this is the current one is the one that is being shown, that can be seen within the LAN network, and that is used to identify you, even though you can't actually destroy your own MAC address because it's literally burnt in. This one will be shared with everybody else, and this one will remain within your own computer. It will not go through, it will not exit your interface under any circumstances. Anyway, good practice would be to always set up a script which on boot time changes the MAC address and sets it to random every time you boot your computer. So that's not a bad idea either. So if you are doing something and you forget to change the MAC address on LAN or something like that, it can be problematic. So not a good idea would be to set up an automatic MAC changing. So nothing really special there. You don't need to do any particularly difficult tasks. I will show this in the next tutorial, in the follow-up one. But until then, I hope that you have enjoyed the tutorial, and thank you for watching. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will talk about how you can actually schedule tasks to run at reboots, or how you can schedule tasks to run at a certain point of time. Namely, this connects to the previous tutorial, as this is a follow-up, how you can set a script or a command to change the MAC addresses of your interfaces at startup. So every time you basically reset your computer or something like that, every time you turn off your computer and turn it back on, Not only does it give you a random MAC address and anonymizes you further on wireless networks, but rather instead you are effectively making sure that you will absolutely never use your own real MAC address anywhere. That's not a bad idea. You might think to yourself, "Oh well, I can just. Why would I need to do that? I can just change it every time I need to change it." Well, you forget. Trust me. Uh, you don't think about it all the time, and it can be painstaking to think about it all the time. Not a good idea, and you will find yourselves in a situation where you will forget when you will forget to do it, and you will need to do it. That can cause a bit of inconvenience. Not a good idea. It's far simpler to set a cron job uh, once, and it's going to run every time you reboot your computer. Change your MAC address, and that will be just perfect. In such a way, you will effectively ensure that you will absolutely never, on any Wi-Fi network, use your own MAC address, or on any network of any kind or sort. Now, if we take a look in ifconfig, I don't actually have any wireless interfaces configured here, primarily because this is a virtual machine. We will be doing some of the things on my other machine, on Fedora, which is my host machine. But for the time being, we will use ETH0, my wired interface, as an example. But you can just as easily do this with any other interface that you have here. All that is really different is the name of the interface. So for example, this one is ETH0. Wireless one would be ETH1. On my Fedora OS, it's VLP2S0. That's the name of a wireless interface. Why they have named it so, I have no idea, but so it is. In any case, what you would need to do is, let's just go ahead and clear the screen first. There is something called cron jobs. So cron job in pretty much every Linux distribution out there. This is what you use in order to schedule tasks to run for you in an automated fashion. So what you need to type in is cron tab dash help, press enter, and there we go. We have a help menu. It's really small. There aren't that many options. The tool is fairly simple. You use -E to edit user's cron tab. You use -U to specify the user for which you wish to edit the cron tab. That's not a bad idea either if you have lots of users on the system or something of a kind. But other than that, by default, it will edit the cron jobs of a current user. So you can just type in, before we start typing it in, you can also list the user's cron tabs, delete the user's cron tabs, very important, and prompt before. You can also use -I always to prompt before deleting, primarily because when you delete something in Linux, it's not like in Windows. Once you delete it, it's gone, and it's gone. There are some methods of retrieving that sort of information, but more likely than not, it's permanently gone. You will find it very difficult to retrieve information that you have deleted through the usage of terminal, for example, using the rm command or something of a kind. Yeah, I've talked about this previously, but I just wanted to remind you because it is very important, and it has happened to me lots of times that I deleted something which I either could not retrieve or I could only retrieve it, but it was fragmented and there were only bits and pieces of it, so not a good idea. Anyway, enough about that. Let's go ahead and start editing our scripts that will run on startup. So just type in cron tab space -E, press enter, and there we go. We are prompted with this file. This is open with a VI editor, so we will need to go through some of the basics there. It says edit this file to introduce tasks to run by cron. I strongly advise reading through this entire file. It's very small. Like, look, it goes from here to here. So that's the entire README file. That's, you just read it. See, I'm 99% sure that you will be able to understand pretty much everything that is written here. I will explain some of the things, but if you find anything unclear that you see here, feel free to pose it in the questions section. Over here, the last line is actually the format. So uh, you got you got minutes, you got day of the month, you got day of the week. You got a command for the meaning of each of these separate sections. You can read this file here. So mon is month, dom is day of the month, this is hour, this is minute, and so on and so forth. So just go through this file, read through it, and you will understand this format to the fullest of extents. But for the time being, here is the command that I wish to use. In order for you to edit pretty much anything in VI, VI is a Linux text editor. You need to open a file and then press I. Just go ahead and press I on your keyboard, letter I, and it says you are currently in the insert mode. You can see how I'm highlighting it now. It says insert. And now you can actually type things in. What we want to type in is at reboot space, and then type in the command mac changer space -r space eth0. That is the command that we use in order to randomize the MAC address of our eth0 network interface. And here you have at reboot. So when do we want this to happen? At reboot. We want it to happen when we reboot our machine. Execute this command. If you wanted to run a script or something like that, you would just need to specify a path to that script and then a command to execute it. But for the time being, we're not going to use that. We're just going to use a command in order to randomize the MAC address of our network interface. So just press escape now to exit insert mode and press colon on your keyboard. So just press colon on your keyboard and you will be prompted with a command line here. In the command line, you need to type in W for write. So write these changes to a file. And then in addition to W, you also need to write Q, quit. After you've written the file to a file, I want you to quit the file. If this doesn't work, you can also add an additional argument, which is an exclamation mark, to forcibly do it. But there is no need. In this example, it's going to work. So write quit, there we go. It says installing new cron tab. Excellent. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Type in ifconfig eth0. Wait, no, I don't want to use that one. I'll do mac changer -s to show me the MAC address of my interface, eth0. Press enter, and you see it says permanent MAC, this one. Current MAC that we are using, same one pretty much. I don't know, this is the manufacturer, Cadmus Computer Systems, whatever. Just go ahead and reboot the computer, and after the reboot we will see a different MAC address there. Now you don't need to remember the whole MAC address to verify this. Just remember the first pair, the first two digits, the first two places, actually, not digits. It was 08. So 08 were the first two places that were occupied in the MAC address. Once we reboot the system, I will start up the ifconfig, actually not the ifconfig, I will use Mac Changer from now on to actually verify the MAC addresses of my interfaces, even though that is not a good thing. You should really be using ifconfig, primarily because it is a universal way of checking a MAC address on pretty much any Linux distro out there, while on the other hand, Mac Changer is most likely only installed by default on a Kali Linux, and pretty much any other distro does not have it installed by default. So just go ahead and use ifconfig. Oops, no, I do not wish to log in as test. I wish to log in as root. So root test, there we go. We're being logged in at the moment. Sorry for any delays. This is a virtual machine, so it's bound to have some slight delays, but surprisingly I have found it very efficient. It's working at a relatively fast pace. Let's just go ahead and open up our terminal, type in ifconfig, and you can see that the hardware address has been changed indeed. This one is no longer 08. So to confirm this further, let's just go ahead and type in mac changer show eth0. Excellent. So you see permanent MAC is this, current MAC is this. It's of an unknown type, unknown manufacturer, that is. You can take a look at the Mac Changer help menu to specify the type of a MAC address that you wanted to assign to your interface, you can play around with that. I strongly advise that you do. Again, if you have any questions in regards to that, feel free to post them. I will be more than happy to help you out in any way that I can. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will start a chapter on footprinting. So I have explained what the act of footprinting is before, but now we will actually go ahead and conduct a few scans to see how it all works and introduce you to the tools that we will be using. So first off, we need to find ourselves a target to scan. Of course, I could just scan myself or something of a kind, but that would not be a realistic thing really, because I already know what the results are going to be, and plus on top of that, I'm not scanning long range over the internet or something of a kind. I would be scanning within my own local network, so the speeds of the scan would not be realistic, as it would be a lot faster than say when you conduct a scan over the net, some distant and remote server. So what I did was I went online, and you can do the same, and I found on the official Nmap website, they have a section devoted to actually allowing people to scan them to test their tool out. Now I'm selecting the permission. There is a written permission here that you can actually scan this website, and they basically say, I mean, you can scan it to test it out. A few scans a day here is fine, but do not scan 100 times a day or use this to test your SSH brute force password cracking tools, etc. So that's definitely something you don't want to do, but you can run a few scans on this site per day, and according to them, that's perfectly fine. You're not breaking any laws or anything of a kind. I am just emphasizing one more time that you do have a written permission right here on the site, which is fantastic because it gives us an opportunity to actually simulate real-time circumstances and see how Nmap behaves. Now, Nmap is an unescapable tool of pretty much any pen tester out there. Many people say today, well, that it's pointless to port scan, doesn't do you much good, and so on and so forth. Well, perhaps in terms of exploiting the services running on the ports themselves, it doesn't do you that much good, but just by seeing which ports are open and which ports are closed, you can, to a fairly good extent, determine what operating system or what platform is being used on the other side. And then you can find weaknesses of that same platform. Of course, there are some other ways in doing this. I will show them to you, like banner grabbing or something of a kind. But let's just see how Nmap really works. Now, Nmap is known to basically trigger quite a lot of alarms, quite a lot of firewall red flags, so to say. And you want to make sure that your Nmap scans are as quiet as possible. Now there are tools to actually figure this out, but I will show you here how to actually do it via terminal. There's also something called ZenMap. Now ZenMap is basically a graphical user interface of Nmap, but we will not be using that. Rather instead, I want to teach you how to use a terminal version. So Nmap is the one most commonly used, and it is always used in the terminal text format. Rarely anybody uses the actual graphical user interface. In the previous chapter, we have also discussed how to stay anonymous. So at the end of this chapter, I will be combining these things, footprinting, and the act of scanning, and anonymizing your scans. However, you might think about that before you get to the final tutorial of this chapter and perhaps try to do it yourselves. It doesn't matter if you fail or something of a kind. It truly doesn't. What is important is that you give it a shot, and you try it once, okay, failure, fine, no problems. Try it twice, thrice. The fourth time, you're bound to have some sort of results. As long as you keep improving yourselves, it's fine. In any case, without further ado, let's just type in, just nmap dash help. Oops, I mistyped that, of course. Nmap, press enter, and there we go. There are a lot of options here. I mean, a ton load of options. Way more options than we actually need for some sort of basic things. However, uh, eventually over time you will come to understand that all of these options are not here for nothing. They are here because they were needed at some point of time, and they are pretty much all still used. So what you need to do is scroll down to the bottom, and here you have examples of how nmap runs. So you type in nmap dash v, almost always 99% of times, 99% of time is verbose output. It's basically, you're telling your system to give you more information in regards to what it is doing. Dash A, I'm not sure where this function is. Oh, okay, here it is. Dash A, enable OS detection, version detection, script scanning, and trace route. Uh, don't think we're gonna need that immediately. There is dash O function, which is just for OS detection. Anyway, and then you can pass either this one, you see scanme.nmap.org, which is basically the domain name, which will get resolved to an IP address, or you can actually pass it an IP address. And if you're wondering what this is a mask. And it would be very difficult to explain in great detail what this is, but for the time being, know that this is actually an IP address range. So it goes from a certain IP address to a certain IP address, because this goes way into networking and binary numbers and so on and so forth. But you do not actually need to use this format. Not that many people actually use this particular format with the mask. They just tend to specify very specific ranges, because they usually don't have the permissions to scan the entire subnet. Rather, instead, they have to create lists and then skip certain IP addresses and then continue again from a certain point. So they do need to create lists, and that can be a problem. Now, up here, at the top, you have another very important option that's going to come in handy. You have -il, input file name. So you can actually create a list, or in a file, a list of IP addresses, and then you can scan those particular IP addresses. There you also have an ability to do this. Look at what's written here. So just take a look at this segment, and it's 10, 0, and then this segment here, this octet here, it's 0 to 255, and then the last octet is 1 to 255. If you're wondering why I'm calling these things octets, it's because they have 8 bits. Each one of these has 8 bits, and it is represented in a binary form, so it can have 8 zeros, or I don't know, 8 ones, or a combination of ones and zeros, but it has 8 bits, so 8 positions. That's why they're called octets. This is a very common form that people tend to use, and this is what you will find your cells using. Either this will be a method in which you will specify the IP addresses, or you will be passing files. So these files, usually people, well, they either make them themselves, or they can find these IP addresses on the internet. So in addition to this site, nmap.org, you also have this one here, major IP blocks. Let me just see if I've typed in that correctly. And this is yep, there it is. Okay, so this is a fantastic website. The entire range of pretty much all the IP addresses are listed here, and it also says who owns what. It doesn't say for every one of them who owns which one, but for example, you can search and find, and it's going to give you the appropriate IP addresses for that particular country, and it's going to give you the owner of those IP addresses. Usually it's just telecoms, but you also have other people who own them as well. So let's just give it a shot. Search, I don't know, let's just type in Germany, or I don't know, France, whatever. Okay, this is not the proper search, but no, that's not a problem. Actually, you can find it down here, and I'm not gonna type it in here, or I could. Control F, France, there we go, down here, just saving myself a bit of time there, and there we go. So you have a range. This is a given range here. It's from 2000 to 215, 255, 255. This is a massive range. This is a humongous range. Look at how many, this is how many IP addresses you can have in total, how many of them you can generate within this range. So it's quite a lot. It's French Telecom. I don't know, for some reason they need it, so you can sort them out by the owner. And you can see that a lot of them are actually not listed here. Wow, France has like a lot of IP addresses assigned to it. They're not free, they cost money. Let's just go ahead and see down below. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, so you see all of these IP addresses, and this is a pretty massive range. So this is a telecom in in France, sorry, not in French, in France. Look at how many IP addresses ranges they have. So that's quite a lot. And this site, as I said previously, you can use to figure out which IP address range do you wish to scan, but you usually do not have the permission to scan the entire range. You can scan certain IP addresses within that range for which you have a permission, but also a very nice site to determine where the IP address is from or something like that. However, always remember, once you get an IP address, your search engines on the net are your best friends. This is one of major components of footprinting. You can do the following. You can type in who space is and then type in an IP address. I don't know, I'm just going to type in this random IP address. So if you don't want to see it here, you can have a look at it here. Oops. Who is. And I don't know, somebody's going to tell me who this guy is, or to whom does this. There we go. So I've typed in who is, and I've picked the first website out that I could find, and here I have all the information in regards to that particular IP address. I have a country, I have the username of the admin, I suppose. I have its status, remarks, source. I even have a, yep, there we go. There's actually an address, a physical address of the IP address, which is ridiculous. Yeah, so as I said, search engines are your best, and I mean absolutely best friends. If you want to find pretty much anything on the net or something like that in regards to an IP address to do any sort of research. So those are the two tools that I have showed you. Actually, three of them. Well, one tool and two websites that you can the one tool, one website, and one search method, which you can use in order to determine where the IP address is from or who is using it, and even to determine its physical location. Although its physical location can be assigned to a telecom, and that telecom can assign it to a city and to a specific region in the city or something of a kind, and then you can find it on Google Map, on Google Earth or something of a kind, but usually those things are not that precise. What is precise, however, is that the IP address belongs to a telecom or something of a kind, and they keep rotating them in between the cities. So if you have, let's say, 100,000 IP addresses that you've scanned, and if you wish to sort them out by the city, you will get like 70 to 90% accuracy depending on which country did you do it. Can be problematic because you're going to miss out on some things, but if you don't need 100% accuracy, you can get your sorting done pretty well. There are databases which you can update. I will show you these things. They're called GeoIP lookups. But before we do that, you also have something called NS lookup, NS lookup, and I'm just going to use this generic name here, scanme.nmap.org. Let's paste it. And there we go. I've basically said I want to look up files on scanme.nmap.org. And okay, this is my DNS server, which is basically my router. You see it says port 53. You know immediately that it's DNS because all DNS traffic runs on port 53. And then we have the results. So this is the domain name, and you get the IP address down below. So this is also one of the ways in which you can get the IP address of a site with a domain, because once you know the domain, you don't actually know the IP address until you look it up or something like that. But there's a far simpler method. You don't need to use NSLOOKUP. Oh, by the way, NSLOOKUP also works in reverse. So just type in NSLOOKUP, and you can type in the IP address. So just go ahead and press enter. Okay, so this has run through a process of some sort down below. These are authoritative answers from the, it says name servers. Basically what that means, they are DNS servers, and they're giving you responses and telling you to whom the domain belongs to and so on and so forth. But look, ignore this part, and for the time being we can also ignore this part until we get into DNS, into spoofing the DNS and changing it and so on and so forth. What I want to show you here is that you can actually get a domain name by typing in NSLOOKUP and then the IP address, and here where it says non-authoritative answer, you get the IP address and then you get the name, which is the domain name. However, you might notice that there was a problem here, that this IP address does not match this one. Well, guess what? It actually does. Try looking at in reverse. So it's 74, 74 here, 207, 207 here, 244, 244 here, and 221 here, and 221 here. So when you do an NS lookup, and when you pass in an IP address, it's going to do a reverse lookup in the DNS MX records or something of a kind. It's gonna query the DNS servers, and the DNS servers are gonna give it a response. But in the MX records, this is basically how things are written. You write an IP address in reverse, and then you put this in -addr.rpub. But this part really is not that interesting to us. This is more interesting to server admins who configure the DNS servers or something of a kind. In any case, for the time being, but don't worry, we will get to DNS servers in the later stages of this tutorial once we are done with these things. In any case, what is important for you here is you've typed in an IP address, you've used a tool called NSLOOKUP, and you have gotten a domain name in return. And now you can start doing some other things as well, but we will be dealing primarily with Nmap. Nmap as a tool in order to scan networks and to retrieve information from them. But this, what I've showed you now, is some basic information retrieval and some basic external sources that you can use. In any case, I'll see you in the second in part 2 or the second tutorial of Nmap introduction, and there we're going to actually conduct some scans and see how it all works. Thank you for watching, and I hope to see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will do some actual scanning, and for that I have picked a domain outside of my local area network. You can find this on the Nmap official site, so it's scanme.nmap.org. This domain they have given, and you can feel free to scan it. Well, not as much as you wish, because 100 times a day is not okay, but a couple of times a day is okay, and you can test out whether your Nmap works and how it works. So I need to take this domain. You cannot use Control-C or Control-V in the terminal, primarily because Control-C is the universal interrupt and Control-V will simply not work. You will need to use a mouse and manually do it. In any case, we need to trim this down. We don't need any of these things. We just want the domain name to remain. And now I'm going to go ahead and type in nmap space, and there we go. We're going to now scan this domain. However, if I just press enter like this, it's gonna conduct some scanning. It will do the job, I assure you, but it will give us no output of whatsoever. So this will be continuously empty until the scan is actually complete. Now, on short scans such as these, that's probably okay, but if you're conducting a scan that can last up to a day or something of a kind, it's pretty worrying to see that there is nothing here. I mean, you're not sure whether it's working, is it bugged or whatnot. That's why it is always better to pass a V option for verbose output. I have a preference to pass a double V option for extra verbose output pretty much. So it tells me pretty much everything that it is doing and how it is functioning, and I can see it as it goes on. and I can see that some ports are open a little bit earlier, prior to the completion of the scan. I'll just go ahead and start the scan, and you can see immediately before it finished the scan, it has told me that the port 22 and the port 80 are open. Now, by default, Nmap will scan for 1000 ports. You can tell it to scan for more ports, no problems. You can tell it to scan for the maximum range of ports. It's 65,000 something. I'm not exactly sure what the end number is, but it's 65,000 something. And you can find this on the net if you wish. You can pass an option to Nmap to do a full port scan, so all of the ports will be scanned. Although rarely anybody does that, it's time consuming. Usually you have an idea what sort of services you want to target, and then you scan for the ports on which those services are likely to run. For example, port 22, that would be SSH, and port 25, that's SMTP. If you don't know what that is, it's a mail server. 80 HTTP, and you have a ping echo as well on port 9929. And now the states of these ports are rather clear. So it's open, 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 and you can also get a state closed because it says here not shown. 996 ports closed. They are closed. And when it says filtered, well, usually there's a firewall setting which is dropping the packets. It's not closing the port perhaps, but it's definitely doing something to the packets coming on that port. It's perhaps blocking them from a certain IP or something of a kind. There can be a lot of options here. In any case, the general meaning of this filtered flag here is that the Nmap cannot determine whether the port is open or closed. Usually want to stay away from those ports, or you can do some extra research and find out how you can access them. Maybe they require a particular app or a particular protocol or something of a kind to be accessed, and that's why Nmap cannot actually figure pretty much anything out of it. That can be a bit problematic. I would definitely, as I said, advise to stay away from them. Stick to the open ones and see what you can do with the open ports here. Now, Nmap also has a option to create greffable output. Basically, what that means is that you can sort whatever you get, whatever result you get, into a file. You can store it and sort it as well. And then what you gain an ability to actually extract pretty much separate bits and pieces of information. For example, you just want the IP addresses of hosts that are up, or you want the IP addresses of hosts that have port 22 open or filtered, or that are running a certain service like SSH or SMTP or HTTP or something of a kind. However, I won't be doing that for scanme.nmap.org. I believe I have used their system enough, and for this example, I require a range of IP addresses to give you a meaningful result. So what I'm going to do is scan my local subnet, and if you don't know what yours is, well, it's most likely configured as mine is, but if it's not, just type in, well, let's just clear the screen first, type in ifconfig, and you will get a result here for ETH0 or for whatever interface you are using. Just take a look at this IP address that has been assigned to this interface. So the lowest and the maximum value of the final octet here, or the first octet here, will be the range of your local subnet. So from 0 to 255. Let me just show you how that looks like in case you did not understand here. Type in nmap, and then for a greffable output we need OG space dash, and then we need to give it a range of IP addresses. So 192.168.1.0-255. So it's going to scan for all the IP addresses that have this and that go from 0 to 255. Now keep in mind that I can customize this range any way I want. For example, here where it says 1, I can type in dash 267. So it's gonna use this octet and this octet in combination, and it's going to scan for all possibilities, although that might take a lot of time because that's a lot of IP addresses. Anyway, I'm not just done yet. what I need to do is actually cause a redirect. So before I cause a redirect, I'm just gonna give it a double verbosity mode. And why am I redirecting my standard output? Well, I don't want all the information to just be printed out on the screen, on the terminal screen, where eventually it will be lost pretty much as soon as I close the terminal, or as soon as enough commands are passed that the cache needs to be rewritten for the terminal or something of a kind. Uh, Furthermore, if it's written out in standard output and on the terminal itself, I can't do anything else with it. I cannot manipulate it. It's not a file that I can take or something of a kind. Rather, instead, it's just standard output. What I want to do is cause a redirect with a greater than sign into some sort of file. So I'm just going to go ahead and type in home, and I don't know, I can maybe not home. Well, not desktop. That's not a good idea. Let's just leave it at home. That's better. And I'm going to name this file scan. Excellent. So all the results that Nmap gathers now will be stored into this file here. Well, into this file here with the path, and this is the path to the file. Now, since I have passed a good amount of hosts here, I mean, I've given it 255 hosts. Because I'm in LAN, it's going to go faster, but when you're doing this over the internet, a very good idea is to pass a port, or at least a port range. Don't let it scan all 1000 ports, or even worse, do not specify that it should scan a full port range, primarily because regardless of what sort of internet connection you have, it will take a good amount of time to finish. Furthermore, uh, I mean, you're bound to trigger some red flags or something of a kind, so you should define a port here in order to save yourself a lot of time. And I mean, generally, you will know which service you want to attack. You will have some sort of an idea there. I'm going to go ahead and pass port 22. That is the port that I wish to scan for. And press enter and hope to God that it works. There we go, it is functioning, but it finished rather fast. But even though I passed the double verbosity mode, everything here is being redirected here. So I will see nothing. If this scan takes longer when you're doing it over the internet, and it will take longer if you're doing it over the internet, don't think immediately that something is bugged, primarily just because nothing is being written down below. If we just change to home and list what is there, there we go, we have the scan. So let's just do this, ls. Now look what I'm doing here. I'm going to do a very similar thing with our scan file, and I'm going to type in grep scan. Press enter, there we go. I have passed the ls command to list pretty much everything within the home directory, and then I have piped the output of ls to grep. Basically, pipe means just pass it. I've passed the output to grep, and what grep does is basically pull whatever you specify here. It just pulls it from the output. I've told it to pull whatever is in there that has a name scan, or that has a string scan within it. So I could have had a name like AAA scan BBB. It would still pull it, no problems. This is one of the ways in which you can make sure that the file is located within a certain folder, especially in situations where you have hundreds of files in a single folder and you just can't go through them all manually. Use a grep if you know the name, or if you know a partial name, in order to figure out what is where. So I'll just go ahead and clear the screen, and let me just show you what is located within our scan file. So let's scan, press enter. And there we go. So we have pretty much all the hosts within my LAN network, within my local subnet. They're all down, of course, because I don't have 255 computers or devices within my home network. Rather, instead, you see what it has found. It has found this is the router IP, the router that I'm using for this test, and it says port 22 filtered TCP SSH. Excellent. That one has an open port of 22. Also, its status is up, and I also have on 100 status is up, 22 is closed, On 102, it's up, it's filtered, and so on and so forth. So let me just go ahead and quit this, and I'm gonna do a very similar thing here because I want to leave it on the screen so I can explain it to you. The less command is very nice, but when you exit, it disappears. Cat, however, just prints everything within a file to standard output, and it stays here pretty much for the duration of the terminal. The reason why I did this will become apparent quite soon. So what you want to do now is type in cat scan as before, and now we want to pipe the output of scan to grep in order to pull something out of here, some sort of useful information. Let's say that I want to pull all the hosts that are up. I want to pull all live hosts. I want to see their IP addresses. And when I type in grep, what is the universal markation for all the hosts that are up? Well, you have a flag here, next status, and then flag up. Let's just go ahead and type in up. Press enter. Excellent. Well, just to give you a bit of clarity, there we go. You have these flags which are up, so I have all the hosts here that are currently up and running, that are alive on the network. But this is not what I want. If I wanted to pass these IP addresses to a program, to another program or something of a kind, I wouldn't be able to pass this whole line because it would make no sense if the other program is requesting only the IP address of the host. Because you can do one nmap scan to see which hosts are alive, and then once you figured out which hosts are alive, then you can do a more detailed scan on those particular hosts, and in such a way you would save a lot of time. So we have these hosts here, but we want to pull these IP addresses, and I'm afraid I just can't do that with grep. Perhaps I even could, but I mean it would just be too complicated and too complex, and it really wouldn't be practical. That is why Linux has something that is called awk. So AWK. It's basically used for formatting text and pulling out certain parts of a file that you have deemed that you need or something of a kind. Now, you can make a separate tutorial on awk. You can have hundreds of hours, and there would still be features of it that you would not know. I would strongly advise you to familiarize yourselves with awk. Take a look at the man pages for awk. However, for the time being, and for the purposes of this tutorial, we will be using some basic awk commands, which pretty much everybody uses and which are a necessary part of pen testing, primarily because you need to do stuff of a kind that we're going to do here. So cat scan, print everything to standard output, grep up. So grep all lines that contain the word up, and then what I want to do here is eliminate this part, leave this part in, and eliminate this part. So how shall I do that? Well, the first thing that we need to specify is a field delimiter. What a field delimiter is, basically, if you say that the colon here is a field delimiter, this will be one field, this will be another field, and this will be yet another field. So you will have 3 fields in total. However, that doesn't really work for us, does it? Because if we say that the colon is a delimiter, this entire section that I've highlighted will be considered a field, and we will have parentheses and status, the parts that we don't really want. What you can use as a field delimiter here is a space. So space here. This is one field, this is going to be another, and this is going to be again a field delimiter because there's a space, and this will be a third one, and then you have again space, and the fourth one, and so on and so forth. So in order to specify a field delimiter to be space, well, simply leave an empty space in between the quotation marks. Generally, you would put quotation marks, and you would specify a field delimiter in between them. If you wanted a colon, this is how you would do it. But we don't want a colon, we just want a space, and that's it. Open single quotation marks, open curly brackets, type in print space $, and then you just need to type in the number of the field that you would like to print out. So we would like to print out the second field, 2, close curly brackets, close quotation marks, press enter, and there we go. We have all the IP addresses listed of the hosts that are up without anything else. Now what you can do with this is, well, pass it to another file. It's called contain scan2, press enter, and then you can type in nmap dash il scan2. Then you can do a full nmap scan for just 4 hosts. This might take a bit of, oops, nope, I don't want to do it like that. Let me just give it to double verbosity mode. Excellent. So now you can do a full scan for just 4 hosts instead of doing it for all 255 hosts. Just figure out which hosts are alive, and you don't need to do that with port 22 or something of a kind. Just do a ping sweep, and that's going to be it. You will be able to figure out which hosts are alive, perform detailed analysis of those particular hosts, and you can see I'm already receiving information here. It says port 21, not a yeah, that's not the best of ideas, but this is my home router that I'm using for these testing purposes. It is filled with holes, and don't worry about it. I'm gonna switch it as soon as I'm done with the tutorial. I have 443 on 102, so I probably have some SSL going on there. Port 80 here, port 23. We will soon see what all these services mean. However, you can experience these flags here, and usually you will get them. Delays because there are some packets that are being dropped, some that are being refused by the servers on the other side. You can also have time limiters and so on and so forth. So here you can see the scans and what they have revealed thus far. They've given me detailed scans, and they can tell me pretty much everything that I want to know in regard to the local area network. It even gives out the MAC addresses, which I'm going to cover up and you won't be able to see them. But in any case, you see how much information do you get and how much time you can save. Now I am going to call the tutorial here, and we will move on to the next one. I hope that you've enjoyed this one, and I'll see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you a little bit more stuff that you can do with Nmap, but more importantly than that, I will show you a tool which you can use to assign a physical location, namely a city, to an IP address. It's relatively precise, it's relatively good, but the downside of it is that you can only make 1,000 queries per day, which is still very reasonable. I mean, 1,000 queries per day is a pretty good thing. However, if you're doing some sort of mass scanning or something like that, it won't really help you. You will need to go online and download the libraries for that. But 1,000 is a very good number, and let me just show you how it actually works. So here I have a command. This is the command that I've used to scan scanme.nmap.org and to get some information from it. So it's curl space ipinfo.io / and then you get an IP address here. It's a curl script, so let me just copy paste that here, and this is the command curl. This is the argument that you are passing to it along with the IP address. Once you press enter, it queries the server, and there you go. You have an IP and you have a host. You get a host name as well. You get a city. It's Vermont. Its region, it's California. Country, US. You even get some coordinates here, organization, postal code, and so on and so forth. So you get some really useful information here in regard to an IP address. But as I said, the downside is that you can make only 1,000 queries per day. So you're not doing anything illegal here or anything of a kind. You are simply querying a database somewhere in the world to give you specific information on an IP address. You could have done this by simply typing on the net who is. However, I wish to teach you how to do these things in the terminal so that you would be less dependent on the browser or things of a kind. Anyway, let me just go ahead and clear this. Now, what I wanted to discuss with you today are some external resources which you can use in combination with Nmap. Nmap has a wide variety of scripts that are applicable to it. and then you will be able to use Nmap in order to scan for particular vulnerabilities on the servers elsewhere in the world. So just go ahead and open up your browser. Okay, so I have this website, scanme.nmap.org, open here. And on that website, there is a link. It's nmap.org, and then some link here. You can just copy paste this if you wish, or something of a kind. Just read through it and then navigate over on their website. But it's not really that hard. Look, I'm here on Nmap's website, and I have a list of categories of what sort of scripts can I run with Nmap in order to scan for particular vulnerabilities. So I have there are 490 scripts, which is a lot. So I can, for DOS, for denial of service attacks, those sort of vulnerabilities, for exploits, for, I don't know, external, for brute forcing, for authentication, etc. Anyway, let's just go and click on one of them. Pretty much any will do. It's not a problem. I'm going to go ahead and click on vuln, some general thing, and now I have all these things here. So if you're wondering, well, how can I bypass firewall rules? Well, simply use a script. It says firewall dash bypass detects vulnerability in NetFilter and other firewalls that use helpers to dynamically open ports for protocols such as FTP and SIP. So this is going to help in a good amount of cases. You can go ahead and let's open it up in a new link, in a new tab, sorry. And once you click on it, you get the exact syntax how to use it. So example usage. It gives you the exact syntax. There is nothing different that you need to do here. Instead of lesser than, target, greater than sign, just type in the IP address and that's it. Literally, that is the only thing that you need to change here. Just type in, copy paste this command. So just copy it and then just change the last thing into the IP address that you wish to scan. Now, I'm not going to go through all of them. As I said, there are 490 scripts. We will be using some of them, however, in the later tutorials where you will get some clear demonstrations once we actually start attacking particular services and start exploiting their vulnerabilities. However, again, I won't go through all 490 of them because the course would be ridiculously long. But you can go there. You can go to the Nmap website, find this. So look, you have security tools, security lists, scanners, etc. There are so many resources here that you can use, and I strongly advise you to go onto this website and check it out. But just take a look. This is probably the most important part for you and for everybody on this website is the availability of these scripts. So just take a look at what they do and what you can do with them, primarily because you can save yourselves a ton load of time by just conducting a scan for certain types of exploits. If I click on exploits, it gives me all sorts of exploits. So for example, if I'm attacking a very secure file transfer protocol, just read through it. It explains in great detail what it does, and if you click on it, it's going to give you the exact syntax which you need to use. Literally the exact syntax which you need to use. Right next to it, you just type in the IP address of whatever host you want, and that's it. There are no changes. There is nothing else that you need to do. You just copy paste this and change the name here. Anyway, I'm just going to go and scroll up. And then I have yet another website that I wish to show you. It's called ExploitDB. So just type in ExploitDB. And the first site that pops up, Exploit Database by Offensive Security, click on it. This is pretty much one of the largest databases out there in regard to vulnerabilities. You can find them all in one place here. They are literally here. There are some very nice wireless tricks that you can do here, reverse shells, privilege escalation, pretty much everything. We will be using this site extensively in the follow-up tutorials in other chapters as well, but I just wanted to mention it here primarily so that you can explore it a little bit, and I strongly do advise you to do it. Just go through the website. For example, take a look at the router that you are using. Just see what sort of a router you're using, see what sort of a router was provided to you by the ISP provider, and then go ahead, click on search in the upper right in the on the top menu. It's in the right. I'm selecting it now, so just going to click on it once again and search for the vulnerabilities of your home routers. See what you can do with it. See you can you can look at it by a port. There is a free text search, description, order, their platform. Look at how many platforms are down there. If you don't know what platform it is, just try a free search thing. Type in the name of your router, type that in free search text, and it's bound to give you some vulnerabilities, because pretty much all the home routers have more vulnerabilities than they should. So that is the task that I leave you with. I want you to open up this website, exploit database, find the vulnerability of your router, of your home router, figure out which one it is first. But usually you can do this by just looking at the box of the router, and once you've done that, you can once you found the vulnerability, there will be a description how to use it. Try using it, try exploiting it. If it fails, and it probably won't, because all you need to do is copy paste things into the Linux terminal, and we're going to do a lot, and we're going to do some demonstrations later on along the way as we do some more complex stuff. But before we do it, I want you to try it, and if you have any questions, post them in the question section. I will be more than happy to not only answer them, but also to help you through the process as well, in terms of instructing you or something like that. You don't need to pay anything extra for that. I will do it gladly and help you out. But please give it a shot. Try it first, and then continue up with the tutorial. See what I do. Then perhaps you can fix your technique and improve yourselves. Before I leave, just one more time, over here you have scripts that you can use with Nmap to detect particular vulnerabilities. Just click on it. Once you click on it, you will get the exact syntax. All you need to do is change the IP address and type in exploit db. Use this website extensively. It is very good. There are lots of vulnerabilities on it. Pretty much all of them are located there. It's completely free. You don't need to pay anything for any of the services that I have mentioned here. Open, free, anybody can access, no registration required. And with that, I will leave you today, and one more time I will urge you to try it yourselves and then continue on with the course where I do it myself, and then you can see the particularities and the fine details of how it is done. I bid you farewell, and until next time. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will begin a chapter on wireless hacking. So first off, you need to know that there are different types of encryption. There is VEP or WEP, and whoever still is using WEP doesn't really deserve to have wireless, just saying, primarily because it's practically as if you had a free password or an open Wi-Fi. It doesn't really matter, it's quite easy to crack, no problems, 321. However, if you're using VPA or VPA2, that is another story. That's quite difficult to crack, especially if the passwords are longer or something of a kind. There are different methods for direct wireless hacking, and I really would not recommend them in all circumstances. There are some circumstances which are favorable to these sort of methods. However, what is always better is to actually get an IP of the router and then attack the router itself, because usually it has far more vulnerabilities than the VPA2 encryption that you are trying to crack. However, since we are cracking wireless, I'm just going to go ahead and type in ifconfig here, and you will notice that I don't have a wireless interface here. Why is that? Well, even though I have a network integrated card, wireless one, within my laptop, this is a virtual machine, and virtual machines do not support integrated network cards. They can only go through your through your host machine, and in such a way, virtual machines are secure, so you can install all sorts of stuff on them, viruses, etc., and you'll still be safe. They won't be infecting you, and they won't be able to disrupt the normal functioning of your host machine. However, there are methods where you can get a USB wireless card and plug it in, and you can set up a pass-through for your wireless machine and in such a way gain access to wireless. However, password cracking from a virtual machine is not a good idea. I mean, it's a terrible idea, especially using VirtualBox. Maybe if you were using Xen or something of a kind, where you have 90 to 95 native performance, that would be great. But using VirtualBox for password cracking, that is a really bad idea. Primarily because, let me just show you here. If you go up, if you go devices, and I can click on, sure, why not? I'm just gonna go ahead and click on network settings, and then I will get the menu for the other things. So let's just go ahead and click on general. Is it here? No, system, sorry. Look, first of all, it has base memory. This can be altered when the machine is off. You cannot change the settings here while the machine is turned on. First of all, it says that I have 2 gigs of RAM available for this particular virtual machine. Now, that's great for day-to-day operations, especially for Linux that requires 512 megabytes to run. However, if you want to brute force a password, if you want to take that path, if you want to use a brute force method just by generating huge password lists and trying to guess it, this is not really a good amount of RAM. Actually, this is a terrible amount of RAM for such a task. And if we go ahead and click on the processor, you will see that, okay, execution cap is 100%, but we only have a single core assigned. It says here 1 CPU core in the upper bar, in the upper status bar. It says processors. It's gray at the moment because you can't change the amount of processors that a machine is using while it's running. So that makes no sense of whatsoever. You wouldn't be able to do that in the real world either. Maybe on some large servers or something like that, but even they're very doubtful that you can actually swap a processor. That's mainly for swapping disks or adding RAM or something of a kind. In any case, it has only 1 CPU assigned to it. I know it says here 4, but I have an Intel i7 inside, and the VirtualBox supports only four CPU cores for its machines, and it is take it into you should take into consideration that you really won't need more than 4 for your virtual machines, especially if you're performing some testing tasks, or I don't know, even if you're programming, unless you're doing something specific that is strongly related to graphics, you won't be needing that many cores or anything of a kind. 1 CPU is perfect. That's fine. You won't need any more. So anyway, I'm just gonna go ahead and click, oh wait, acceleration, yep, never mind. I'm gonna click OK here, and I just want to show you that in order to demonstrate that the resources of your virtual machine are simply not sufficient in order to support a brute force method. As I said, you can actually buy for about 20 bucks somewhere in the store a network card, a USB network card with wireless one. Plug it in, pass through the ports, and it's gonna work, but it's gonna be terribly slow. What you need to do is either set up a dual boot, or if you are running a Linux machine as your host machine, you can do what I will do now. Let me just move away from this. Excellent. So because my main machine is Fedora Linux, I have installed all the necessary tools on it. Pretty much you can install the same tools on Fedora as you can on Kali, and I will be doing my pen testing from here, from Fedora. I will exit the virtual machine. I will no longer use Kali for this purpose. However, if you are a Windows user, if you don't have a native Linux system as your host machine, you will also be able to do this in Windows. I will show you the installation process alone. I will not show the actual method, but principles are the same. Primarily because when you do it in Windows, you have to use the GUI mode, and quite frankly, for these sort of things, I personally do not like to do them via GUI. It's far more effective to do them from the terminal. So some of the tools that we will need, I will just mention them here, and feel free to read up on them a little bit in the net as you progress through the course, and then go through the videos as well. So there's a lot of extra information out there on the net, especially if you're facing some sort of bugs or something of a kind. Also, feel free to post it in the question section if something is not working. I will be more than happy to try to fix it for you. So just type in yum search. Oops, sorry, yum search. This is one of the tools that we will need. Air crack -ng. Press enter, and it should find it shortly. There we go. AirCrack is in the default repositories of Fedora, and you will be able to find it there without any sort of problem. So it says AirCrack-ng x86-64. This is a standard for wireless, and it says sniffer, VEP, and VPA PSK key cracker. We're interested in this part, key cracker. Basically, you can install it anywhere. We can even install it on the virtual machine, capture the file on the host machine, transfer the file there, but there really is no point to do that. Now, we will install it, and I will teach you how to use it. There are lots more things related to AirCrack, but there is one more tool that we will use that employs a completely different method, uses a completely different way of cracking wireless passwords. And we'll mainly be talking about VPA and VPA2 passwords encryption methods. I will do a brief demonstration of how to crack WEP, but I mean, chances of you encountering WEP in today's world are practically non-existent. I mean, if just you open up your cell phone, I don't know if you're using Android or Apple's phones or whatever, or Windows phones and whatever else is out there. Just take a look at the wireless networks around you and take a look at the encryption methods, because they will be shown to you. You will almost never see VEP. If you ever do see it, it's practically open Wi-Fi, because WEP has been cracked. It takes a very short amount of time to break it without any sort of problems. You don't need to use any sophisticated methods of any kind or sort. A child could crack it without any problems. Basically, just follow through the procedure, and that's it. Now, as I was saying, there is another method of doing this for VPA, and the tool name is Reaver. Now, Reaver is not in Fedora's default repository, so we will need to go through the installation process and find it on the net. But basically what Reaver does is guesses the pins on your router. So most routers these days have pin authentication, whereby you press a button and everybody around you can connect to that router, basically. These things have been invented primarily for Windows users. Rarely, very rarely, will you find a Linux with support for pins, primarily because the method is highly insecure. I mean, that is really one of the downsides of wireless. If you're using pin authentication, you should definitely disable it on your home routers, as it enables malicious attackers to basically take your Wi-Fi, get your IP address, and from there move on to more serious things. I will show you how to disable these things as well on one of my routers that I have here. I think I have a TP link or something like that. I will plug it in later on and show to you what it does. But in any case, as a part of the AirCrack package, you will get a few other programs which we will use, and later on there is one program in AirCrack package that enables you to perform a DOS attack on wireless networks around you. So you will be able to pretty much de-authenticate whoever you want, whenever you want, as long as two conditions are met. The first condition is proximity, that you are close enough to the network. And the second condition is that you actually have to scan in monitor mode with your network card and figure out what is going on around you, what is the MAC address of that access point, and what is the MAC address of the person you want to jam. This is not that difficult to do. This is easy. Both MAC addresses are public information. Pretty much all you need to do is listen for them, and that is what monitor mode is. Basically, network cards have a lot of modes that they can operate in, and well, maybe not a lot. Maybe not a lot. I think it was six or something like that. But there are only two which are of interest to us. There's the promiscuous mode where your network card will only process traffic that is meant exclusively for it, regardless of, I don't know, capturing some other traffic that is being transmitted wirelessly through the air. I mean, just think about it. You have so many wireless access points around you, and they are all communicating with devices, and it's not like that wireless access point can send a signal in a specific direction to your device. No, it sends it in a spherical fashion, and your device catches it. A lot of other devices catch it, but since the information is encrypted and since the information is not for them, they immediately figure out that it's not for them, namely your network cards figure it out, and they immediately disregard the information. They don't do anything with it. However, if you put your network cards into monitor mode, they will actually take all of this traffic, process it, and see what they can get from it. Some of it is encrypted, most of it is encrypted, but some of it isn't, like the MAC addresses, which can't be encrypted. And that's the bright side of it all. You can take it and you can jam whoever you want. You can deny wireless access to pretty much every to everybody within range with just having your laptop, and no extra devices are needed. This is all pure software. You don't need any extra devices. Of course, it is necessary that your network card supports monitor mode. There is a compatibility list on the net. I will show it to you in the follow-up tutorial, but for the time being, I just wanted to introduce you to the chapter and to see what we shall be doing. So before you, I would advise, you don't have to, of course, and you will be able to fully follow through the next tutorial without doing this, but I would just advise typing aircrack-ng on Google or your whatever your favorite search engine is, and type in reverb. Just read the first post, read the first couple of sentences of the first post that comes by, and see if you can collect some information there. Then you can continue on watching the next video where I will show you how to install these things. I will show you how to install aircrack-ng on Windows, and I will attempt a Reaver as well, but sometimes Reaver tends to break on Windows and that can be problematic. But primarily I will show you how to install aircrack-ng. I'll show you how to use it there a bit. It's not that hard. There's a graphical interface practically. You can just click through it, no problems. However, I restate once again that you should have a Linux host machine which you can use, to which you have access, primarily because a lot of these tools are a lot faster on Linux machines. They work much better, they're faster, and quite frankly, they are easier to install. Plus, you get a higher degree of anonymity. Anyway, I bid you all farewell, and I'll see you in the follow-up tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you how you can install Aircrack and Reaver. So Aircrack is pretty simple. Just type in yum install aircrack -ng, and it's gonna pick up the right version by default. So just go ahead and press enter. In Fedora, it runs through checks every time you call yum. You can pass a -c argument in order not to do that. It says package aircrack-ng is already installed and latest version. But if you might be prompted for a question along the way. If you want to skip that, just go ahead and type in -y. That's it. With this command that I am selecting at the moment, installation will fly through. You won't be prompted for any questions, and you will have aircrack-ng installed on your system without any problems. However, Reaver is quite a different story. Reaver cannot be found in Fedora's repositories, and therefore it has to be downloaded from the net. Now, there are lots of places to do this. I have chosen to download it from Google Code. That's basically the safest place from where you can download it. And let's just go ahead, open up my favorite browser, which is Firefox. You can open whatever you wish. Type in Reaver Google Code. Should pop up. Yep, this is it. There we go. Now we are on Google Code website where we have Reaver VPS. You have a description here, and you have a pro version here. basically the difference between the Pro version and the one that we're getting for free is this graphical user interface, which, I mean, let's face it, if you're a pen tester, you or a white hat hacker, you're not going to be using that much of a GUI. I mean, pretty much not at all. Optimized pin sequencing, this just means that it's gonna try pins in a certain order, which is more likely to succeed than the default one, according to someone, but not necessarily true. And integrated WEP cracking, and as I said, you don't really need WEP. You're not going to be able to find it these days pretty much anywhere. If you do, as I said before, those people don't deserve to have Wi-Fi. It's basically open Wi-Fi, regardless of what sort of a password you put in. Make sure you're not one of those people. I mean, fine, okay, somebody's gonna be able to connect to your network and all that, but it opens up a route for a lot worse activity, for something more malicious. Let's put it so. They'll be able to reroute your traffic and do stuff of a kind and sniff it. Not a good idea. Just switch to VPA or VPA2. Anyway, uh, I'm gonna go ahead and click on downloads in the upper left corner. And there are different versions here that can be downloaded. I mean, there are bug fixes. There are no fundamental differences in the way that Reaver works in between these versions, but there are bug fixes definitely, and that is very nice. It is maintained. The package, there's support for it, and so on. So just go ahead and click on Reaver 1.4.tar.gz, and it says reaver.tar.gz here, file description, etc. This is a checksum. You can use this in order to verify is your file intact, but I'm not going to do that now. I'm just going to go ahead and download it. So once it is downloaded, you can go ahead and open up the folder in which it actually exists, and I have a lot of things here. Where is it? Where is it? Here we go. So it says I have different versions that I have downloaded from different sites, but if you find this package that I am selecting for you at the moment, it says Reaver 1.4 FC20. The letters are pretty small, and this is maximum that I can zoom it in. Uh, don't download it. It doesn't work that well at all. It tends to break, and the .rpm extension doesn't work quite as you would expect it to work. Just download it from Google Code and compile it from source. There's no reason why not to do it, especially when you have me showing you in detail how to do it. So just go ahead and double click on this file. You can extract it through a GUI method. It's far simpler. You can also extract it through the terminal, but I'm just going to go ahead and use GUI for this occasion. This is one of the advantages of Linux over Windows. By default, it will be able to unpack pretty much anything. Zip, tar, uh, WinRAR, whatever, it's going to be able to unpack it, no problems, which is fantastic. No extra installation needed. This is all installed by default. So let's just go ahead and click on extract. Now, where do I want it to extract? Let's say to desktop, because I'm going to delete it anyway, as I already do have it installed. So just go ahead and press OK. And right. No, give me desktop. Sorry for this. Okay, and yeah, I've just issued just told it to do it twice. Oh well, apply to all, overwrite. We're not gonna lose a lot of time there as the extraction process is relatively fast. Okay, so let's just go ahead, go back to our terminal, navigate over to desktop. Oops, desktop, and I imagine I have a lot of things there. Nope, it's not this one. Okay, so cd home chronic desktop, enter ls, and do I have it here? Yep, there we go. So clear, oops, clear. Let me just show you that I do in fact have it. Ll It's much neater if I do it like this. And there we go. Reaver 1.4. Let's navigate over to that folder. Reaver 1.4, clear the screen, list the contents of the directory, go to docs first. Let's just go ahead and see what is there. And like, you might think that I am some sort of an expert or something of a kind, and then that I just do these things out of my head. No. People create README files for a reason. They are there to be read because the developer has left specific instructions on how to do something. So let's just go ahead and cat it. Excellent. So the following are reverse source files. So it has the description of what is located in each one of these files. So you have 802.11.c functions for reading, sending, and phrasing 802.11 management frames. 802.11 is a standard, as I said before. But look at this. Look at this. Uh, the developer has actually, well, these are useless things for the time being, but the developer has actually left the entire installation process here. You have every single command that you need to run explained in detail what it does and how you can type it in and execute it. This is wonderful, and that is why I say when you download something, when you unzip it, just go ahead and find the README file. It's there for a reason. People do tend to leave instructions there on how to do something, and they've most likely encountered the same problems that you might have encountered, so you can even see possible solutions. Anyway, check you can check this inscription out, or not an inscription but the text. River is only supported and only supported on Linux platforms, requires libcap, this libsql SQLite3, and one more. Can't really pronounce this. And can be built and installed by running the following commands. So execute the configuration script, make install. That's it. And it even tells you how to actually uninstall it. So they're there for a reason. Anyway, ls, of course, you cannot run the configuration file from here. You need to reverse course and go to source from, yep, src. Let's see what is in there. There we go. We have configure, and you can see by default here it's executable. If I just give you a longer listing, configure, there you go. It has an X permission here, here, and here. So the user has it, the group has it as well. Anyway, type in dot slash configure. So now it's checking for stuff. It has its dependencies without which it cannot function. Type in make. Up, there we go. It's running through. So I didn't do anything out of my head here. I just went on the web. I found the safest place I can find to download the code from, and I'm compiling it here as the creator, as the developer of the code instructed me to do it. And the instructions aren't that complicated, it's just 3 commands. And the final command is make install. Now it's going to give me a lot of errors here. Well, not errors, but warnings primarily, because I already have it installed. And see here it says RM. I need to clear this out and then be able to install this, but that's not going to happen, primarily because I do have Reaver installed. So let's just go ahead and check one more time if there's anything else that we've left out, if I can reach it. Down below. Yep, there we go. So no, I haven't left anything out. Basically, the last command for you will run. For me, it won't, primarily because I already have Reaver installed on my system. If there are any problems, feel free to post it in the question section. I will be more than happy to help you out. Let's just go ahead and clear this out. Let's test it. Let's see. So type in reaver dash dash help. Excellent. It is installed, it is functional, it is responsive to our commands, and here is the syntax for Reaver. This is the basic syntax. Of course, you can pass all of these arguments to it, and there are quite a lot of them. Basically, what you say is -I for network interface and -B for BSSID, or for the MAC address. Simpler put quite simply, for the MAC address, here you have it. This is just a sample MAC address that has been generically placed here, and of course we have, even for Reaver, -VV for double verbose output, which is fantastic. Let's just go ahead and clear the screen. That was a way in which you could have installed Aircrack and Reaver in Linux. But just in case you are a Windows user, I'll show you how to do it in Windows. Until then, I bid you farewell. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you briefly how you can install Aircrack in Windows. So go ahead and start up your Windows, but this is not a good idea. I'm just gonna go ahead and say that out of the box. Not something you actually want to do. So I already have it installed here, and this is how it looks like, but I'm just gonna go ahead and close it to show you what you need to do. First off, you need to go ahead and go to the website called www.aircrack-ng.org and download the file, and that's pretty much it. After you've downloaded, unzip it, and it will work. So let's just go ahead and click on it. It's right there. I'm gonna use my unzipping program, so it's 7-zip. Well, it doesn't belong to me, it's just the one that I've chosen to use, but you can use WinRAR or pretty much anything else that you have available. I'm gonna go ahead and select aircrack-ng, extract it, select a folder to extract it. I'm gonna say desktop. I've already extracted twice there. Yes to all, copy over it. It's not going to ask you this question because you're not going to have it there. And there we go. It is successfully extracted to desktop. As I said previously, there is no installation procedure whatsoever. This is the folder that I'm moving about. Just go ahead and open it, select bin, and it says aircrack-ng GUI.exit. That is the one that you need. Excellent. And here we have the tool works. It's right here. You didn't need to install anything. You didn't need to go through any lengthy procedures or anything of a kind. You have 3 programs here. Aircrack-ng actually have 4 of them, but we're not going to be using these 2 for the time being. You have airdump-ng and aircrack-ng. Airdump is used for collecting information, and you use aircrack-ng in order to brute force the password, or brute force the encryption key, should I say. Now, as I said, I do not recommend this. If you really wish to use Windows, here's how you can do it. Here's how you can use it. Other than that, I really don't recommend it. And now we're going to switch back to our Linux, and here we will see what else do we need. So one of the primary problems that we will encounter is the fact that we're unable to generate vast amount of passwords manually, of course. Ever tried typing in million passwords manually? Not gonna work. So one of the first things that we need here is our crunch, which is a piece of code, a software, which we will use in order to generate password lists. It's very flexible, easy to use. We can state how many characters do we want our code, or do we want our passwords to have, from what length to what length is the possibilities, like minimal and maximum length of the password. And if we know fractions of the password, we can even use those fractions and insert them. Before we can do any of those things, we first need to go and download Crunch. Crunch is available on sourceforge.net. Just type in Crunch password generator, and here we will get a link to SourceForge. Excellent. Just go ahead and download this. Your download will start in a few seconds, and the whole download process will last a few seconds. So just go ahead and save the file. Let's just open it up. We will need to extract it. Just use the default arc extractor. It's simple as that. Choose a folder. I'm going to go ahead and pick desktop primarily because I'm going to delete it later as I already have it installed and configured. There we go. That's done. It finishes up really fast. You don't even have the time to see what's going on. So I'll just go ahead and close these things. Excellent. So Crunch is here. If I opt to open it, there are some things in here which we will tend to use later on, but I will explain them once we actually start using them. For the time being, I just wanted to show you how to install it. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal, navigate over to the folder where it is located. So cd home chronic desktop crunch, excellent, ls. Now there isn't you don't have an instruction here how to do it, but you see there's a make file, and whenever there's a make file, well, just type in make. You do need to have sudo, you do need to be root or have a sudo password. So just type in make. Excellent, there we go, that has passed. Make install, press enter again, and there we go. You have the installation process done and ready to go. Crunch is now, oops, oops, yes, my favorite spelling. Crunch is now installed. You can see that the man pages for it are functional, and this is the syntax. You would type in one number here and another number here, the minimal and maximal length. Character set here. You could type them in manually or use predefined ones, and then you can pass a ton load of other options if you wish. I wouldn't. You don't need to actually read through all of this, but skim through it. Just scroll through it, see what parts you can catch, and see if they are of any use to you. But I assure you, in the later tutorials, they will be, as we will be using Crunch, for example, in this fashion. So let me just go ahead and clear the screen. Type in Crunch, and then I will tell it to generate a certain length. Let's say from, I don't know, from 3 to 9. I've seen people type in from 0 to like 9, so you can exclude 0 immediately, but it doesn't do any harm. It doesn't actually take away that much time. I'll just type in from 3 to, I don't know, 5, and now I can pass in, I'm gonna say A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, and now I can pipe this. You see, I can pipe this to aircrack-ng, and everything all the passwords that are generated here will be passed to aircrack-ng and will be used immediately. I need to add a few more commands here, of course, and that I will do in the next tutorial, but I just wanted to explain the significance of this because let's say I do this 3 to 5, press enter, and I'm gonna cancel it before it manages to finish. It says Crunch will now generate the following amount of data. So 7,680 bytes. That's nothing. It says this is the amount of passwords it's going to generate. 1,344. Not a big deal. Okay. Let's try something else. Let's try A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Press enter now. Look at what happens. The file size has grown exponentially. The amount of possible combinations have grown exponentially. And it says 17 megabytes. But this is a very small password. This is going to get cracked in a couple of seconds. This is no big deal. How about if I specify the length of 9? Just look at what happens. It says that it has 51 terabytes of data, and this is how many possible combinations there will be. Okay, this is a very large number, and with my CPU, it would take me a very long amount of time to do that, but not a reasonable amount of time in any case. It says 51 terabytes. That's a lot. Okay, let's go ahead and type in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0. See what happens. It says almost 1,000 terabytes from 51 just by adding numbers from 0 to 9. And if I for example, you get where I'm going with this, but let's say that I type in here, I don't know, 20, 29. Okay, this is gonna be ridiculous. Basically, it tells me that it will generate 6,998 petabytes of data, which is, yeah, you are simply not going to have enough room on your hard drives. It doesn't really matter how big they are. You're not going to have a single petabyte of storage in your house. A petabyte of storage is 1,000 terabytes, so that's a lot, and you're not going to have it in your house. You see, what you would do with aircrack generally is, I'm just going to explain why this is important. Dash ng, you would dash w, and then you would pass some sort of a password list.txt file to it in order to crack a certain file with it. Uh, However, these password lists, long as they are good as they do not guarantee that the password will be cracked. Uh, and you cannot generate this amount of information with this many combinations and put them in a file on your local computer. And if you put it in a cloud somewhere, it's going to cost you a ridiculous amount of money. What you can do, however, is pass an argument dash w dash, and I'm just going to use my previous command. Do this aircrack dash ng, and here I'm going to do dash w dash. Excellent. So now Crunch will not save these things. They will simply go to standard output, and Aircrack will pick them up from standard output and utilize them in order to basically break the encryption of a capture file that we will later on capture as well. So this was just an example, a post-installation example of why, and an explanation of why we needed to install Crunch. There's also a way, I've seen it somewhere in the net, but I haven't managed to find a safe way, a safe place to download Crunch for Windows from the net. Therefore, I have opted not to actually show you that due to safety reasons. But it is possible to do it in Windows. Again, not recommended at all. In any case, I bid you farewell till the next tutorial. In the next tutorial, I will start with the cracking process, and you will see how we can actually crack a genuine Wi-Fi. I bid you farewell. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you how you can actually crack a Wi-Fi. Today we will actually get into it now that all the prep work is done, now that we have all the tools installed and our system set up. The first thing that we will need to do is set our network wireless card into monitor mode. Type in ifconfig, press enter, and this option will display all the network interfaces that are available. My wireless interface is called VLP2S0. A bit of a strange name, I know, but Fedora has a custom for giving strange names. Like my wired connection is called P8P1, which is kind of weird, but okay, never mind. Just see which one's your is and how is it called and adapt accordingly. Anyway, I'm going to use VLP2S0. In order for me to configure it to function in monitor mode, there are two ways. So the first one is what I usually use to set it in monitor mode, and the second one is what I usually use to actually check if there are any problems of whatsoever. So go ahead and type in ifconfig again, VLP2S0, which is the name of my wireless network, which is the name of my wireless network card, and type in down. Let's shut our wireless card down completely. Let's turn it off. And now we can do some modifications to it. Type in ivconfig VLP2S0 mode monitor. Again, ifconfig VLP2S0 up, and now our network card is configured to function in monitor mode. While on the other hand, while before this it was functioning in the promiscuous mode. There are several names for it, but promiscuous mode is the most common. And the difference between the two operating modes is that one mode and there you go, I have my wireless connection deactivated in the upper right corner. The difference between the two modes is that in one mode, wireless cards or general network cards are configured to accept all packages regardless whether they are meant for them or not, and in promiscuous mode, they will only accept packages that are meant specifically for them. Now I'm going to go ahead and clear the screen, and I will finally start using some of the software packages that come with AirCrack. I have a list of commands here for you which we will use today on my right side, and we're going to use a few other ones, but these are the basic ones. These are the ones that you absolutely need to know. So let me just go ahead and type in airmon -ng vl oops check VLP2S0. I want to see if there are any possible processes that could cause problems, that could cause interference. And I see that there are quite a bit of them. Now, one of the first things that you need to kill is the network manager, or you should, because even though it doesn't actually directly interfere with the functioning, it does spawn some other processes that might interfere, like the your active internet connection here, the DH client, especially if your network manager is configured to automatically connect to a certain network or to a wired network that you've plugged into your computer. So let's just go ahead and kill. I'm not going to take any chances today. I'm going to go ahead and kill the network manager, and then I will start killing the rest. So let's repeat the airmon-ng check. Excellent. Now I have a few more of these. Next one to kill. You do need to kill them in a certain order though, because they tend to spawn each other, and you kill a process, but you do a check once more, and you realize it's still up and running. Even though you've killed it as root, it will kill it, but it will restart it as well. I'll just go ahead and kill the DH client as well in order to prevent any interference, and the rest of killing can be done in any way you like. So let's just go ahead and kill 1556, 1556, 1215, and 1216. And 16. Excellent. Let's do a check one more time. Oops, some of them are still up. This is what I meant. It is highly annoying. So 1556. Let's see, will this work? Awahi demons are the only ones running. Apparently, I have to kill the VPA supplicant first, and then I can kill these. And it can be frustrating, primarily because you can't kill them all at once. You gotta type in commands time and time again. Excellent, no such process running. There we go. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen and always perform an extra check. You see, nothing has popped, nothing should present any problems now. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen. The next thing that we want to do is perform a scan of our environment here to see what sort of connection, what sort of networks do we have, and who is connected to which network. Now, this you cannot see with Network Manager. With Network Manager, you can only see active wireless, visible wireless hotspot, visible wireless access points around you. While on the other hand, with AirCrack, with one of the tools that comes with AirCrack, you can actually see not only access points, wireless access points around you, but you can also see who is connected to them, which is a very nice feature. So let's just go ahead and type in the first command from my selected list here. It's aerodump-ng VLP2S0. VLP2S0 is our interface. So airmon-ng, -ng VLP2S0. Press enter. Oh yeah, not airmon. Sorry, aerodump. Aerodump-ng VLP2S0. Sorry for a bit of inconvenience with my talking and writing. Never was good at that. But you can see here, these are all the wireless access points. This one is mine. It's called something. That is the I've created it specifically for this purpose, for this tutorial. It has a good password, strong password, and we are going to be cracking it today. Keep in mind that the signal strength, you see, okay, let me just cancel the scanning process now, and I just want to explain a few things that you can see here during the scanning process itself. So the BSSID is the MAC address of the device, which is a wireless access point. Oops, let's just move this out of the way. Excellent. So the BSSID is the MAC address of that router, of that wireless access point. The PWR is the strength of the signal. So the smaller this minus is, so let's say minus 30, minus 15 is a lot better than minus 30. Let's put it so. Minus 57, you're going to have, it's not going to be the best of connections. Minus 78 or minus 84, yeah, you might be able to connect to them, but this is not going to be a good connection at all. However, even though the signals are this weak, if you have a good enough wireless card, you will be able to perform the authentication, and therefore I will be able to render any of these networks that you see here pretty much inoperable. But that we will do in the later tutorials. For the time being, I just want to show you one of the ways in which you can actually crack the VPA2 encryption. The DOS attacks are very useful. I mean, they can practically render almost any Wi-Fi network out there useless. Nobody will be able to connect to it, or you can de-authenticate a specific client on the network, which is also extremely useful. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Once again, I will run the arrow dump, and I will expand this terminal so we can see some other things as well. So it says something, it's 90F6. I am looking for something to be associated with 90F6, and that is what I shall use in order to actually de-authenticate, because we are looking for a four-way handshake. It will appear in the top right corner. There we will be able to see all the packets that are coming in, and there we will be able to actually capture a file and see what is going on. But that is not possible to do at the time being, primarily because we are scanning for pretty much every single network out there, and I just wanted to show you how it looks like. The next thing that we need to do is perform a specific scan. So now we will be targeting this network here, as it has a good signal, and more importantly than that, I have a permission to do whatever I want with this network, as it is mine. These down below are not mine. Also keep in mind that we are not doing anything illegal here, anything of a kind. Everything that you see here is pretty much public information, because this is what all the Wi-Fi routers around me are broadcasting. They are broadcasting their MAC address, and they are broadcasting the name, basically. The ESSID name is not a technical term. ESSID is the term, but everybody, I don't know, refers to it as a name of a wireless access point or something of a kind. Anyway, as I said, all these are public information. This is all that Wi-Fi spots around me are broadcasting, and this sort of information you can also see on your cell phone by just using the network manager, or you can use a network manager in your computer, and you will see pretty much the same things. You will see that it's VPA2 encryption, you will see the MAC address, and you will see the ESSID. Of course, this is the ESSID will be the first thing that you see on the network. Also, you will see the channels as well. These stuff in between, you don't have to worry about those. They're not that relevant for our purpose today. Anyway, I will call the tutorial here, and in the next one we will be performing a specific scan where we will capture information and use that capture file in order to crack the encryption. Till then, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. I will just continue from where I left off in the previous one. So I have a live capture here in progress. I'm just gonna go ahead and cancel it, and now I will take from it what I need. So the next command that we're gonna use again is arrow dump -ng, but we will use it in combination with a few more arguments in order to conduct a more precise scan, in order to conduct a more precise capture, so that we may achieve that four-way handshake which we need so desperately in order to do this. So go ahead and type in air dump, but if you don't know the exact command, you don't need to memorize it. Just do what I did, type in air, and then then press tab twice fast. If it doesn't work twice, press it thrice, however many times you need it. Just press it really fast, and then the terminal will actually tell you what your possibilities are. What we need is arrow dump, and this is the command that we need. So just go ahead and type in O, tabify it again. It will give you fewer options. Dump dash ng, that's it. One of the first things that we're going to need to do is specify a channel. The channel on which my wireless is functioning at the moment that I've configured for this particular exercise is channel 6. So channel 6, and what is the BSS ID? This is the BSS ID. Don't try to retype it or something like that. Copy paste it just to be sure, because if you miss a single character here, you're going to be in a world of problems, primarily because you will achieve nothing and there will be no capture or anything of a kind. Now we need a file to write to. I will name my scan uh, scan underline test, because I'm pretty sure that I usually name them scans. That's why I want to distinguish one as test, just in case I have some of the files here written as well. And then the final thing that I'm going to need is this BSS ID. I haven't actually typed it in here, BSS ID. That was a bit neglect. That was it shouldn't go here. Sorry. So just go ahead, copy it. We'll just reformat this a little bit. I'm pretty sure it would work like this as well, but we always want to make our code neat and clean so that it can be seen and understood. This is primarily done for troubleshooting purposes, because when you have commands and text and code spread around, you can't really figure out what is where. Maybe you can in that moment, but try doing it the next day. You will absolutely lose yourselves. I do anyway. Perhaps it doesn't work the same for everyone. Go ahead and press enter. Okay, what does it say? No interface specified. So every time you do this, you actually do need to specify an interface. Mine is VLP2S0. That is my wireless interface that is currently in monitor mode. So press enter. And there we go. We have a scan in progress, and I have another device that is hooked up. That's this device. It's BSS ID and station. Station is a device that is connected to this access point. You will not be able to perform this method if you do not have any stations that are connected to a certain access point or are associated with it. This is because you have nothing to deauthenticate. There is nothing conducting the authentication process which you can capture. We will at the moment be deauthenticating this device, and this is also a method that you can use in order to perform a DOS attack on wireless networks, guaranteed to work. Actually, I'm really surprised that the wireless networks are so vulnerable to this. Pretty much any wireless in the city or any wireless in a building or something of a kind will be vulnerable to this, and you will be able to deauthenticate pretty much everybody, even in a university or something of a kind. It is susceptible to misuse, but I would like to ask you, since I am doing this for educational purposes, not to do that. Primarily because, as I've stated before at the beginning of this tutorial, you can achieve your purpose and you can make a profit without doing anything against the law. Anyway, that being said, we need to use AI replay -ng, and this is used for deauthentication purposes. So let's just go ahead and type it in. Air. Once again, I just tabify it because there's no point to risk anything. Replay.-ng. What I want to do is pass an argument of -0, and then I'm going to give it the 0 again. I will explain in a moment what these are. -a and the MAC address of the access point. We don't need the BSS ID flag there. Anyway, these two arguments state basically this argument states the amount of the authentication transmissions that you wish to send. If you put a 0 in, it sends it into an infinite loop. Basically, you will permanently be deauthenticating pretty much every device on this particular MAC address. That is all the devices that are trying to associate themselves with a wireless access point on this MAC address. You can put, for example, if you want to temporarily disrupt connections, you can type in here 10 or 9 or something like that. There are even options to deauthenticate particular clients, but for the time being, I'm just going to send a general deauthentication request. Transmission, actually, this will deauthenticate everybody on this particular wireless access point. Since it is my since it is my wireless access point, I don't really care. I do have only one device associated with it, and that device will shortly be disconnected. Now, if you wish to verify this, you can connect your cell phones or smartphones, and you can connect them to your Wi-Fi access points within your houses or apartments or whatever. And then you can try performing a DOS attack on yourself to see how it works. It will be a fantastic exercise. If you have any troubles, feel free to ask me in the question section, but it should work. The procedure is exactly the same what I'm doing now. You will then notice that the Wi-Fi connection on your phone is breaking. So when that starts happening, when the deauthentication requests start being sent, try accessing some sort of a website through your cell phone, whichever one you have. I don't know if it's Android or iPhone or something of a kind. Just try doing it. You will see that you can, because there is something obstructing your connection. You are no longer associated with that access point. That is quite problematic. I would recommend doing that, as that is a fantastic exercise. You cannot cause any damage. As soon as the deauthentication requests stop, your connection will be restored. So let's just go ahead, and I can still press enter because I need to actually type in the interface. This is one of the downsides of AirCrack. I would definitely suggest that they change this so you don't have to type in the interface every single time. But that being said, excellent. I am sending the authentication to broadcast BSSID. There you go. It's 90 and excellent. Yep, I have definitely lost my wireless, and on all of my devices pretty much, or on the device that I have connected to this wireless access station. And you see, you cannot just leave it running like this. You can just leave it running for a while, just to make sure that you have the authenticated device, because you cannot see the device that you are deauthenticating. You don't know if you've deauthenticated it, so just let it run for a while. No problems there. You won't lose anything. Prior At a certain point of time, after a couple of minutes, probably less, you can go ahead and cancel it. Due to the proximity, I can go ahead and cancel it now, and my device will try to reconnect in an automatic fashion to see will it be able. Once it does that, I will capture that authentication and it should work just fine. In a moment, we should get a four-way handshake in the upper right corner. There we go. It says VPA handshake for this MAC address. At this point of time, you can just go ahead and stop the capture process, as there is really no longer a point to do it. We have gotten what we needed. It's all here. In the next tutorial, we will tear apart a file which we have captured and see what we can do with it, how we can actually crack it. That is the difficult part of it all. Capturing traffic is not a problem. Finding the wireless wireless access point is not a problem. The problem is cracking the encryption itself. Now, just keep in mind what I said in the beginning. I want to mention this one more time before I wrap this tutorial up. You must absolutely have at least one device that is associated with this BSSID. Of course, if there are more devices, the better for you, but you must at least have one. And if there are lots of devices, you might consider a different denial of service attack to deauthenticate them. You shouldn't probably deauthenticate them all. Select a few and leave a few running. So, I don't know, like if you have 10 or 20 of them, usually there are in a lot of Wi-Fi access points, you can select 5 of them. So if just 5 of them don't work, they'll usually look to the person next to them or something like that, and they'll see that it's working for them and that it's not working on their devices, but that it is working on the devices on the person next door or the person sitting next to them. So the general conclusion that pretty much everybody draws from that, oh, it has to be something, it has to have something to do with my device, probably it's not working or something of a kind. I will go over this in great detail when I go into denial of service, but for the time being, just know that that is an option. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I sincerely hope to see you in the follow-up tutorial where we will actually crack the code. Hello everybody, and welcome to the continuation of this tutorial. Anyway, today we're gonna do the actual cracking of the captured file, which is basically a follow-up tutorial on the previous one. Make sure you watch these in a proper order, as they are usually tied to one another. Anyway, we have aircrack-ng. So I'm just going to go ahead and type that in. Aircrack-ng. Anyway, we need dash W for a password or a word list that we're going to use, either password or word list. Anyway, now you can find these online and download them, and I've seen some pretty good ones. So it's 48 gigabytes, something like that. However, you need to keep certain things in mind. First of all, the region where you're doing this. So, for example, if you're doing this in the US or Canada or English speaking areas, you will be able to find some relatively good word lists that you can use, and they will most likely be able to help you out. However, if you are in a region such as mine, where people mainly speak Slavic languages, those word lists are not going to help you very much. Or if you're, for example, in Russia or perhaps in France or something of a kind, there are specified word lists for language areas, but more often than not, they don't tend to work. As I said, if you are in an English-speaking region, try it out with word lists. There is a good chance that it will be a successful run, primarily because people do tend to either repeat passwords or they tend to use fairly similar ones. So the likelihood of the password being in the word list is pretty high. Brute forcing method, again, what I just said is not called a brute forcing method. What I just explained is called a dictionary attack. So you literally take a dictionary from somewhere, you type it in here, you type the name of the file here after download, and then you pass it to aircrack-ng, and then you start cracking, which is a fairly difficult process to do, but over a certain period of time, especially if it's a dictionary, it will practically finish trying all the possible combinations within the dictionary, all the listed combinations within the dictionary in a reasonable amount of time. So it might take a day or two or something like that. But again, if you're sitting next to a Wi-Fi, you can spread this attack out. You don't actually need to spread it out or anything like that. Perhaps you need to spread it out for the capture option or something like that, but for the air crack option, once you're cracking the password, it doesn't matter. You can literally sit in your house without any sort of internet connection or whatsoever. If you have a capture file with you, then that's the end of it. You will be able to do it in your house without any concern or worrying about overloading the network or something of a kind, because this process is not conducted over network. This is conducted on your local machine on a file. This is very important. It is completely different from an online attack or something of a kind where you have a billion limitations. However, as I said, I'm in a region where word lists are not very useful, and therefore I'm going to do a very different thing here. I'm going to say dash W for a file to be read in, but I will also tell it to read in from standard output. And now I do need to specify the actual capture file, so scan test.cap. Let's just expand this to full screen. Excellent. So I have scan test -01.cap, and the final thing that I need to put in is the ESSID, which is something. And now, in front of it all, I have showed you in the previous tutorial a bit about crunch. I've mentioned it a few times, so I'm just going to use crunch. Excellent. Space. And now I need to pass it a list of arguments. Now, when you start doing this, you want to have an idea of what the password might be. You want to take a look around, maybe specifically a coffee shop. Maybe it will be a name or something like that of the place. Maybe it will have some sort of characters of the name in it, so you make sure to include them, or something of a kind. Uh, if it's a company, try the names of the offices, try the name of the company, uh, try the names of the different departments and so on in combination with numbers. And you might think, oh well, who cares? Why don't I just tell it to do all possible combinations? Because it would take you about a billion years, quite literally. Regardless of what sort of hardware you have, it would take you like a billion years. You would basically need to have a full power of I don't know, let's combine Amazon and Google cloud hosting services all together, and still it would take you a very long amount of time in order to crack a password because there are literally that many combinations. So you might want to do some scouting, and it also helps if you know the length of the password. So if you see somebody typing in the password, and this is not just for wireless cracking, this is for any kind of brute forcing or dictionary attacks. If you are there, if you are in the environment, or if you can access the environment physically, uh, as I think I mentioned in one of my first tutorials, but I'm not sure about it. Uh, Somebody during one of my classes, he actually managed to see the length of the password that the professor was typing in because while she was typing it in, it was being projected onto a projector. Her screen was being projected through the projector, and everybody could see it. Of course, nobody could see the password, but hey, he thought to himself, "Well, I at least have the length now." And then he passed a few times by her while she was typing it in. She obviously couldn't He obviously couldn't see all that she was typing in, but the password was like 6 or 8 characters in length, and he managed to figure out that there are out of 6 or 8 characters, he managed to figure out 3 or 4, something like that. He didn't know their exact positions, but in the string, but he knew that they were one after another, and that is what I would highly recommend. Otherwise, this will take forever. So for example, I know the password of my wireless router and I know the length. That's why I'm gonna give you this option, so dash F. And with dash F, you can actually specify what sort of characters will be assigned to which positions. So for example, I would strongly advise looking at the man pages of Crunch. Let me just show you. Clear and man Crunch. Excellent. So we have a man page for Crunch, and you have these arguments and so on and so forth. And if we go down below, okay, yeah, this is fpath char set, or which we might actually use as well. I've showed you that, but we'll see whether that is convenient for our purpose. Anyway, I'm just trying to find it. It should be around here somewhere. In the examples down below, this is definitely something that you should take a look because there's practically an infinite amount of combinations that you can use. Excellent. So here we go. This is what. Sorry, it's not dash F. It's dash T. Excellent. So look at what he has done here. All these symbols present certain types of characters. So for example, the at sign, I do believe that it presents lowercase letters, while the exclamation and this hash, I have no idea what they represent at the time being. Percentage is numbers. Caret, I think it's capital letters. I'm not sure about that, but it doesn't really matter. It's completely irrelevant. You don't need to know these things by heart. I don't know them. What I do, I take a look at the man pages and I figure out what is what. So it's not really that difficult. It's dash T option. There we go. Dash T, and here we have our options. So keep in mind that at is an option, comma is an option, percentage sign is an option, caret sign is an option. And look at what it says. The explanation is practically perfect. Specifies a pattern. An example of a pattern, it says here God, which is, believe it or not, people actually use that in their passwords. It's hilarious, but they do. And he has 2 @ at the front and 4 @ actually in the back. Uh, Look at what @ represents. Will insert lowercase characters. So it will use this word and it will insert lowercase characters in front and behind. If he had placed a comma in there, it would insert uppercase characters. If he had insert a percentage sign somewhere in there, it would insert numbers, and this, not a caret sign, a percentage sign, and the caret sign is down below. It will insert symbols. That is why it is this, I mean, you have the option obviously, and that is why it is very important to acquaint yourselves with the sort of password that you are breaking. You cannot just walk in and break a password, brute force it, without knowing anything about it previously. that's just highly unlikely to happen. I mean, even with the best of machines out there, it will not work as well as you want it to. I mean, I'm running a few virtual machines in the back, so perhaps my CPU usage will be a bit lower, but I've managed to turn everything off and max it out. It was on 1700 passwords per second. I think I could have gotten to 2.2K if I overclocked my processor, but I didn't have a cooler here, so I didn't want to do that. That is a very important aspect of this. You will need to watch the temperature of your processor. I mean, if you're using an Intel Core, it will shut down by default. It will not allow you to it will not allow you to destroy it by overheating it. But look here on the right side, I have a temperature meters, and I don't really have a way of zooming this in as this is a gadget on the desktop, but you can see these. You can see the not necessarily the Celsius temperature in numbers, rather instead you can see these charts basically, or scales, or however you call them. You will see that the current temperature is like 61 degrees Celsius. When I start working with the brute force air cracks method, when I start using the brute force method with air crack, it will load the CPU to a ridiculous extent, and you will see how the temperature will just start jumping up. So when you're performing this attack, you might consider actually employing some extra cooling systems in order to basically reduce the temperature of processor, because that will not only decrease the chance of something malfunctioning, but also increase the amount of tries it can do per second. Anyway, without further ado, I'm just going to go ahead and move this a little bit, expand the terminal a bit more as well, and I'm going to say crunch t. I want you to use 4 numbers in front, and I know that the word is thunder, so I'm gonna type it in, and I'm gonna say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 0. Also, I need a pipe. Yep, there we go. A pipe is simply saying whatever goes out of this, pass it to this, and this argument here is saying read from whatever is passed or from standard output. Press enter, and there we go. This is gonna take a while, and this is not gonna work because I am a genius who failed to actually pass the proper length. Once passing length, and in combination with what we did here, you absolutely need to make sure that it's exactly the same length. So 11, 11, excellent. Press enter, and the scan is in progress. Excellent, there we go. So there we go. Key found in such a ridiculously short amount of time, primarily because I already knew a good portion of it. But let's see what happens now. Let's go ahead and remove this. And if I remember correctly, what was for capital letters? I think it was a comma. Let's just check it out because I'm not all-knowing. And comma will insert uppercase letters. Yes, it will. My memory still serves me well. I will remember to treat my brain with something later. Anyway, I'm gonna say I'm gonna give a T here, and I'm gonna give a UR something. Blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. Press enter, and still the amount of possible combinations is not that large. I just wanted to make sure that you had the opportunity to see the the maximum amount of tries here. Let's just go ahead and close pretty much all of my virtual machines, and once I do that, I will have more CPU time to spare that I can devote to this brute forcing method. Okay, let's just go back here, and as the virtual machines are getting closed and saved, I'm getting more and more attempts here, but this is still pretty low. I remember getting up to 1700. So okay, it found it again within a reasonable amount of time. Let's try passing a character set. So dash F, oops, sorry, dash F, and what does it say with character sets? Wrong terminal. Let's see this one. Uh, it's a lowercase f, path char set name. Okay, char set lst. Excellent. So remember to give a path if you're doing it in some other folder, but if you're doing it in the folder that I'm doing it where you've installed Crunch, this should be fine. So F and paste charset lst and give me a tab. Nope, it won't help me with that. I need to actually take a look at it myself. So let's just go back to this terminal and oops, this is not going to be very helpful. I need to go ahead and type in cd desktop a crunch oops crunch 36 excellent ls, and we have a char set somewhere around here. I'm pretty sure it's crunch c make file crunch one char set lst. Excellent. So here we go. Let's go type in ls char set lst, and here we have the names, as I stated before, for pretty much all the char sets in existence. We can specify these manually, but it's better to use these char sets as there is a much smaller probability of an actual mistake. So let's use mix alphanumeric space, and this is going to significantly increase the amount of possible combinations. Probably going to take till tomorrow to actually guess it, but oh well. I can pause the tutorial at any time and continue it as well, so no problems there. Press enter, and oops, it's still giving me a relatively small amount of combinations. So primarily because it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 possibilities. If you increase the amount, hold on, I can. If you press Control C to actually stop it, it will go until the final thread, because Linux systems guarantee that all threads will be executed and not their order. So let's just remove this one. Say at, and this one as well at. Press enter. It's 726 gigabytes. Now this will take a significant amount of time. Let's see what else can we actually close in order to increase it. Oh, I know why it's so low, because I am recording at the moment. As I am recording at the moment, that is eating up my memory and CPU time as well. Now I just want to show you something else before I wrap this tutorial up, because I have a feeling I've already breached the allotted time. If you have some sort of temperature meters on your computers, and I guess you do, they're pretty easily downloaded from the net, you will notice that after an hour or something like that, the temperature will begin to rise. The good news is that you can spread this file that you have. I'm gonna interrupt this process now. And the last thread for password is this one. I'm just going to go until it's reached. Excellent. So what you can do here in order to alleviate the stress on a single machine and in order to increase your time, you can actually use this command and specify lists of characters. So or you can actually, if you don't know the size, you can do the following. For example, you can tell one machine, okay, I want you to do all the combinations for 9, 9. Of course, then this option would not be possible any longer. You would need to delete this. And another machine could do, for example, 10, 10. Another one could do 11, 11. I do believe that this is something that we did long ago in school, because we all had laptops, and pretty much we wanted to brute force a certain password, but you know, a single laptop doesn't have a lot of processing power, especially not that long ago. Laptops weren't actually amazing, so we actually merged not just a few laptops but also home desktop computers. We basically merged every single computer that we could have scrapped from anybody that was willing to help us out, and we had about 10 or 20 computers buckled up together, and they were all conducting a brute force attack. They were all generating passwords. So this is something that you can do. You can give different parameters to different computers to execute it on the captured file, because this captured file, it's portable. You can put it pretty much anywhere you want and conduct a brute forcing attack there. Anyway, in the follow-up tutorials, I will show you some other methods, how you can attack wireless access points and what you can do with them. Perhaps a little bit of a more effective method in terms of time that requires far less reconnaissance. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you another brute forcing method, primarily because the one that I've showed you previously does require you to gather some information prior to the attack itself, primarily because you cannot perform a brute force attack for every possible combination out there for the VPA2 passkey. Why? Well, simply because you have too many of them to try and you don't have enough processing power. The best you could do is combine, let's say, the best a home user could do is combine pretty much all of the devices that they have in the house. For example, your smartphone, a tablet, a laptop, a computer, and you could combine the processing power of all of those devices and basically distribute the decryption cracking onto all of those devices. However, even then, you would still find it very difficult, and you would still have way too many combinations to deal with. Again, you have online services. You can rent servers to do this, but that costs money, and yeah, it's not easy to come by these days. Anyway, do not despair. There's no reason to panic or anything of a kind. I know that the previous method is somewhat difficult, and it does require you to actually go out there and gather some information on your own. However, this method that I am about to show you doesn't require you to gather much information at all. Basically, what somebody has come up with is this extremely stupid idea of PIN authentication for wireless networks. And there is a major flaw in it. First of all, PIN authentication only has numbers, which dramatically reduces the amount of combinations possible. Namely, there are only 11,000 combinations. And considering that the reverb splits the length of the pin code in two, once it finds the first half, finding the second half gets a lot easier, so you don't even need to do, in all likelihood, you won't actually need to do all 11,000 combinations at all. Now, if you have watched the previous tutorial, you have seen that I can do maybe 1700 up to perhaps 2K passwords a second, or 2K attempts per second. You would think that, oh well, 11,000 possibilities, not much at all, probably less than 10 seconds, it would be over. However, that is not the case, because the sort of attack that we're going to perform now does not, we're not going to be doing it locally. We're not going to be doing it on the machine itself. It's not like we will have a file that we will be able to use our processor to crack the encryption of that file. Rather, instead, we will be doing this remotely. So we will come into the range of a wireless access point, and then we will attempt to attack that wireless access point by trying to pass pin codes. And if any of them works out, we're gonna get a response from the reverse software, and it will basically tell us what is the passcode, what is the VPA2 pre-shared key for that particular access point. The downside of it all is that most of the routers these days, even though the brilliant router manufacturers have actually decided to put PIN authentication to be enabled by default on most of the routers out there, they did fortunately put a preventive measure, which is the router itself basically locks. After you've passed the incorrect PIN several times, it will lock, and it will not allow any PIN authentication of whatsoever to go on for a certain period of time, usually maybe an hour or something of a kind. You can immediately deduce from this that this leaves possibilities for numerous DOS attacks, and all you would have to do is authenticate falsely a couple of times, and PIN authentication will be disabled for pretty much anybody there. And there are a good amount of networks out there who rely primarily and only on PIN authentication. Why, I have no idea. So without further ado, I have showed in the previous tutorials, if you don't have Reaver installed, how to install it. But in this particular one, I'm gonna just go ahead and use it. I won't do any of the installation procedures because they're already done in the previous tutorials. So just go ahead and type in reaver dash dash help, and you will get a ton of options. I mean, well, maybe not the download, but certainly a good amount of options. We will be using some of them. More likely than not, when dealing with different kinds of routers, you will be required to use some of these options, to use some of these arguments, primarily because uh, yeah, different routers have different configurations, and you want to be able to hide your attacks or to mask yourself somehow. Not because you're gonna get detected or something like that, because it's not likely that anybody can actually track you down if you are attacking a wireless access point, if provided, of course, that you are not authenticated with it. If you are not authenticated with the wireless access point, and if you're just attacking it like this via wireless radio or something of a kind, basically there's almost no way to detect you. There's no way to find your physical location or to identify you. Sure, your MAC address will probably show somewhere, but what do you care? All you need to do, as I stated in the previous tutorial, is type MAC changer and change it. No problems. If you don't know how to change the MAC address, just go back a tutorial or two, and you will find a section called, not a section, you will find a tutorial called MAC or MAC changing or something of a kind, but it will have a word MAC in it, MAC. And there I have explained in great detail how you can actually hide your MAC address without any sort of problems of whatsoever. Uh, the primary things that we're going to be using today, the primary arguments, that is I interface, and we will of course need the BSS ID or MAC of the target access point. Before we do that, as before with aircrack-ng, we do need to do a couple of things. We need to set the mode of our network card. So I'm not going to go into great detail how to do it here because I have explained it in the previous tutorials. Here I'm just going to do it, and hopefully you will be able to follow through. If not, just go back a tutorial or two and see I have given detailed explanations there. So just type in ifconfig, oops, some fig, type in the name of your wireless access card and bring it down. Oops, operation not permitted. I'm not root, of course. Okay, I always loved my passwords primarily because of their length. I sometimes tend to forget them, which is infinitely interesting. But there you go, I've managed to type it in. And it's actually a good thing that I haven't managed to log in just yet as root, because I have my router opened here, which I've set up for the testing purposes of this particular tutorial. And you can see the current pin. I mean, these pins are generated at random. So you can see the length of the pin, and you can see the pin here. I can say generate new pin. Let's see what happens. The change of wireless config will not take, yeah, okay, so it will not take effect until the device reboots. But here you can see the length of the pin, so it's like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, only 8 digits. And if I do it again, it's going to be 8 again, so 1 2 3 5 6 7, oops, sorry, not 8, it's going to be 9. Is it 9? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Sorry, no, it's going to be 8 again. It's always going to be 8, so no problems there. You know the length of the pin, which dramatically decreases the amount of possible combinations as well. Depending on what sort of a router you have, the pin can be at different places in the router. I can't explain it for every individual router, but you can find it in the manual or something like that. Just open up a web interface for your router by typing in the IP address. If you want to know what the IP address of your router is on a Linux system, that is very easy to do. You can just type in route, press enter, and this might take a bit of time. I'm not exactly sure why is it taking so long, primarily because I'm not connected to the network. Okay, so ifconfig is another way. but here it would say gateway, and where it says gateway, that would be the default address of your router. However, that is the default gateway. That does not necessarily need to be the IP address of the router you are connected to. So type in ifconfig. This is a foolproof way of getting the IP address of the router, much better than the previous one. And I want to get the IP address of the router to which my wireless access point is associated with. So VLP2S0. Press enter, and there we go. I have an IP address here. Okay, let's just clear this up a bit. Clear. I want to get a bit of a better picture. Grep inet. Excellent. So I have inet here, and this is the internet address, but this is my local address. It's not to be used for external purposes at all. It's 192.168.0.102, and the difference between your wired and wireless connection is usually this digit here. For wired, it's 1, and for wireless, it's 0, and then you have a list of hosts which are here. Anyway, my IP address in my local area network that my wireless interface has is 192.168.0.102. The lowest possible IP address within this range, with only the last octet changing, is .0. So from 0 to 255, and the lowest one would be 0, but you cannot use 0 because that is the network address. So what you do is find the lowest one here, which is 0, plus 1, and that's going to give you the IP address of your router. Very simple. And you can see that is exactly what I've typed in here. It's 192.168.0.1. So just find the lowest one, which is 0, of course, and then add 1, which is going to be the IP address of the router. Anyway, now that that is out of the way, I've showed you how you can check it out here, the pin code, but this interface will differ from one router to another. Please keep that in mind. So this is not a general explanation for all the routers out there, but it's fairly simple to find the pin code on your own home router without any bigger difficulties. Just go ahead and log into it via web interface. As I said, just type in the address here. You will be prompted for login credentials. Usually it's admin if you haven't changed anything. If it's not, go ahead and contact your ISP provider and ask them to provide the username and password for you, assuming that it's not locked. If it's locked, you gotta break it, but I will show you how you can break routers in the tutorials to come. In any case, let's just go back to the subject here. Now I am root. Let's take down my wireless interface. I have fig VLP2S0 down, and now I need iv config VLP2S0 mode monitor. Excellent. So if config VLP2S0 up. There we go. You can make a neat short script, the bash script, which has these commands listed, and that could be a fantastic way to do this. You would effectively save yourselves a lot of time there. Go ahead and clear the screen, and there is you see it says connection to something. It has been deactivated because my wireless interface is now been brought down and up, and it's in and on top of that it's in monitor mode. Now there is a program which I've used in the previous tutorial, which is a part of the aircrack package. It's called airmon ups -ng, and I want to check VLP2S0 for any possible problems. I have explained this in the previous tutorial. Why am I doing this and how is this done? So airmon-ng check VLP2S0. Of course, your wireless interface name will probably not be the same if you're not using the same OS as I am, but just substitute it with whatever it is, and no problems there. In the previous tutorials, I've also stated that. Here we have a list of problems, as I like to call them. These are the list of the primary problem is the network manager, because it's generating a lot of the other things up here. So let's just go ahead and kill them. 13133. I gotta kill them one by one because they are spawning one another, and that can be problematic. So kill 2498, 2498. Even if you are root, they can give you a ton load of problems, primarily because, as I said, they are spawning one another, and that can be just such an unbelievable drag. Excellent. Now I have let me just clear the screen again. Now I have ran the check once again to make sure that I don't have any problems. If you're afraid that you will kill something that you don't want to kill in terms of networking, don't worry. Anything from that list will auto-generate pretty much the moment you reinitiate your network manager. You can just type in service network manager restart, and all those processes will be generated. If you don't want to do this, you can just reboot the machine and you will have pretty much the same effect, no problems. So just go ahead and clear the screen. Before I actually start using Reverb, which we have installed previously, I do need to check for wireless connections within my area, and I do need to check whether they are vulnerable. Very important thing to do. And that I will do in the follow-up tutorial. We will use the wash command in order to find these interfaces, in order to find these wireless access points. Until then, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you there. Hello everybody, and welcome to this follow-up tutorial. Now, I have done some testing prior to actually beginning this tutorial, and I have realized that when I type in the command wash and when I pass the interface VLP2S0, which is my wireless interface, okay, it starts scanning it now, and it seems to be working without any bigger problems here. However, let me just go ahead and cancel it. It tends to issue out errors, and it doesn't say much. It just says that it's unable to open the interface that you have specified. And after I've googled it up a little bit, I have found that the problem is a missing file. In order to fix that, you just need to type in mkdir, one of the basic Linux commands, to make a directory. Type in /etc rever. Press enter, and there you go. Now this command will create this file in this folder. It says cannot create directory because it already exists. I have created it prior to this. But if it gives you any trouble of whatsoever, try doing this. Try creating this file. Reverb can be problematic from time to time, and there are forums dedicated to these things, which you can of course use. Just type in Reverb help or whatever on the net. You'll be given like 100 forums where you can go and turn to help, but you can always ask me as well to help you out. No problems. I'll be more than happy to do it. Anyway, just go ahead. That's a small fix that you can do if you encounter any problems. But if you don't, well then, good for you and good for us all. Type in, just go ahead and back, and let's continue, and let's start the scanning process itself to see what we can actually attack, what services, what wireless access points here are vulnerable, and what we can actually do. If you take a bit of a closer look, here you will see the BSSID, which is basically the MAC address of the access point. Here you can see the channel, RSSI, that's not important for us. VPS version, that can be important. And VPS lock, this is what we are looking. This is the most important thing here that we need to pay attention to. If it says no, good for you, you can actually do it. If it says yes, it means that the VPS has been disabled on that particular wireless access point, and this attack is rendered pointless. You can't do anything with it. It won't yield any results. In fact, you won't be able to try even a single pin. So as long as the answer is no, the wireless access point is vulnerable, and you can perform this sort of attack, no problems. I mean, yeah, depending on the router, of course, and depending on how well it was configured. But out of the box, usually it's not that good. Anyway, this is the wireless access point that we will be attacking. This is mine. It's called something, which I have set up for our tutorial today. I think that this test router was like 20 bucks, something like that. They're pretty cheap these days. It's not the best one, definitely, but it will serve a purpose for our learning sessions today. Let's just go ahead and cancel this. There is one more thing which we need to be certain of. Here we can see which access points are vulnerable, but other than that, we need to verify the signal strength. So arrow dump dash ng VLP2S0. Go ahead and start. Excellent. So I have used this command in the previous tutorials. and here you can see the power output. So as long as it's, well, minus 80 is not a good thing. It's definitely not a good thing for Reaver. You want to have, let me just stop it here because I have the network that I want. You see, something is minus 43, and then I have this one, which is minus 53. These are all, well, good ranges. They're relatively good. They have relatively good signal strength, and somehow, even though my router is literally right next to my computer, it's minus 43, which is not as good. And I have these minus 80. These are probably my neighbors or something like that. Anyway, I'm not going to touch them. I'm not going to mess with them. I'm just going to go ahead and focus on this one, which is mine. But it does need to be at least minus 60, at least below minus 60. So minus 55, minus 40, something of a kind. You will be able to actually perform it in minus 75 and minus 80. I have heard of these cases, but it is not easy. You get breaks in the connection, you get problems, errors, etc. Not the best of things to do. If you want to crack it, you want to get close to it or something like that, you don't need to stay there for the whole rotation of the attack, primarily because uh, usually these sort of attacks you can start and then continue at a later time from where you left off. No problem. Reaver save these sort of information for you, and you are able to reuse it or to restart it from where you left it off previously. Now I'm gonna employ Reaver, so type in Reaver dash A for our MAC address. So what we need is ups for something. There we go. Second one. Let's go ahead and paste it and type in interface VLP2S0. Oops, sorry, my bad. It's not dash A. I want to pass the MAC address, and the interface should go first. Let's see if it's gonna work like this. Yep, it's gonna work. You don't need to use this specific order. Restore from the previous session, no, but I do want to do this. Double verbose output here, always a good idea to do. Anyway, press enter. No, I do not wish to restore it. Just go ahead and continue and see what happens. Okay, so you see what it's doing here. It says switching to channel 1, channel 2, channel 3. We don't want to do that. Let's just go ahead and cancel it. I want to save it a lot of time, and let's see which channel am I using. I am using channel 6 for something. That's just the frequency on which my wireless access point functions. So let's just go ahead and type in -C6. Will it work like this? Switching to channel 6 immediately. Yes, it will. No, I do not wish to continue from before. Excellent. So it says here trying this pin, and it just keeps on going. It's going to tell me at a certain point of time what percentage of the task is done, but usually you can do this within a day. I mean, provided of course that you don't get locked out or something like that, and the amount of tries you can actually do before getting completely locked out. So you see here is one pin, and where's the other one? Here's yet another pin, and here's a third pin, and so on and so forth. Of course, we have all seen the pin that I have used at the very beginning that the router has generated automatically. I have not saved it. I have actually just used the one that's already there, but that's completely irrelevant because pins vary from a router to a router, and this is going to take a while. You see it says 0.05% complete, and it gives you when it was done. And if you remember at the beginning, it actually asked me, do I wish to continue from the last time I started doing this? That's the beauty of it. You can go for it, start cracking it somewhere, and let's say you're passing by a certain place, you can sit at a bench for an hour or something like that, have this run for you, leave tomorrow again, pass by the same bench, sit on it, leave it for an hour, half an hour, something like that, and there you go. Eventually you will be able to crack it, no problems. Of course, if somebody's reviewing the router logs, which is rarely done for routers where pin authentication is actually enabled, then they will see that somebody's trying to do something, and they might decide to actually close down pin authentication altogether. However, other than that, there isn't really much that they can do. even if they set specific MAC addresses of the computers within the network, you will still be able to see those MAC addresses. And as I showed in the previous tutorial, you will be prompted to you will be able to change your MAC address to match the corresponding MAC addresses which are allowed to pass. And there we go. After only 0.05% complete, it says, warning, detected AP rate limiting. Waiting 60 seconds before rechecking, which means that the router is now in the lockdown and you can't actually do anything. There are the good thing about the not a bad thing to do would be to actually see the router's MAC address, and then try to figure out which router it is, and then search on the net to see what the AP rate limiting is, and then you can time your reverb pin attempts in between so that the router doesn't get locked. I will continue with this in the follow-up tutorial, but for the time being, I am locked out, and in the next tutorial we will be doing some workarounds around this lockout and see how we can actually bypass it, because this is one of the most common problems that people encounter. It's not the installation because it's relatively simple. The usage is also relatively simple. The setup is not a big deal or a big problem. There's plenty of help on the net. But here it says detect AP rate limiting, waiting 60 seconds before rechecking. That is one of the most hated lines as far as the Reaver world is concerned. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I really hope to see you in the follow-up tutorial where we will attempt to bypass this problem. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you how to circumvent that problem where when the router locks and is unable to receive any requests for PIN authentication. Now, there are two scenarios that can happen here. One of them is that a router locks out for a certain period of time, let's say for 5 minutes, an hour, or a day, or you have routers which, after too many unsuccessful attempts at PIN authentication, just disable VPS. That can be very problematic. That is probably the worst part of it all, because you don't really have any legit ways of resetting the router remotely. There are some tools out there that claim that can do this. I think MDK3, you can use it to effectively reset router lockouts remotely. However, that only works on really old routers, and even I have basically searched through the forums and searched again just to be certain of this. It's not very likely to work on any of the newer routers. But I mean, you can just think of it in a logical fashion. If the router somewhere out there locks you out and you are unable to attempt any more PIN authentication method, any PIN authentication per a unit of time, you can actually DOS it so nobody else is able to connect to it. And then, more likely than not, the owner of the router or whoever is in control of the router will reset it in order to see if that will fix it. Once the router is reset, the pin lockout will disappear and you will be able to try it again. I will show you how to DOS routers a bit later on, wireless routers especially, and some other things as well. But for the time being, I have a simpler solution for you. The solution that is generally applied is that you limit Reaver to attempt a certain amount of pins in a certain amount of time. So let's say 2 pins in 60 seconds or 5 pins in 60 seconds or something like that. You can even tell it just do one after another, but that's bound to fail. Without further ado, let's just go ahead and try it and see will it actually work. But before we do, I have made a small script for myself here to enable monitor mode on my wireless card. You can have a look at it and copy it if you like, but it's just a list of commands that I have used before. Let's go less monitor.sh. And this is my script. Basically, it's a bash script, and I have 4 commands in it. It's ifconfig vlp2s0 down to bring my wireless interface down, and then iwconfig vlp2s0 to enable the monitor mode on it, bring it back up, and I want it to report back to me and tell me that and confirm that the monitor mode is actually running. So let's just go ahead and do that. Monitor.sh. Excellent. So you see it says here mode monitor, and I know that probably my network manager is going to interfere with this, so I'm just going to do service network manager stop. So that's gone, and go ahead, clear the screen. Now what I need to do is, well, I can either do wash dash I VLP2S0 and see if that will work. No, it will not. Why? Let's just go ahead and see. I have fig. It's not up for some strange reason. Okay, let's just see if I can do that again. And I'm gonna clear the screen, do wash dash I VLP2S0, press enter. There we go. Probably the interface went down with the network manager for some strange reason, but doesn't really matter now. Anyway, wash I, as I said before, it tells you which interface, which wireless access points in the neighborhood are vulnerable. We have this one, so I'm just gonna cancel it here and close it. You can also check the signal. I've showed you how to do that in the previous tutorial, but let's just go ahead and try to do this in order and attempt to bypass this limiting rate of VPS pin authentication. So reverb -I VLP2S0, which is my wireless interface, space -B for the BSSID here. Let's just go ahead and copy it, paste it here, and what I need next is actually recursive attempts -R. Here I can specify the amount of tries. So let's say I want to have 2 tries per 60 seconds. Fairly simple, no problems there. Just by adding this command here, you can bypass pretty much the lockout problems. But if you get locked out with this, try decreasing the amount of tries or increasing the amount of time. Eventually it has to work, because every router out there has a limitation on these things. You can't just say, I mean, they have to basically say if you have that many tries at that amount of time, then lockout. It's an if statement basically. If that, act like this. If not, act like this. They have to have a limit here. They can't just say, they cannot put infinite values here. They have to say basically, if you get that many tries in that amount of time, lock out. And as long as you can be above that, the router will not lock out. It will work. It will work well for you. If you're wondering how to get the individual lockout timers for routers, well, there is no simple answer for this. You gotta go on the net and search. Sometimes you'll find it, sometimes you won't. It depends. People have reverse engineered some of them, some of the firmware on the routers, and have figured these things out, but not on all of them. However, the foolproof method is just simply to try a couple of times, see if it works, see when it works, when you do not get it, when you don't get the error message, and you're good to go. After that, you can just leave your computer running and it's bound to break it. However, the problem here is that this will increase the amount of time required to crack the pin exponentially. It might take you up to 3 weeks to break it. I think that was the longest, but still, if you just think about it, 3 weeks is not a huge amount of time. It is still within the realm of possible, especially if you are trying to pen test something somewhere, or if you are or if you have access to a position where you can actually transmit this sort of signal in order to attempt the authentication via VPS or something of a kind. However, there is a downside to it. I mean, especially if you are functioning on a limited timetable, and if you don't have that much time, it can be very problematic. There are some other methods which I'm going to show to you in a moment, which can bypass restore previous session. Nah, I don't want to restore the previous session. Let's just go with this one, because I have reset my router in order to actually unlock it, as I did lock it previously, and that was a problem. So I have, while this is running, let's just, oops, I didn't specify the channel. You don't actually need to specify the channel, but if you want it to work, if you want to increase the speed of it, you definitely should. So it's channel 6. Excellent. Press enter. No, don't restore nothing. Just go ahead, associate with it, and attempt these pin combinations. Anyway, you will see that nothing is really happening because I've told it 2 attempts every 60 seconds, and it's going to take a while before you see anything here. Meanwhile, let's just go over to Kali Linux. I have downloaded a script from the net here. Let's just zoom it in. So this script will work for D-Link routers. Now there are various scripts on the net that will help you figure out what the pin is before you even begin the pin authentication. Now here's the catch. Every router out there needs to have an algorithm with which it can generate these pins. Since people have reverse engineered these functions which generate pins, you can predict what pins which routers will have. For example, D-Link routers generate their pins based upon their MAC addresses, which anybody can see. So they generate their pins based on the first part of the MAC addresses, which is terrible. For example, this script does the reverses the process. Actually, it duplicates the process. You just feed it the MAC address, and that's it. Here, let me just show it to you. The script, you can actually see it on the browser in behind, but I'm just gonna nano pin gen pi. Excellent. So I have some coloring options here, and let's just zoom it in one more time so you can see it better. So here is the code, and you don't need to understand the code to the fullest of extents. If you wish, you can explore it a bit further. The code is fairly simple. It is written in Python, which is a programming language. All it does is takes the MAC address, splits it in two, uses that to feed the function, and then that function, based upon the variables that were passed to it, can generate the default pin of the router. That can be very helpful, especially for D-Link routers. The first pin you try, you can try the default pin for a specific router, because every router out there that has VPS enabled also has a default pin, which is enabled by default, and it is not likely that people will change this. Therefore, you are able to do this. Basically, pingen pi. I've just downloaded this from the internet. Here is the website that I have downloaded it from. You can just type in VPS algorithm reversed for D-Link routers, but I'm reluctant to give you a link, primarily because it's not very likely that you will be using the specific D-Link router that I am using to demonstrate here. You'll probably have some other router with which you will want to try this, and therefore it is absolutely best that you just use the model of the router that you have or that you wish to pen test, and then search the VPS algorithm for that particular router or something equivalent to that. You won't find the VPS algorithm always, but it's worth a shot. Why not? Just type into your favorite search engine VPS algorithm 4 and then the model number, or just the name of the brand of the router, like TP-Link or Huawei or something of a kind. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, I have pingen.py here, and if I just pass in the MAC address of any of these, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna stick to just in case, I'm gonna stick to the one that belongs to me. So I wouldn't reveal any information here, not that anybody would be able to make any use of it. I mean, you're too far away anyway. So just paste the MAC address here and feed that MAC address to this script. Press enter, and you will get the default pin. Now, obviously, this is not the default pin of my router, but because I don't have a D-Link router, but for TP-Link for D-Link routers, it's gonna work. It's gonna give you default pins, and you will be able to authenticate from the first try, which is very nice. It saves you a ton load of time. These things are router specific, and you do need to search the net. The internet is your best friend to find the VPS algorithm functions that generate it, basically. This is going very slow. I have not passed at the double the VV option. Excellent. So you see you can actually change the values here in the command of the reaver. And even though you've changed the value, even though you've changed the arguments here, it will still tell you what you want to restore from the previous session with the updated arguments. And here we go. I have triggered the AP rate limiting. It says waiting 60 seconds before rechecking. That can be problematic as this doesn't seem to work. Well, you need to increase this to 4 or 5 or something like this, but sorry, not this. We need to decrease this or leave it the same, but increase the amount of time. I have learned that on my particular router, a setting of 300 seconds will do, and if you do, I don't know, 2 tries per 300 seconds or something of a kind, it's not gonna lock out. But I have given a very small value here, and that's why we have faced a lockout here. However, if you play around with these values, you will find that after a while you won't get any lockouts of whatsoever if you set this number, the timer, up higher a little bit. Anyway, I will continue on this. I will continue with this wireless cracking process in the follow-up tutorial, as there are a few more things to cover here. But don't be discouraged if you fail at first. If you get these error messages or something like that, just play around with the timers, and eventually you will get the hang of it. Eventually, you will no longer get AP rate limiting or anything of a kind. Now in the follow-up tutorial, what I'm going to do is show you the authentication methods and how you can basically shut down all connections to that router in order to force the user to reset the router or something of a kind, because there is no way that they can detect you, or it's highly unlikely that they will detect you, that they will find your physical location, that is, while you're performing a DOS attack, especially if you change the MAC address. If you're doing this sort of thing, please remember to always change the MAC address. So there's no way that it can be traced back to you in a physical sense, but you can't be located anyway. I suppose through some complex methods, your physical location could be discovered with a 4-meter discrepancy. So if you're in a bar or something like that, if there are 5 people using a laptop or a pad or something like that, there's just no way. There's too many people to go over, and they would have to use directional antennas, and yeah, it would basically be a manhunt or something of a kind. But you are not going to get that far, primarily because you will always have a permission to do these sort of things. Anyway, I bid you farewell till the next tutorial, where we shall be dealing with the DOS attacks of wireless and the forced restart of these routers in order, again, to avoid this error detected AP rate limiting. Anyway, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you then. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will be talking about DOS attacks and how you can actually deny wireless access to pretty much anybody within the range of your wireless card. Now, your current range of your wireless card is not your permanent range, or probably it's not your maximum range, because you can boost the signal as well. But of that I shall speak a bit later on. For the time being, I wish to focus only on the actual DOS attack, as that can, well, not only can you deny the service, but as I stated in the previous tutorial, you are actually able to trick a user into resetting the router. Primarily because if you can't connect to your wireless, what is one of the first things that you do? You basically just reset the router. Even if you call the ISP provider, one of the first things that they will tell you is reset the router. And these sort of attacks, they don't, unless they are going over an extended period of time or something like that, they don't raise a lot of suspicion. I mean, most people, when they can't connect to wireless in their houses or something like that, oh well, reset the router. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, oh well, call the ISP, then they try to fix it, but you're not going to be running the DOS attack probably for that long. Your idea is to force a reset. However, you can run actually permanent DOS attacks and in such a way deny service to a certain user or company or something of a kind. There is no known way to actually stop this. There are, as I've stated in the previous tutorials as well, you can use some paint or that doesn't allow signals to pass through, or you can use some tinfoil or something like that on the walls, but you are effectively uh, limiting what you can do with your own wireless in such a way, and that's not really the best of solutions. Anyway, there are certain things that a user can do on the other side to mediate this sort of an attack, such as change the channel of their wireless access point, change the MAC address, but none of those things are actually stopping the DOS attacks. All of those things, all that they are doing is simply hiding and buying for time. All you need to do is simply follow up on the changes. For example, do a scan again if you see that there is something wrong, and that's it. You will find a new MAC address, you will find a new channel, and you will see the new ESS ID as well. So anyway, without further ado, let's just go ahead and perform this sort of attack, see what happens and how can we actually confirm it. Anyway, the first thing that we need to do is set our wireless network card into monitor mode. I have a small script that I have written for myself here. I have explained it in the previous tutorials. If you're just wondering why am I not doing this via airmon-ng, so airmon-ng, and you can also do it like this, VLP2S0. Well, I've discovered that on Fedora, the distribution that I'm using at the moment, and the one that I'm using for the demonstration of this tutorial, well, it just presents problems. I mean, it creates virtual interfaces and I don't know, you get an error like name not unique on the network, and there's a way to fix that or a workaround, something like that. But I've just written my own script and that I'm going to use. You can use it as well. I've shown it in the previous tutorial. All it does is bring the interface, wireless interface down, changes its state, changes the mode to monitor mode, and then changes the state back to up again. Here we can just see it one more time quickly. Excellent. Perhaps I should have add a MAC change here as well. That would be actually a good idea, but for the time being I'm not going to do that, primarily because there is no need to hide as I am doing this to my own wireless system. However, if you're doing this outside, definitely use MAC changer-r VLP2S0. You can only change the MAC address when the interface is down. You cannot change the MAC address of the interface that is up. How to do this I have shown in the previous tutorials as well. Anyway, let's just go ahead and clear the screen. I usually run this command airmon-ng check VLP2S0. I use this not to initiate the monitor, not to set the monitor mode, but rather instead to perform a checkup to see if there are any programs, any processes out there within my computer that might cause problems or interference. Apparently there are none. If there were, once you run this command, it would give you the PIDs of the processes, and you could kill them easily. No problems there. Let's just go ahead and clear the screen, and the tool that we need to use as part of the aircrack package here is AI replay. So before we actually start doing that, we will of course need to perform a scan with a tool that we have used previously. So air dump, I have no idea why they call it so, air dump-ng VLP2S0 press enter. Oops, arrow dump. It's arrow dump, sorry. I always make a mistake there, but you can just use tab as I've shown, and it's gonna work out well for you. So apparently I have some open access points here as well, and I have noticed a very strange thing. When I perform these scans during different times of day, the signal strength varies, and the amount of wireless access point also changes. I'm just going to stop this because there are too many of them now. The wireless access point, the amount of wireless access point changes, and the signal strength changes. What I've noticed that people are doing is that they actually turn their Wi-Fi's off during certain times of the day when they are not there or when they are not using it or something of a kind. And that is a very wise precaution. I mean, that's a very intelligent thing to do, because if there's nobody in your house, if there's nobody using the Wi-Fi, there is literally no reason for you to leave it online. Just pull the plug. Simple as that. You increase the safety of your home network exponentially. Primarily because not only are you invisible, permanently invisible during certain periods of time, but you are also effectively limiting windows of opportunity for anybody to attack you, and that can cause a ridiculous amount of problems to an attacker. Anyway, so over here I have my wireless interface. It's called something. It's on channel 6, and its power, it's relatively good, but look at my neighbors. I conducted this scan last night, and my own wireless was about 50 something, and my neighbors was 59, which was ridiculous. I'm guessing this guy is right next to me or right below me with an antenna attached to the ceiling or something of a kind. I have no idea, but he's getting like a really strong wireless signal. I'm gonna have to ask around to see who this is, just to see what the signal strength is on this router. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. Let's just use the AI replay. However, you can't. I didn't find a way to actually specify a channel in AI replay. Perhaps there is an option there or something of a kind, but it doesn't really matter. I didn't try too hard. What I want to show you is that you can actually change the channel of your wireless network card manually. So just type in IV. Wait, before we actually do that, let's just try a random scan and see what happens. So AI replay dash ng, and here we're going to need to specify dash 0. So dash 0 is one of the list is from the list of arguments that I do believe that I showed previously, but doesn't really matter. So you see in the help menu you have deauthentication, you can use dash 0 instead of that. Fake authentication, you can use dash 1 instead of that, and so on and so forth. You don't actually need to type in the whole command, rather instead they've enumerated them, so it's a lot easier to actually use. Anyway, we're going to say dash 0 and space, it says count. So how many deauthentication request do you want to send? You can specify a number. It can be a very large number here, or you can just say 1 for a single deauthentication for capturing the WPA2 handshakes. Well, you're probably going to need more than 1, but doesn't really matter. I usually have a tendency to place a 0 here. 0 tells it simply do it continuously. So you can just do it until you feel satisfied or until you've achieved your purpose, and then Control C to actually cancel it. No big deal there. Anyway, after that we need to specify a dash A option, which is the BSID, and then in addition to that we need to specify the interface that we're going to be using. Press enter, and there we go. So it says here on channel 3, but I know for a fact, and you can scroll up, you can see here something, it says channel 6. So this is not going to work. It says no such BSSID available. Please specify ESSID, so perhaps the name of the network. Yeah, that is due to this channel problem. So this is channel 3, and my wireless interface card is functioning on my wireless access point is actually functioning on channel 6, while my wireless network card is functioning on channel 3 in my laptop. What we need to do is manually configure the channel of our network card. So IW config VLP2S0, which is the name of our interface, and then channel, and then just say 6. So it's very simple. It's like English language. You have a command. So IWconfig, the name of your wireless interface. Just type in the argument that you want to change, which is channel. Same thing with mode. So just type in mod here and change it to whatever you want. But in this case, we're changing the channel. So just type in channel space, and then just type in the number of the channel you wish to tune it. You wish to change it to. Anyway, now our wireless network card is operating on channel 6, and if we repeat the command that I've previously shown, you will see immediately it actually passes. This attack is more effective when targeting a connected wireless. Yep. Okay. So there is this message that we're being displayed here. This is not an error message. This is just a note of a sort. We can also deauthenticate individual clients on the network, so we don't need to see this attack that I'm performing now. This will deauthenticate everyone on that wireless card, on that wireless access point. Everybody will be deauthenticated. I mean, you can confirm this by using your smartphone or tablet or another PC that is connected to the to your home wireless network, and it might show the status that it is still connected, but try browsing the net. Try opening up a website or something of a kind. You will not be able to do it, like not in a million years. Also, there are some MAC filtering options that routers tend to impose, but doesn't matter. I've shown you how you can change a MAC address, and you can also set a script which will rotate your MAC addresses periodically, so that can be a nightmare. Also, the routers have the option to like adjust the MAC address to adjust a certain range of MAC addresses which can access it, but again, you will be able to see the authenticated clients on that network and just use their MAC addresses instead and pass through. As I said, this is ridiculously difficult to stop, and it's really painful when you're being DOSed in terms of wireless. There's very little that you can do. I honestly don't know of any known method to actually completely stop this, but we'll see. There are some enterprise type routers that are actually able to fight this off to an extent, but we'll see what the future brings. Anyway, I will be doing more of this in the follow-up tutorial, and I will show you how you can de-authenticate a single client. Plus, we'll be writing down some bash scripts and see how that works out to improve our attack. In any case, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will do as I've promised in the previous one. We will do a bit of scripting and we will see how that works to our advantage. Now, a client might try to hide, so you do need to keep, if you wish to perform some sort of a long-term wireless denial of service attack, you will want to be vigilant. You will need to monitor the status of the network. You will need to see when the MAC addresses are changed, when the ESSIDs are changed, when channels are changed, and so on and so forth. Now these things, well, you can do them manually, you can do them with scripts. The choice is entirely yours. I can't go into full bash scripting here because that would be a tutorial for it, that would be a course for itself. But I will show you some of the basics and what you can do with bash scripts. I mean, it's a very powerful, they're very powerful. You can do a lot with them. You can automate most of your tasks. And on top of that, we need to see how we can de-authenticate particular clients on the network. So I didn't change anything, so I'm still in monitor mode if I'm not mistaken. I'm just going to go ahead, from the previous tutorial that is, I'm just going to go ahead and type in arrow dump dash ng VLP2S0, and when I press this, okay, I have my network here, so I'm just going to go ahead and take its MAC address, and I want to do a more precise scan. So here's what I'll do. I'll do air dump dash ng, and then I'll dash dash BSSID, which will be the MAC address of this access point, and I can also specify a channel with dash dash channel, but I don't really want to do that. I just want to scan it for this MAC address and see. That way I'll know if the channel changes. The scan is now in progress. I am at some point of time, I'm sure I'll get a client here or something of a kind. Let me just de-authenticate it and authenticate it on my cell phone. I'm just going to turn wireless on and off, and then I should get the signal. Because there's no activity, if I was browsing the net on my phone or something like that, it would show up immediately, but I am not doing anything, and there we go. Simple authentication will show a transition of packets between between the BSSID of 90F6 52C1BB18, and station is basically a device which is connected to that particular access point. Now I will go ahead and stop this here. And before I continue, you can see in the upper left corner it says channel 6. And you have seen that these channels change. I mean, it's been going from 1 to 14 if I'm not mistaken. And when these channels here change, your wireless network card is put into functions in accordance with these channels and functions on these frequencies. So that might disrupt it, and you might need to, for a DOS attack, you might need to manually reconfigure your wireless network card. As I've showed you before, just use iwconfig and set it to whatever channel you want. Anyway, client, as I said, can change the MAC address, can change the SSID, can change even the encryption method, and can change the channel. So how can you know for sure if somebody changes all three of these? If somebody changes the channel, but the MAC address and the ESSID, how can you figure out what access point are you going to continue DOSing? Because you might have like 100 of them or something of a kind that you captured with this error with this error-ng packet. How will you figure it out? Well, simple. Same clients will be same clients. These are clients will be authenticated with the same networks. So even if the BSSID changes, even if the ESSID, the name changes, so even if I don't know if I could change it here, something 12345 or whatever, uh, all of these parameters change, the clients which are authenticated to that access point will not change. So I suppose theoretically somebody could go ahead and change the MAC addresses of every single device connected to that access point. But think of this. But think of the following scenario: you're a company or you're a coffee shop or something like that. You cannot go around changing everybody's MAC addresses on everybody's devices. No way. So just the first time around, see which clients are authenticated to a particular access point, and then do a general errodump-ng like this. So errodump-ng will do a general sweep like this, and then you will see, there we go, you will see the authenticated clients down below. This is for B0, what is somebody else, I suppose. You will be able to see down below who are the clients that are authenticated to that particular network. And in such a way, you will figure it out. You will figure out the new MAC address and the new channel, the new ESSID, and the DOS attack will be able to proceed. So as I said before, there really is no stopping it. There is only hiding from it. Just go ahead and clear. And I have made a very nice bash script here, which I want to show you. Well, it's not very nice, but it does the job. So this signifies it's a bash script. This is a loop. This is an infinite loop. It will perform until I actually put it to sleep, until I cancel it manually as a user. So let's just go briefly over it. It says airplay -0 space 5. So I want to send 5 deauthentication signals packets, and then -I to this MAC address from this interface. Next up, when those 5 deauthentication packets have been sent, I want you to bring the interface down. So go ahead and bring the interface down. Use MAC changer, change the MAC address of the interface to random. So randomly change the MAC addresses of my wireless interface. Just print out the new MAC so I know that that something is happening. And then after that, oops, let me just put a space. There we go. So you can see it better. And then I want you to reconfigure the mode of the wireless interface to monitor again. Bring it back up. Tell me that the mode is monitor when you grep it. So in order to confirm it, go ahead and sleep for 3 seconds. And while you're sleeping, echo waiting. I don't know. I just wrote this down for some strange reason. Anyway, what you can modify here is following. You can modify the sleep timer. So you can go to sleep for relatively larger or shorter periods of time, depending on how you wish to perform this DOS attack. You can also say something like, over here, you can read values from a file where you have a list of access points which you wish to jam at particular time intervals. Now that's a bit more of a complex bash scripting method. If you're interested, feel free to pose it in the question sections, but you do need to have a certain knowledge of bash in order to be able to do that. In any case, there are some of the things that I would like you to try and play around with. If you succeed, good. If not, feel free to post it in the question sections. I will be more than happy to help you out. Anyway, so as I said, you can have a list of MAC addresses here that is loaded from, I don't know, from some file that you've previously created, and you can jam particular wireless access points in certain time intervals. when you do that, you will also need a command down below in order to change to the appropriate channel, because you will also need to know the channels of those access points. So iv config VLP2S0 channel, and then you will need to specify a channel name here, so 7 or I don't know, 3 or 1 or something like that. P2S0. Excellent. So not a bad idea. You can increase the effectiveness of your wireless jamming. You can effectively basically jam your entire neighborhood, which I definitely do not recommend, as that is illegal. But people have been known to do it. I mean, somebody somewhere figures out how to do it and is genius enough to actually attempt it. There's literally no gain in it. It just annoying the neighbors, I suppose, something like that. But anyway, you can, as I said, you can change the time intervals. That's not a bad idea at all. You can feel free to play around with this as much as you want with this part here in the loop. And if you come up with any new ideas or something of a kind, feel free to post them in the discussion section. In the discussions, I will be more than happy to take a look at it and see what you have done on your own, because that is really one of the best ways you can learn something. Anyway, let's just go ahead and apply the script and see what happens. No, I do not wish to save any changes. Anyway, before you can run a script, you of course need to do chmod. I have done this previously, but let me just show you. +x, so to make it executable, jam-.sh. And then I'm just going to type in jam-sh and see I am again on the wrong channel. Waiting for beacon from on channel 7. VLP is on channel 7, but access point uses channel 6. Excellent. So this actually even tells you on what channel is the wireless access points. Fantastic. So iv config VLP2S0 channel. Let me just quickly change this. 6. Excellent. And now we can begin the jamming process. Excellent. So you see here it sends 5 the authentication attempts, the one that I have selected, and then it changes the MAC address to something, I don't know, unknown, and then it brings monitor mode back up again. It says waiting. When it says waiting, it's sleeping for 3 seconds or something of a kind, whatever you write down. And you see the process is just going to repeat itself on end pretty much until you shut the computer down or until you terminate the process by killing the PID or just pressing Control C. Not a bad way to deauthenticate at all, but there is another thing that you can do. So you see here, let me just see AirPlay. Nope, I don't want arrow dump. Excellent. So arrow dump, and you can use arrow dump in combination with airmon, but there is a trick to it. You have to manually configure the channel for arrowdump-ng so it doesn't change the channel. If it changes the channel, your deauthentication attempts will not go through. So channel, and let's just tell it 6. Press enter. Excellent. Now it's permanently scanning on channel 6, and you are able to monitor any and all changes that take place here. So for example, if there are some changes that take place, you notice them, you can implement them elsewhere. And by that I mean, if you simply lose this wireless, if you no longer see it, perhaps the channel has been changed or the BSSID has been changed, you can, oh, great, I even got the handshake here. Amazing. Oh man, without any, well, I suppose it's because, oh no, wait, I'm actually not even performing the authentication, I just got the handshake. It doesn't matter. Anyway, if you lose it, cancel it and do a general sweep without the BSSID specified and without the channel specified. But you can also try just with the BSSID specified and with the channel not specified, because somebody could have just changed the channel and BSSID could have remained the same. One of the methods that you can apply, and yep, I'm gonna use this in conjunction. I'm gonna use the jam.sh, which starts up AI replay in conjunction with basically arrow dump, so I can monitor the status and what is going on here. In addition to that, I can actually jam the signal as well. And even though it says that this station is actually authenticated with it, believe me, on my Android phone or whatever this is, I would not be able to browse the internet. There is no way. I would be continuously deauthenticated. It would be impossible for me to even open up a basic website. That would be beyond the abilities of the device. As I said before, you can actually use your own phones, you can use your own tablets or whatever other devices in order to confirm this. But you can see that these tools can actually work one with parallel to each other, no problems, as long as they are all using as long as you cannot tell your wireless card to function on several channels at once. At least I don't know how to do that. Maybe you can somewhere on the net. It's a you can they definitely can be at the same time. They can be modulated, but you cannot have them running at the same time. So you do need to adjust the parameters a little bit, and then you can use several of these tools at once. You can monitor the status, you can jam it. Uh, Here, you can even get a VLP2 handshake or something like that. And it says here interface is down because I have brought it down. Anyway, I thank you for watching, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Until then, I bid you farewell, and I urge you to try to do things on your own as much as you can, as that is absolutely the best way to learn. Okay, so let me just do a quick show. Here you can actually clear and nano jam. Excellent. So instead of actually doing a general deauthentication here, you are also able to do this. So space dash C for client, and I'm just going to stop this for now. I'm going to take this client, so just take the MAC address of the client where it says C pasted, Control O to save, Control X to exit, and now I wish to run jam. Excellent. It says sending 64 direct deauthentication, acknowledgement, blah blah blah, whatever. This is all verbose output from the program. That's all that it is, and it says which client in specific is it actually de-authenticating. That can be a pretty big problem. As you see, I'm gonna do temp-ng channel 6. Okay, it says interface VLP is down. Okay, so sometimes it's not gonna actually work out, as I said before, primarily because I'm bringing the interface down, but the scanning is actually in progress. And even though this station might show here as actually connected or something of a kind, try browsing the net. As I said before, try doing anything with it on the internet. You won't be able literally to move because nothing will be able to pass through. That's gonna be a pretty big problem. As I said before, you can confirm this with any of your devices. You won't be able to do anything with them. I just wanted to show you how you can actually jam a particular client. You can also set the rotations here to, I don't know, jam a particular client for a while and then jam a different one for a while. Again, you can have a list of clients here and load them up from a file so they can modulate. You're jamming this client for 5 minutes, for the next 5 minutes the next one, and so on and so forth, in such a way creating a bit of a chaotic situation. Anyway, I strongly urge you to try. You don't necessarily need to practice, but just to try to do something on your own. Try to alter the code. Try to jam something, of course, that you have a permission to jam, and try to do it in a bit of a different way. Apply some other arguments. Play around with things. There really isn't much that you can break here, especially if you're doing it on your own wireless that you have a permission to do it on. And that is really the best possible way to learn. But in any case, I'm gonna bid you farewell now, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I'll talk about instead SSL strips and ARP spoofing. Now, attacking wireless networks in general is much more than just cracking the authentication keys. There are a lot of other options that you can use. especially in public Wi-Fi's where you can authenticate without any problems of whatsoever. And you can also, once you're in that public Wi-Fi or you're within a building that has a Wi-Fi to which people are connecting, perhaps it's not a public one, but it's of a company, or you're in a school or something like that, as long as you are authenticated to that Wi-Fi, you will be able to listen to all the traffic that goes on, that goes over that particular Wi-Fi that's up in the air. However, it's gonna, more likely than not, it's gonna be encrypted, and it's not gonna be very useful to you. You'll be able to see who, most likely you'll be able to see who is visiting what somewhere, uh, but you won't be able to see anything of relevance really. The problem is the HTTPS protocol, which encrypts your web traffic, and once you pass the login credentials, they are encrypted, so you can't actually see somebody else's login credentials, which is very problematic. Now, there is a program, it's called SSL Strip, which converts, let me just put it to you this way, which converts HTTP to HTTPS. Sorry, the other way around. This would make absolutely no sense for pen testing. HTTPS to HTTP. Basically, it strips this S. It strips the SSL encryption. Hence, it is called the SSL strip. And once it is no longer encrypted, once the data over the network is transmitted in the form of regular HTTP packets in clear text, you will be able to see usernames and passwords of pretty much everybody on the network. Now, if they're using HTTP, you'll be able to do this anyway, but as I said, very few sites today of importance are using only HTTP protocol. Usually they have a port 443 open for SSL encryption, and you cannot you can capture the data, but there isn't really much or anything that you can do with it. Now, HTTPS has been, it's showing cracks. Definitely, there were two Italian people who've claimed to have decoded it, to have decrypted it, but there are still issues to be resolved, and it's not fully cracked yet, so you won't be able to read the information if it is encrypted. And for this purpose today, we will need several tools. We will need two tools. We will require SSL strip, so just go ahead and type in yum install SSL, oops, not install, rather instead search SSL strip, and yep, there we go. So this is what you would need to install. The tool provides a demonstration of HTTPS stripping attacks. It does much more than provide a demonstration, but oh well. Basically, just type in as before, yum install SSL strip, and this is going to go through. Because mine is already installed and latest version, nothing will happen, but you can also do this -y, and you will not be prompted for any questions during the installation if you pass this command. Now, the second tool that we're going to use is for DNS spoofing, because we need to convince the router of our identity, of our assumed identity, so to say. We need to trick it. We need to trick it into sending us the packets that the user sends to it. This is so we can actually strip the encryption, retransmit the packets to the router, and then the router transmits it over to the internet. I'll explain how this works in a moment, but before I do, there is just one more tool that you need to acquire. Let me just clear the screen. So yum search DSN. Is it this? Yep, there we go. It has a bit of a weird name here. Usually it's called ARP spoof on pretty much every other distro out there, but on Fedora it's called DSN IFF. And this is another networking tool which you need to install. Basically, what we shall be doing today is convincing the router to send us all packets that a specific user transmits to the router. They will go back to us from the router. We will remove the encryption, forward the packets back to the router, and then the router will only transmit onto the net HTTP packets. Everything will be in clear text, we will be performing a man-in-the-middle attack, as this technique falls definitely into that category, and then we will be able to read the user credentials and practically take all the vital information as they were in clear text without any sort of problems. Now, before I do this, it is of vital importance of me to stress out that this is not going to work always. This is not going to work out 100% of the time. With Internet Explorer, it's more likely to work than with Firefox or Chrome, but it's still going to work on Firefox and Chrome. However, perhaps some websites like PayPal, they have very strong defenses against it, so it's very unlikely that it's going to work there. Well, 2015 now, probably it won't work. I'm giving you 99.99% chance that it's not going to work on PayPal, and about 95% chance that it's not going to work on Facebook either. But because people tend to recycle passwords and they tend to use exactly the same passwords on multiple sites, and they use pretty much their emails as their login credentials, as their username, you can just take other passwords that you gather and then attempt them on the sites where you cannot do this. So that can be very convenient, and that is definitely something I would advise you all against it. Do, if you have you can have one set of passwords for all of your financial places on the net, another set of passwords for all the irrelevant places on the net. I would definitely advise you to do that, primarily because these places, such as Gmail or Facebook or PayPal, they will be better protected. They will have the latest protection possible, and the passwords you use there, you shouldn't really use on some other websites that don't really have a good protection, because your credentials will get stolen while you're doing something on those sites, while you're registering on some forum or browsing a forum or something like that. You definitely shouldn't use the same password as on your PayPal, and somebody will then just try it on your PayPal account. There you go. Basically, they've effectively circumvented all the PayPal's protections and all the millions of dollars that they've invested into security systems. Uh, Key lesson for this: do not recycle passwords. I will show you how to. I will begin using this in the follow-up tutorial, but these are just a few basics that we had to cover before actually digging into this. Now, both of these tools, SSL Strip and ARP Spoof, are not installed by default on Fedora distribution. They are on Kali, so if you are running a live version of Kali, you will have both of these tools there. But if you're using Fedora, you have to install them as I did. The installation process is very straightforward, just as I showed you. Just type in one command for one and the other for the other. The only difference is the name of the packet. That's it, and it will install no problems. Once you're done with that, come back and we'll actually get to use it in the follow-up tutorial. Until then, thank you for watching. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I'm going to go ahead and start configuring my computer, my network settings, in order to be able to strip the SSL encryption from various packets that I'm going to redirect to myself. Anyway, one of the first things that we need to do is take a look at the list of these commands here. So it's echo 1 to this file here. Let me just show you. I'm going to copy paste it. I am deliberately not giving you the text files from which you can copy paste. I mean, I know that it's perhaps tiresome or something like that, but try typing the commands in. It does help you a great deal to understand them better, because you're going to make mistakes and you're going to correct them, and you will understand and remember the commands as well. A very good way to remember them is just to type them in. Also, you will be able to understand a bit more, because you're going to get error messages that are going to tell you stuff about it. Anyway, I have prepared a file for myself here to save us a bit of time today, and to save me a bit of mistake to save myself from making mistakes when typing. But anyway, what we need to do is type this in. It says echo 1, and then put it into, well, this file here. I can go ahead and press enter. It's already set to 1, but it doesn't matter. I can also verify that it is 1 by catting the content. So it is 1. If you wish to revert it back to the old state, just type in 0. And if I type in cat again, it's going to be 0. By default on your machines, it will be set to 0. So you do need to change this. I have done this before, so it was already on 1, but it doesn't matter. It does no harm to type it in one more time. Now there is this rather lengthy command in terms of IP tables configuration. Now we need to configure our firewall for port redirection, because we need to redirect traffic from a certain port to a certain port. So from port 80 to the listening port of the SSL strip. And IP tables, as I mentioned before, is a fantastic firewall, completely open source, and it can be used to conduct extremely complex operations, and it can be used for the simplest of things. And the wonder of it is that it's free and that it's very good. Anyway, type in IP. There's also a graphical interface, but rarely people use it on very rare occasions. I don't think that is the general approach. Usually people prefer to just type the commands in themselves. Anyway, IP tables, space T NAT. So NAT is a table for network address translation. Dash A, that stands for append. I could also type in here I for insert or D for delete, but we need append, and to chain pre-routing. Excellent. We're going to specify a protocol, so it's going to be TCP dash dash destination port. This you can also type in here. You can also use dport argument, but I don't know. I suppose for some strange reason, I've opted for destination port. It's a lot easier to understand when looking at it. It's practically written as though it was literally English language. It is English language, but I mean, how would you tell somebody to redirect to a certain port? You would tell him redirect to port and then type in a port. You use the same syntax you would use when telling somebody, a real person, to redirect something. You would use the same syntax to actually tell the machine as well. So it's fair. They've made a great effort to make it as simple as possible. Although at first glance it can seem a bit complex. So it's TCP. The destination port is 80, and now I need a command that's going to be passed. So J, and I want to redirect the traffic. So just type in redirect space dash dash to dash port 8080. Now port 8080 is going to be the port on which SSL strip will be listening on. Go ahead and press enter. There is no output, there is no confirmation, nothing. The exit code is 0, so nothing happens here. And if nothing happens, that's great. It means it has worked. Not necessarily, but 99% of the cases it means that it has worked. However, I do like to run a verification, and I'm going to go ahead and type in IP tables dash T NAT space dash L to get a listing, and I want pre-routing. I'm going to see what I've done there. Excellent. So you see it says redirect TCP from anywhere to anywhere with the destination port of, we see DPT, it's short version here. So the destination port is port 80, which is HTTP. It's redirect ports 8080. Excellent. I have a bad feeling I've inserted this rule 3 times by now, because I've done some test runs in order to not make any mistakes during the tutorial to save us all time. But it seems to be effective. It seems to be working. So let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Keep in mind that while you're doing this, you're going to encounter a lot of problems. There's going to be error messages. Things are not going to work. You're going to need to reinstall some things, install additional libraries perhaps, or something of a kind. Don't sweat it. That is all standard procedure. It happens to everybody quite literally. You just need nerves of steel to go through it. Now I've written for myself here, find a target. Now you can use, I know what target I'm going to attack, but you can use nmap. And before you use nmap, just type in ifconfig. Clear ifconfig. P8P1. Excellent. So I just wanted to get a listing for the interface that I'm using, because you need to be using the interface that you are using to connect to the internet. So this is the IP address that is assigned to me. Usually the default gateway is simply the lowest one, but you can check the default gateway by typing in route, press enter, and there we go. Gateway 192.168.1.1. That would be the IP address of my router within a LAN. Now, looking at this, I'm guessing that it is assigning IP addresses from 2 to 250 to 254, or yeah, 254, because it can't assign 255. 255 is the broadcast. Anyway, so from 2 to 254, it's going to be assigning IP addresses. I can perform an nmap scan of the network. So nmap, and I'm going to go ahead and type in 192.168.1.1/24. So please scan the entire subnet, or I can just do this /2 254 to save myself a couple of IP addresses here, 2 IP addresses less. And I want double verbose output. This might take a while if you're doing it. This will reveal all the hosts that are up on the network that nmap can reveal. I've also told it to scan on all ports as well. However, I mean, yeah, you're gonna have to do this basically if you're in a real life situation, and it's gonna keep on scanning, and it says, okay, host down. I only have one host that is up here, that is up and running, which is my Windows machine, and I'm not gonna go and sift through all these up. I'm just gonna go ahead over to my VirtualBox and open up my Windows 8 machine. There you go. So it says scanned hosts, never mind. Anyway, you will need to perform this scan if you want to figure out who is alive, but I've just showed you how to do it. Just do nmap, and if you don't find any hosts, try passing on some different arguments to nmap. Try saying like pn or something of a kind, and see if that yields any different results. Also, you can use -o for -o for OS detection and something of a kind. Yep, there we go. So I'm going to open up my Windows machine, type in ipconfig into the CMD. Oops, is it IP? Yep, it's ipconfig into the CMD, and I'm going to get a lot of information here. Basically, I'm only interested to see which IP address is actually assigned to this machine. It's 100. Excellent. So this machine, this Windows 8.1 virtual machine, is functioning on 192.168.1.100. And that is my victim. That is the person, that is a machine that I wish to vandalize, that I want to actually strip of its encryption and view its traffic. So I'll just go ahead and minimize it for the time being, as we know what the IP address is there. And if you're wondering why I have all these terminals open, we will need 2 terminals to perform this attack, and a third one to view the results of the attack, because we don't want to stop the attack while we are viewing the results. Anyway, second part, in the follow-up tutorial, I'm going to go ahead and go over ARP spoof. Since we have completely prepared our machine, we have found our victim. Now we need to do the ARP spoof, and we need to conduct an SSL strip, and then we need to have a live report of the log as well, in order to figure out in order to pull out some of the valuable information from it. Anyway, I bid you all farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. This will be the final one in the series of SSL strip, so let's wrap it up. Anyway, I'm going to ARP spoof basically twice. I will convince the router that I am Windows 8.1 machine, and I will also convince the Windows 8.1 machine that I am the router as well. Now, this is the case that I have a virtual machine here, but it doesn't really matter. It would work just the same with pretty much any other device that is connected to this particular wireless network. The procedure is exactly the same. There are literally no differences of whatsoever. Anyway, this is the default gateway, meaning that is my router, and this is the IP address of my Windows machine. I know what it is now, but I've showed you. You can use nmap to see the live hosts on the network, and you can use -o argument to perform operating system detection, and you can see which sort of devices are on the network. Anyway, let's go ahead and issue this command. And later on, I have one more thing to show you with IP tables. I've been struggling around with that, didn't want to work for a while for some strange reason, but then I really figured out what it was. Let me just see, what did I actually type in here? There is a command that you need to run. You need to open up a port manually in the IP tables, and that would be port 8080. Okay, so router is first here. Excellent. And Windows 8.1 machine is first here. Excellent. So now I am effectively ARP spoofing, performing the ARP spoofing action. I need to do it twice. And I guarantee you it's going to be effective this way. But here's what I wanted to show you. Here's what I've been struggling with. The thing that I've been having problems with. The port on my machine from which I'm performing the attack, port 8080, was not open. It was not, even though an application was listening, it was not permitted by the IP tables to receive any sort of traffic on it. And that presented a pretty big problem, because now my ARP poisoning effectively DOSed a wireless network. By poisoning the ARP, I have effectively rendered the host that I am messing around with, not the host, the victim machine that I'm messing around with, connectionless. It could no longer function properly. It could no longer interact with that Wi-Fi in a proper way, and it no longer had an exit point onto the internet. So what I did was manually correct the problem. I typed in IP tables -I for insert in the chain input. Yep, there we go, and I'm going to insert to the first position, because it's very important with these rules, the positions themselves. The Linux will start interpreting the rules from the first to the last. So if they contradict each other or something like that, the first one in the order will take precedence always. So yeah, input 1, and I need a protocol. It's going to be TCP -D port. This is a shortcut, and the D port will be 8080, the one that we've specified. You can also specify different ports here depending on what you specified on the redirect rule. So you can use pretty much any port there as well that is not being used for anything else. Anyway, let's just go ahead and type in D port there, -J space accept. And this is the command which you need to run for IP tables as well, in order to open up this port here so that the SSL strip could be listening. I'm not going to do it now because I already have it. Let me just show it to you. IP tables -L input. Oh, what do you know? It's not actually there. No problems. I'll just I'll do it again. IP tables. I must have resetted it. I must have performed a reset quite recently, but doesn't really matter. I can just do it really fast. Input -1 for protocol TCP -D port 8080, and what do I need next? I need -J accept. Excellent. There we go. Now I can do the listing, and there we go. Yep, here we go. Target accept TCP, this source anywhere, destination anywhere. Destination port says here web cache, but it's 8080. Anyway, let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Now I need to type in SSL strip -L lowercase l space port 8080. Now keep in mind that any changes that you make in this fashion to the IP tables, to the firewall, are not permanent. The first reset of the firewall, or the first reset of the machine as well, will pretty much restore the default settings. They are not permanent changes. So I must have resetted it or something like that, resetted the service itself, the firewall service, and I've lost the rule, but it doesn't really matter. Let me just go ahead and start the SSL strip and listen on port 8080. Press enter, and there we go. It is now effectively listening. Now, I'm not going to monitor this because this is going to show a tonload of some sort of information anyway that I'm not going to be that interested in. What I want is to type in tail-f SSL strip.log. Press enter. Tail-f will provide a live feed of any changes done to this file, and SSL strip, pretty much whatever passwords or usernames it manages to grab, it puts into this log file, and I want to monitor it. I want to see when things pop there. Let's go over to my virtual machine, Windows 8.1. I have it right here. I will move it like this. Let me just rearrange this a little bit. Forget about it. Let's just leave it as it is, because I do need some space here so you guys can all see what is going on. Anyway, let's just go ahead and open up Firefox, and I'm gonna open Internet Explorer as well. I will show you the difference between the two. Some of the things will work on Internet Explorer, while some of the things will not, while those same things will not work on Firefox, primarily because they have different safeguards in place. And I'm not usually overly critical of Microsoft because they've done a wonderful job with the security in Windows 8, but they've done a terrible job with design there. However, Internet Explorer still remains one of the most vulnerable browsers out there. I do not understand why. So there we go. The tail, is this the tailing part? Yes, this is actually the tailing part. You can see what sort of information is being passed here. This is kind of difficult to read, and it doesn't really make that much sense. I mean, I couldn't read this. Maybe I could, but only portions of it, and it would take me a very long time to figure out what all of it actually means and represents. But you are only looking for certain types of fields that have very specific names. So let's go over to Google. I'm wondering, will it actually open Google? And let's see. Surely enough, it actually opens it up. So Google search engine actually works with this. Let's try Gmail. Will it be able to open up Gmail? And yes, it will, but it will be encrypted. Let's see, will I manage to take the credentials? I'm gonna say fake sign in. Okay, it says incorrect, but since I am still going over the encrypted protocols, this is not gonna work. Okay, no problems. Let's give it a shot here. Gmail. And let's see if this is gonna work on Internet Explorer. Yes, it will, because immediately here you see the letters are a bit small in the browser, but let me just go back to the beginning. Immediately here you see that it's HTTP protocol, and let's see if this is gonna catch it. So fake sign in, and there we go. It actually did catch it. So it says, let me just expand this a little bit. YouTube and email. Okay, so the username is actually email, which is correct. So email equals fake, you see it here, and password equals fake. So surprisingly enough, it doesn't work over Firefox, and usually if it doesn't work with Firefox, it's not going to work with Chrome, but there is always a chance, a slight chance. But with Explorer, it does work. And let me tell you this, 30% of the world's population still uses Internet Explorer. Out of that 30%, a good amount of them does not perform regular updates. And even better, the vast majority of that 30% are actually people in the corporate world, in the companies where you have a computer from the company and you are forced to use certain programs, certain browsers, and operate under certain settings. And those are usually the kind of targets that pen testers go for when they get the permission to do something of a kind. which is fantastic, primarily because they are using Internet Explorer as it is extremely vulnerable. So let's just try a few more pages and see how this works out. Let's see if we can get to Facebook. Okay, I'm gonna try Facebook on Explorer, and I'm gonna try Facebook on Firefox. So Facebook. I didn't install the Chrome here because pretty much the same rules apply with Firefox. They're state-of-the-art browsers. And you see, it doesn't work with Facebook. I mean, I am not even going to try because I might as well try since I'm here. It's still HTTPS, but down here with the Explorer, it's HTTP, and you'll be able to take it. So let's try. Let's give it a shot. Why not? Facebook. And surely enough, I should have it here somewhere. Let me just see. It's fairly difficult to see. Okay, so I just had it. I had it. There we go. So email equals Facebook and pass equals Facebook. Excellent. So over Internet Explorer, I have managed to steal the credentials. Let's go ahead and see whether I'm going to be able to do it with Firefox. No, but let's try anyway. So Facebook. Nope. Nope. This is definitely not gonna work. Let's just try it one more time. I am inclined. Uh, what am I gonna type in here? Stone. 1, 2, 3. Log in. Nothing has changed here, so it didn't actually manage to capture it. There was no stripping of this S, and the traffic unfortunately is still encrypted here. So we can't actually use Facebook for that, but let's try some different sites. Let's try PayPal. So that's one of the most common sites to get attacked, to receive attacks. So PayPal. Okay, so here, and I'm gonna try with Explorer as well. PayPal. What? No, I don't want Bing. I want PayPal. Amazing. Amazing. Why are you doing this to me? PayPal. Nobody uses Bing. I do not wish to use it. On PayPal. Will it open? Well, what do you know? It actually does, and it's running under HTTP protocol, which means username and password is in clear text, which is fantastic. And I do believe that I have this version of Windows updated to the max. Do I? Yep, there are no notifications regarding updates, so it is updated to the final version along with the Internet Explorer. And let's see if it actually works on Firefox. Purely doubt it, but I'm gonna give it a shot anyway because I like trying things out. No, no, it doesn't actually. There's an S there, and this will not work. So I'm not. Well, I might as well. I always say that I'm not, but I'm just always curious and inquisitive, and I just have to give it a shot. So let's give it a. Let's try Firefox, PayPal, and PayPal. Will it give me anything? No, it will not. Let's see Explorer. PayPal. Log in. Yep, there we go. It's definitely somewhere in here. If I can. Yep, there we go. So email, PayPal, password, PayPal. Okay, so let's go over to some less protected sites. Let's just give it a shot. I'm gonna go over to linux.org. Wait, not linux.org. Give me. Oh, come on. Linux questions.org. This is a fantastic website to get pretty much any answers out there. And let's just do the same here. So Linux questions.org. Let's go over to the official site, and no, this is in clear text anyway. But anyway, yeah, they don't really need to add any extra security there, because I don't know, nobody's gonna steal these passwords. There's no money here. This is purely for educational purposes, and people trade knowledge here. But anyway, it is a good site to actually visit. If you have any problems, you can ask people there pretty much anything related to Linux, and more often than not, you will find people willing to help you out. Anyway, I hope I have given you a few clear demonstrations of what you can do here. And just in case that you're thinking that you cannot do anything with Firefox or Chrome, well, you're badly mistaken, primarily because yes, you can. Chrome and Firefox are both susceptible to SSL strip, but not on all sites. It won't work, for example, on PayPal, it won't work on Google, it won't work on Facebook, but as you have seen on Explorer, it will work on pretty much anything. So if you're lucky enough that your victim is using Internet Explorer and you have a 30% chance that they are, which is, they're not bad odds at all, you will be able to pretty much steal all the credentials. Especially important with the rise of the Windows Phone, who also uses Internet Explorer. However, Firefox and Chrome will be vulnerable if people try to log in into some less secure sites somewhere else that are also functioning under HTTPS protocol, where DS gets stripped, the SSL encryption. However, there are no extra safeguards, and you can actually steal the login credentials there. And as I said before, people usually tend to recycle them and reuse them, so you have a very good chance that they are the same. In any case, I bid you all farewell. I hope that you have enjoyed this tutorial, and with this I will conclude this chapter. And of course, I really do hope to see you in the next tutorial, but until then, I urge you to experiment on your own, of course, within the limits of the law. Anyway, I hope to see you next time. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I've decided to do something a bit more fun, to ease the path, so to say. And we're going to be doing some sort of thing that people generally do for April Fool or something of a kind. Basically, you get to modify the browsing information of anybody that you can spoof, whose ARP you can spoof. And what this means is that you can actually affect how they view websites. For example, you can flip their images, you can flip all images on a website upside down, or you can insert text, or perhaps you can add extra words to Google search, or I don't know, you can do some crazy things like change language settings to something ridiculous, like there are these fictional languages, something from Star Trek. I do believe that I found it on the net, a small script that actually changes your language settings to Klingon while browsing the internet. Can you just imagine reading anything? Trying to read something or trying to translate it back or something of a kind, that wouldn't really be fun. Anyway, even though this is primarily for fun, this part anyway, you still of course would need a permission unless you are on your own wireless or something of a kind. Anyway, let's just go. I have a small instruction script for myself here, just so that I don't mess anything up during this procedure. I have already done it, and it seems to work to a good extent. Some of the scripts, they won't always work, but good amount of the time you will be able to achieve what you want. Anyway, first of all, we need something called Squid, and Squid is a proxy. So let me just show you. Apt cache search Squid, and I'm gonna say 3. Also, you might have noticed that I am back in Kali Linux, and Kali Linux comes with a lot of these tools pre-installed, so I don't need to go through a lot of hassle or something like that. And the configuration is a bit simpler, as you have a setup predefined here. Also, I don't need direct access to wireless for this sort of an attack. Anyway, we're gonna need to install Squid. You can see here Squid 3 full featured web proxy cache HTTP proxy. In order to install it, oops, not yum, type in apt-get install and then squid 3 space dash y, press enter, and this will install it. I'm not going to press enter now because I already have it installed. That is one of the tools which we are going to need, but there is more. You will need Apache web server for this. So again with the apt dash get search, and we're gonna need Apache. Apache is a well-known, oops, it's not yet, it's Apache, sorry. Apache is a well-known web server used by the majority of the world today. I don't know what percentage of user actually uses Apache, but lately there were some other web servers which became really popular. For example, Nginx. That's one that gained on popularity really fast. It's apparently it's a lot faster. I can't find the exact name of the package here, but it doesn't really matter. Look, just type in yum and oops again. Just type in apt-get install Apache 2, press enter, and there you go. It says that Apache 2 is already the newest version, and the doesn't really need, oh wait, I need 62 upgrades. Doesn't matter, I'm not going to do any of the upgrades now. But anyway, this is the command to install it. Apache 2 is the name of the package. I could have found it in the list up there, but figured I would just save some time and give you the direct command for you to install it so that we don't have too much of a time loss there. Anyway, go ahead and clear the screen. The next thing that you're going to need is a bunch of scripts, and I do believe I have them here. No, not these scripts. Where do you suppose they are? Well, okay, I do have them, but they're on my clipboard. Okay, so it's apt-get -y install, and you need these three programs. So image, magic, ghost script, and jp2a. I've written for myself here ghost script optional. You will only need ghost scripts for certain scripts that we're gonna download from the net. Not sure exactly which ones, but you can just install it. It doesn't take a lot of space and it doesn't take a lot of time. Let me just see if I have all of them installed. And yes, I do have all three of them installed here, so no problems there. But if you don't, just go ahead and run the same command, of course, and you will have it installed, no problems. Just go ahead and clear the screen. Anyway, those three tools we are going to need in order to actually perform this attack. So let's just go over them one more time. It's Squid, Apache, and these last three scripts that I have showed you. That not three scripts, sorry, I keep on calling them scripts. They're well, this one is a script interpreter, and this is actually just I don't know. This is just a program for manipulating images on the web or something of a kind. Anyway, so these three as well, and then we will be able to perform this attack. Make sure that you have them all installed. You don't need to configure anything. We will do the configuration in the next tutorial, but make sure that you have all three of them installed before you start watching the next tutorial, because there I will actually go into the configuration and we will see what we need to do in order to prepare some of the things we've already done if you kept the configuration from the previous tutorials. But if not, you're gonna need to do a few things here. Anyway, I bid you all farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Let's just go ahead and start our configuration. Before we can start the configuration, we just need to go ahead and download some of these scripts. So you have ASCII images. Basically, it converts all images to ASCII text, which can be kind of funny. blur images. It makes them blurry so you can't see anything on it. I personally like this one. It's Google search. You are able to add extra words to whatever somebody searches. You can add extra words to it. So this can, I've seen people do all sorts of things with this. And yeah, let's just go over onto the net. Let me just show you where you can download these sort of things, and don't download them from anywhere else, as they are executable scripts that you will give execution privileges and that you will run on your system. So that can be a pretty big problem. Anyway, go ahead, use your favorite search engine, type in googlesearch.pl, and I've already visited the page. It's googlesearch.pl on Google Code. So here you can, let me just zoom in. Here you can actually see the script. You can read it. It's basically, you can see the code. You can see everything that it does, and I mean, it doesn't really do much. It just adds a extra words to the Google search. But you can view raw file. You can zoom in, and you can press Control A to select all here, Control C to copy it. Then you need to open your terminal back up, and I do believe I have some of them here. Yep, there we go. I have ASCII images, I have Google search, no internet, and turret images. I got no idea what that does, but I do believe that I've tried it out since it's here. In any case, you will need to of course type in nano, and then of course you will need to use this name or this name. You can actually name it whatever you want. It doesn't matter as far as I know, although you do need .pl extension. But try to keep the name consistent. There is no need for you to change it or anything of a kind. And you see, I basically just copy pasted this text here previously. If you didn't, you would have an empty file here. You would just right click paste and copy everything into it. There are no modifications that you need to do to this one, however, internally, but externally you would need to type in chmod plus x and then Google search in order to give it execution privileges. With some of these other scripts, you do need to make certain modifications. They're not extreme, but you do need to actually go into the script and change a thing or two depending on the script. So let's just take ASCII images, nano, ASCII images. And you see here it says $ our IP, and then you need to I think the default one here is 33, but you do need to change it to whatever the LAN IP address of your device is, of your computer is, that is. Mine is 104 at the moment, but these things tend to change, so make sure to keep the paste up. You can also assign IP addresses statically to your computers, but that can present a problem when you connect to a public Wi-Fi or something of a kind. Anyway, doesn't matter. Don't change the IP addresses of your computer. Just take a look at what it is and type it in here in order to render the script effective. In order for it to start functioning, you do need to probably just change the last octet, but I don't know. Depends what your LAN IP address is. Just type it in here. This is how you can check your LAN IP address. ifconfig. Press enter, and there you go. This is my LAN IP address, the one that I am selecting at the moment. Anyway, now that we have some of the scripts here, there is no installation procedure or anything of a kind. You basically copy paste the script into the matching name, and that's it. As I said, you can name it whatever you want, but I would suggest that you name it with a .pl extension. And you can find all sorts of these scripts, I mean names. You can just type in your favorite search engine, flip images squid. Let's see if that's gonna help us out. There you go. Somebody has April Fool's Day. Redirecting. Do they have the list of scripts here? No, they do not. Let's just go over. Don't give up so fast. Apparently they don't have it here either. Do they have it on Google Code? Yep, there you go. actually you have them. It says Fight Club, blur images, ASCII.pl, Google search, no internet, or something like that. If you're wondering what the Fight Club is, basically just substitutes all of your images on a site, if I'm not mistaken, with the imagery from the Fight Club movie or some. It definitely does something of a kind. I'm not too sure about that, but you can take a look at the descriptions if you want for every individual script. There are a lot. There are a lot of these scripts that you can find on the net, and depending on what you want to do, you can implement each one of them separately. Anyway, next up we have to configure this. We have to configure Squid, as I written here. If you've installed it, you need to type in nano space slash etsy slash squid, and then again squid3 actually, sorry, and then squid.conf. Press enter, and here we're going to be doing some of the editing. There are 5,782 lines, so I'm just going to go ahead and search for what I need in order to save us a bit of time. Actually, I don't need to search for the first one because it should be straight off the bat here. Apparently not. Do forgive me, I've been modifying this yesterday, so a few things have slipped my mind. Nope. Give me Control V, paste, go. Okay, excellent. So these basic these things, how do you call them? These bars, they represent commented outlines. They are the lines which the program will not take into consideration. All you need to do is uncomment it. There you go. Now this will be taken. Now this line will be taken into. This one will be taken into consideration. And if you don't want it to be taken into consideration, just put a bar there, and it will not be. I have uncommented this particular line because this is my network. So 192.168.0.0 with a subnet mask with 16. Anyway, depending on what your configuration is, make sure to choose a proper one. How you should be able to find it. I mean, these are ranges for home IP addresses, most of them. If not, I'm pretty sure you can add your own as well, but I'm not too sure about that. Doesn't really matter. You will find yourselves there, as most likely it will be in this one, 192.168.0.0/16. So yeah, that's a lot of bits. 16 is both of these ranges will change. This is the host part of the IP address, and these are the amount of hosts that you can have. So 255 here and 255 here, and then you get the combination. So that's a lot of hosts. I don't know how many, but a lot in general. Let's go ahead and find our next thing that we need to modify. So HTTP access allow, copy, paste. Where is it? Excellent. So this line, this can be a commented line, so that can be a problem like this. You need to uncomment it and have it run as it is. Okay, so the next step, what we have to do is change the port 3812. No, not the port, but we need to make sure that it is transparent. So let me just show it to you what I mean by that. Excellent. So usually you will have only this line that I have selected without the one that I am selecting now. So the word transparent will not be here. You literally need to just type it in there. Just type in transparent right next to the port with a space in between. We're doing this so that computers that we are ARP spoofing would not at all need any sort of configuration with their browsers or anything of a kind. They will use proxy by default when we spoof them. Anyway, that's it as far as the Squid proxy is concerned. We don't actually need to do any other changes aside from assigning it a script to use, and that's going to be the end of it. But this we are going to change. This you can actually change multiple times if you wish, and this is where all the changes come into play. Oh, come on. Don't do this to me. There we go. At the end. So this one actually needs to be at the end, and most likely it will not be written by default. So the command that I am selecting now, just write it down at the bottom of this configuration file. If it's not there, just write it in. Just write it down, and that's it. This here is the path, and this here right next to it is the script that I'm going to be using, the one that I've just fetched from the internet. Now the path can be different, of course, since this is Kali Linux with a default installation. Pretty much everything goes into the root folder, and from there it gets used elsewhere. But anyway, this is just the path, and over here is the script itself, nothing more. And this you need to write in here if you wish to use any external scripts, and that's it. Now, when you change the script, just change the path if necessary. If they're at the same place, just change the name of the script. That's all, but you do need to reset the Squid proxy server in order for changes to take effect. So press Control O to save, enter, Control X to exit. Now we have completely configured Squid. Let me just type in service Squid 3 restart. This can take up a while, I don't know, depending on what is going on. As I said, the configuration file is rather lengthy, and this is a virtual machine, so it's gonna take a while for it to actually reload or restart. Until then, I'm gonna bid you farewell and continue in the follow-up tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. This is part 3. Anyway, today we're just gonna do a little bit more configuration, so just do commands. You need to do this one. So you need to make an adjustment to your firewall and make sure that you have this port here and port 80 here. You can follow through exactly the same command as I have, except you need to change the interface here. And you can see I've been testing this on my physical machine, so I've used the wireless interface there, but here it would be ETH, moment. Here it would be ETH0, and likewise you will adapt it to whatever your operating system, your marcation for that interface that you are using is. If you are using Kali Linux, as I am for the purposes of this tutorial, and if you have a default install, then you can type in exactly the same command as I have typed in now with ETH0. Anyway, don't need to reset the service again. In addition to that command, where is it? Here. Excellent. So you will need to do this as well. I know that we've done this in the previous tutorial, but I take it that we are doing it from scratch. So it's echo 1 and just put it into IP forward. I'm not going to go too much into this or how you can check it because I already explained it in the previous tutorials. Down below are just some scripts some of which we have downloaded from the net, and the rest you can download on your own if you wish. But in any case, I want to actually get this started, and before I can do that, I just need to do the Apache configuration quickly. Nothing really special about that. You make this directory, so like this, mkdir var www.tmp, press enter. Okay, it cannot create a directory because I have already created it. And down below is the mod change for permissions. Actually, you are changing permissions for that directory, so nothing frightening there. It's just chmod 777, and make sure that it's /var/www/tmp. That's it. The mod was already 777 there, but whatever, I'm just gonna do it one more time. Anyway, go ahead and clear your screen. Service HTTPD restart. Oh, it's not HTTPD, sorry. HTTPD is for Fedora. Here it's Apache 2, just the name of the package. Oh, come on. There we go. It's gonna, yep, it's gonna restart. Anyway, it's gonna pop up a warning. It says could not reliably determine this server's fully qualified domain name. Doesn't matter. That's just a warning. You are not required to actually set that up. The server will run just fine without it. Go ahead and clear the screen, and we have Squid that is running at the moment, as we have restarted it just a moment ago. And now we need to conduct an ARP spoof. Here I've been conducting a bit of ARP spoofing myself prior to this tutorial, just to make sure that everything works, and I do believe, there we go, I have it. So type in ARP spoof -I for the interface, -D for a victim, and -R for a default gateway. Then just flip them around, and come on, tell me I have them flipped. I do have them flipped. Wow, this is amazing. Excellent. In the previous tutorials, I have explained why this is necessary, why you need to do this. I know that my victim's IP address is the last octet is 101. If you don't know what it is, just use nmap and figure out which hosts are alive on the network. Go ahead and press enter here. Press enter here. The ARP spoofing process is alive and rolling. Go ahead and click on your Windows 8. Well, I'm using Windows 8.1 machine. You could be using something else, completely irrelevant what we are using. Plenty of operating systems out there. Now, keynote here. These scripts are not always going to work, and not all of them will work with the same things. So just read through the files when you download them. Read what they say. If there are any README files, or if it doesn't work with something, just type it out on the forums, type it out on your favorite search engine, and you will see that people before you have encountered similar problems, and you will pretty much be able to see what is going on. So I do need to show you something with this terminal here. I need a large one. Tell me you're gonna increase. No, you will not. Properties. Oh, this is a cursor size. Sorry, I need a font. I need a lot larger font, because I'm apparently blind. No, larger than this. Give me this. Excellent. So I'm just gonna clear the screen here. CLS is here, and this is how I know for sure that this computer is ARP spoofed. This is something that I've been meaning to tell you, but it just never got around to it really. You type in ARP-A for all and press enter. Okay, so this is one interface, another. We're not interested in those. We are interested in this one. How do I know that I'm interested in this one? Well, you type in IP config, and you go to you have the names of the adapters here. So Ethernet adapter VirtualBox, host only network, not that. I need Ethernet adapter Ethernet, and that's gonna be 192.168.0.1. I can't select things on this wretched CMD, but that is completely inferior to the Linux terminal, but what can I really do about it? Anyway, type in ARP-A, scroll up to the top, and you will see that there is an IP address 192.168.0.101. Now, in the Linux, we have been able to establish what is the default gateway, and the default gateway is of course the same for all the machines here on the same network. So the default gateway is 192.168.0.1. That is the very first IP address that you see, and right next to it on the right side it says physical address, and then it says 90-F6-52-C1-BB-18. Okay, so that is our default gateway. Down below you have a compute that's a host computer, and below it is actually 104, which is supposed to be exactly the same. Oh, apparently this is not ARP spoofed. I wonder why. Let's do ipconfig. It's still 101. Let's see if this is gonna work. I don't know. Let's just type in Google web search. Google Linux, it has indeed added it, but why isn't it ARP spoof? That is what I want to know. ARP-A, press enter. It should. This is quite strange. The MAC addresses are actually exactly the same. How? I have no idea. Apparently, it's not registering it. Probably because it's a virtual machine. But usually 192.168.0.104 will be the same, will have the same MAC address as the default gateway. Why isn't it showing it here? I have literally no idea. But I'm doing this segment for fun anyway, so we're not going to get into that too much. Usually it would show on a physical machine, it will show here for some strange reason. Maybe that's just an assumption, I'm not too sure, because it's a virtual machine that it's not showing. But anyway, if you see that anybody on your ARP list has the same MAC address as your default gateway, you know that there is something the matter with it. You know that there is a problem, that there is something going on, because the odds of that are, well, actually non-existent, because MAC addresses are regulated by manufacturers, and the, it's not possible for two devices to have the same MAC address, especially not for two recent devices. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and close this frustrating CMD. And you see it says here Google, and okay, so let's just go back to the msn.com. Anyway, my search query was Google, and if I press web search, don't fix it. I don't want you to fix it. You never fix anything. So Google, I press web search, and the page cannot be displayed. Make sure the HTTP ping google.com. Does it work? Yes, it does work. What is the problem? Why, Explorer, why? There we go. It is open now. Yeah, I just figured out why this is happening. If you are performing this sort of an attack, your victim might, like I have here, might experience slight delays or temporary loss of connection for a couple of seconds or something like that. I wouldn't call it loss of connection completely. It would just be unable to load a website from the first try, but instead of giving you the reload option here, apparently it just gives you fixed problems, which it doesn't fix. If I was using Chrome or something like that, I would just get an option to reload the page. If you press reload the page, it will succeed, no problems. Now, my search query was Google, and on top of that, it has added a word Linux. How does it know which words to add? Well, simple enough. We can go ahead and modify the script ourselves. So I'm back in the Kali Linux machine, and if I just do a little ls, my Google search is here. Let me just nano into nano Google search. Excellent. So it says extra text. Extra text is Linux. I can put whatever I want there. It's completely irrelevant. I'm gonna put what am I gonna put? Smurf, blue, black, gray wall. I am running out of ideas. What am I gonna put there? 6. Let's put the number 6. Just because I'm completely flushed out of ideas tonight. Anyway, if you wish multiple words, you can type in plus, and I can type in 7. That's like super original from my side. I'm all original tonight. Note that this is not actually 6 plus 7. This is the word 6 and then plus 7. Let me just think of something else. Let's type in brick. So 6 plus brick, and then I can type in space. Then I can type in black, black hole. and I can type in plus, I don't know, alcohol or I don't know. I have no idea. It doesn't really matter. This is how you would add multiple words. So with a plus sign, you can add pretty much as many words as you like. Eventually, there is a limit somewhere out there, but nothing meaningful. You can add pretty much as many words as you like. I'm just gonna leave it at six, not gonna bother. But you can try an experiment, type in different things, and see what you get with the results. Don't give it too long of a strings because it might not work. Anyway, Windows 8. Oh, wait, I need to reset. Remember, once you change the configuration files, or pretty much anything related to the configuration files from which the configuration file takes something, such as this script, because the configuration file is taking this script, you need to restart the service. So service squid 3 restart. Notice that also my ARP spoofing is going on in the background, and I can just reset the proxy, the squid proxy, without pausing the ARP at all, the ARP spoofing process at all. I'm not gonna do anything to it. I'm not gonna touch it. I'm just gonna leave it running while the squid proxy is actually resetting. And I don't know, last time it took maybe 30 seconds, something like that. This time, hopefully, it's gonna take a bit of a shorter amount of time. And there we go. It's done, complete. Let's go over to Windows 8. I'm gonna close this and let's perform a web search. Why are you giving me fixed connection? Just reload the page. And there we go. I press just Control R. Once you actually reload the page, it's gonna work. So you see, it says Google, and then it says 6. Anyway, that would be it. Before I wrap this tutorial up, please let me urge you all to experiment as much as you can. Try all the other scripts that you can find, but please, and I mean please, do not just download a script from a random link somewhere on the net. Don't do that. You have seen where I found the script, where I've downloaded it. I mean, you can find the script elsewhere, that's not a problem, but be very specific with the place as far as the places from which you download the scripts are concerned. So you've seen I've downloaded it from Google Code, which is pretty safe, and plus I can actually read the script and see what's written in it. And you can in such a way be safer, but if you can't read the script, it doesn't really do you much good. Anyway, I'm urging you once again, be very careful from where you download the scripts, but please do experiment as well. Try a lot of other varieties. One more thing to say is that browsers are getting updated. There are security precautions which are being put in place, so not all the scripts will work. Uh, this attack won't work forever, and it won't work on all machines, and it won't work against anyone. So please keep that in mind when attempting this. Uh, Usually best to go against somebody who doesn't have the latest updates, but that's a pretty general sentence, and you might think that that is such a far-fetched idea that that's impossible. But let me tell you something. Most people don't have the latest updates. They don't have the latest software. Uh, there are multiple reasons for that. Sometimes it's money, but most of the time it's just that people are lazy. They don't perform regular updates, and even though it costs them literally nothing, maybe like 5 minutes of their time or something of a kind. Another thing is that people are using operating systems for which the security support has ran out. So there are no more security updates for those operating systems, which is fantastic. And you might think that I'm talking about Windows XP or something of a kind. No, I'm not talking about Windows XP. If you're using Windows XP, you practically have your machine is practically public property, primarily because there are a lot of people out there scanning for those machines as they are extremely vulnerable to all sorts of attacks. But I'm talking more about, for example, let's say Windows 7. Okay, security support still hasn't ran out, but they're not exactly enthusiastic about it. Uh, Windows 8.1 is fairly good with security, but it still has some loopholes, and if not updated on a regular basis, it can encounter problems. And even if it is upgraded, I mean, my system here, it's upgraded. Uh, this red flag that you see at the bottom, this is not the updates. This is just telling me to turn something on for Windows that I don't want to turn on. I think it's the Windows default firewall or antivirus or something of a kind. Anyway, that being said, I wish to bid you all farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I will show you Evil Twin method. This will complement a lot of other things along the way, not only that which will come later, but also it complements that which we've already done. Primarily because Evil Twin allows you to steal all sorts of traffic. Now, you are effectively, with this method, what you are doing, you are cloning the wireless access point, and then all the clients that are authenticated to that access point can get de-authenticated, and the next time they automatically reconnect, they will reconnect back to you should your signal strength be stronger. Now, the issue of signal strengths. You are able to boost the signal strength on your own if you're using Linux, and if you have proper drivers. It won't work on all wireless network cards, but you can always get an external antenna for your laptop, a USB wireless antenna, or something of a kind. I do believe they cost maybe, you get a wireless network card that goes over a USB, and then that wireless network card has an antenna. I think you can get one for 20 bucks, something like that. They're pretty cheap. Make sure that they're compatible in terms of drivers, and your signal can be a lot stronger than anybody else that is nearby. Or you can simply come close to somewhere. You can go if you're in a bar or something like that. Your signal should always be stronger for people that are closer to you, unless they have like crazy good Wi-Fi system in a bar or something of a kind. Also useful in companies or something like that. While people, this has been known. Uh, People have been doing this. They go into a lobby and I don't know, they're waiting for something. And they have a laptop that's in their bag or something like that, and that laptop is working while they're waiting for somebody, so they're not suspicious at all or anything of a kind. And especially if you have 100 people in a huge lobby or something of a kind, you will practically be invisible and be able to take a lot of information that way. However, you will face the problem of encryption once again, but encryption is, we are not doing this for the sake of perhaps cracking the VPA2 passkey, because it can be cracked in this way through a little bit of social engineering. But you can also, what you can also do here is play around with people's information. So play around with their URL, HTTP GET requests, and you can modify their net queries. Also, you are in control of what gets served to them. So you can control the content that gets served to them, primarily because you can alter the DNS servers. And if you alter DNS servers, you can have customized MX records or something of a kind. What this allows you to do is say that facebook.com will be resolved to some other IP address than the official one. So to whatever server you want, you can redirect the traffic, which is fantastic because you can clone a Facebook page. I'm just specifying Facebook as an example here. This can be done for any other site, and this is practically a foolproof way of getting credentials for any site at all. By changing the DNS servers, and if you configure the DNS servers on a router or on a PC somewhere or on a network somewhere, you will be able to give them your own DNS servers, and your own DNS servers will point the users in very specific directions. They will point them to the cloned websites that you will clone and that you will host on your Apache web server. And once they type the credentials in, they will be yours for the taking, which can be extremely painful. Okay, so let's say they make a query to a website, they try to log in. Login will fail, of course, but you will get their credentials, and as soon as you get their credentials, you can redirect traffic elsewhere or something like that to a legit page. There are limitless options here. There's a lot of things which you can do that people tend to do in real life, and a lot of accounts get stolen this way. However, DNS attacks and all of that we will do a little bit later. For the time being, I just want to show you how you can control, how you can clone a wireless access point and redirect all traffic to yourself, and therewith have a good measure of control over it. Anyway, we're going to be using one of Aircrack's tools today, that is Airbase. I have the command listed down below. Here, let me just zoom it in. So we're going to need Airbase, which will be our tool used for cloning. And down below I have airplay-ng. We have used that before for deauthentication. Anyway, let's just go ahead and proceed with this. The first thing that we need to do, of course, is, well, scan to see where we are, what's in our environment, what sort of MAC addresses do we have, what sort of access points do we have, and in order to do that we need monitor mode as always. So ifconfig vlp2s0 down, iv config vlp2s0 mode monitor on dash ups airmon dash ng op2s0 kill. Network manager will go down first, 4734, and then I need to kill, I have DHC clients, need to kill that too, 30664. Okay, that one died already. Let's see, 11289. Excellent. Let's perform a check now. Okay, I'm gonna leave these running. I'm pretty sure that they won't interfere. Now, the commands that I've typed in now, I'm not gonna explain them in detail. They are explained in the previous tutorials. Now we're gonna go ahead and do some scanning. So, arrow dump dash ng, and just clear arrow dump dash ng vlp2s0. Press enter, and there we go. There's a scan in progress. I'm not gonna hold the scan here. This is my wireless access point something. As before, it's pretty strong here. I'm gonna have to move it to the next room or something like that in order to get a bit of a better signal. I'm gonna connect a device to it, and down below we're gonna see a jump, but it doesn't really matter. That's not what we are after. We just need to clone it. But down below you have all of these authenticated clients to the stations. I need to zoom this out to show them all. There's quite a bit of them. And there we go. I seem to be authenticated. I'm pretty sure that my device is one of these. Doesn't really matter. I just wanted to connect it. Anyway, now that we have all this information from the scan, we're gonna go ahead and take this one, take the MAC address, just go ahead and copy it and type in the following. Okay, let's just clear the screen. Wait, I can't clear the screen, I need the information. Let me just zoom it in. So airbase -ng space -a MAC address, paste the MAC address. A good idea is to copy paste the MAC addresses so you ensure that you are not making any mistakes of whatsoever. Now you need ESSID. I'm pretty sure that you don't need to use quotation marks, but if it's like a two-part or something like that, then you will need to use the quotation marks to make sure that the string is loaded properly. And then we need a channel, of course. What will be the channel? Channel 6. For those of you who have enabled your monitor mode via airmon-ng, start vlp2s0, it will create a virtual interface which is mon0. I didn't do that, so I'm just going to use vlp2s0 like this. Press enter, and now that I have my fake wireless access point running, I am going to deauthenticate pretty much everybody on the real access point with the ESSID something. Now once I deauthenticate them, if they attempt to automatically reconnect, they will all reconnect automatically back to me. And for that, I'm gonna need airplay-ng-00a, and then this MAC address here. This is simply the MAC address of the real wireless access point, the one that we are faking here. Anyway, let me just go ahead and press enter. Now I'm sending the deauthentication packets, and you see immediately there's a client being reassociated with me. I'm going to go ahead and stop the deauthentication packets, but I will leave this running. And you see it says reassociated, unencrypted to ESSID something. Now what we can do with this traffic, how can we, I'm not going to show you how to modify it now. I've showed that in the part for fun, where you can do all sorts of trickery, but we will do more serious stuff as well. However, now I would like to show you how you can actually monitor this traffic and what you can extract, what sort of information can you extract from it. Anyway, I bid you all farewell, and I hope to see you all in the next tutorial. Hello everybody, and welcome to this tutorial. Today I am going to just continue up on Evil Twin. We have managed to get the client to associate with us, but what good is it? Primarily because that client will not have internet access until we configure our network settings so that there is a bridge between our fake wireless access point and an interface, our network interface, which actually has internet connection. Only then will the client on the other side actually be able to access internet, and only then will we actually be able to harvest any sort of information of whatsoever. So on the right side, for this purpose, I have made a series of commands which you will need to run, and they're not really complicated. It's more or less the same command running over and over again with different interfaces. What you will need first is bridge utils. So go ahead and type in yum. Let me just zoom this in for you. Yum search, and I'm just going to copy paste the name. Excellent, there we go. So it says bridge utils x8664. You need to install this. Hopefully by now you have learned how to install these things, but just in case you didn't, all you need to do is type in yum install and then paste it. By default, it will pick up that it's this package x8664. Just type in yum install bridge utils space -y, and that's gonna install without asking you any questions. Now I have it already installed here, so there's no need to go through the process. Next up, what we need to do is have this one. It says bridge add evil. You can name it any way you like. I have named it evil, but it doesn't really matter. Whatever the name will go. This name is completely irrelevant as far as I know. So just go ahead and type in. It says device evil already exists. Can't create bridge with the same name. Doesn't matter. For me, it already exists because I have previously created. For you, this command will just fly without any sort of problems of whatsoever. Now, the next thing that you need to do, well, this is where it says P8P1. That is the interface. Let me just show you. I have config. There's a whole lot of interfaces and information now here. I'm going to need to change the zoom here. Clear. Excellent. This is much better. So, look. The interface P8P1 is the interface that I'm currently using. That is my wired interface, and that interface has internet access. What I need to do is bridge evil and P8P1, and that is exactly what this command will do for us. So just go ahead and copy. There we go. Okay, P8P1 is already a member of bridge, can't enslave it to the bridge evil. So I've already added it, so it can't repeat the process twice. For you, again, the command will fly. Now we have linked this intermediary evil interface named evil to the interface P8P1, which actually has internet connectivity. However, we also need to add to this the interface which is created by Airbase, and that is AT0. Basically, what we're doing is repeating the process twice. Let's just go ahead and clear the screen. Paste. So you see, previously I have added P8P1, which has internet connectivity, to evil. I have bridged them, and now I'm going to bridge AT0 to evil. Don't worry, AT0 should be the same on your system because Airbase will create this interface for you. No problems there. All you need to do is bridge it to this intermediary, and you should eventually have internet connectivity. Press enter. Again, I get an error message because it says that the process has already taken place and that it cannot duplicate it. For you, it's gonna fly. Next up, basically, what we need to do is add IP addresses to these interfaces, and furthermore, we need to change their state to up, primarily because the states of these interfaces are not up by default, and that can be a problem. So you just need to bring it up manually. No big deal. These commands are pretty simple and straightforward. So ifconfig, which we've used before, name of the interface. This is the strange as it might look. This actually is the IP address, and just say up. Excellent. There we go. Confirmation. No confirmation message. No, nothing. The command has passed through. Excellent. Now we need to bring evil up as well. So our bridging interface, ifconfig evil up. No need to assign an IP address there, and we don't need to bring p8p1, of course, up, primarily because it's already up. It has internet connectivity. Just copy this as well, paste. So dh client 3 evil and %sign. Press enter. Press enter. Yep, there we go. Hold on. Wait. Why are you giving me this? Let's remove the redirection. Excellent, there we go. So you can just type in DHC client evil, and that should work as well. I'm fairly certain that this command has worked a moment ago, but doesn't really matter. It says DH client is already running existing, so no need to actually do anything here for me, but for you, you will just need to go and follow through pretty much exactly what I've said. Now, once this is configured, you see that my airbase on this side is still running. So I have not shut it down since last time I did this. Now the client on the other side, either the phone or a tablet or a computer or something of a kind that is connecting to our fake access point, to our evil twin, will have internet connectivity, will be able to browse the net, and will literally suspect nothing. Because you get disconnected from wireless. It's not uncommon. I mean, be honest with yourselves. Ask yourselves, if I get disconnected from a wireless for a couple of seconds, will I suspect that there's some foul play here, that somebody's doing something, or that somebody's hacking or something of a kind? No, of course not. If you get deauthenticated, you will simply press reconnect, or the device will reconnect automatically for you, and while you're waiting for that reconnect, you'll probably be staring at the device, literally looking at it and not suspecting a thing. Anyway, in the follow-up tutorial, I am going to show you how you can actually monitor the traffic of somebody that is connected to your fake wireless access point, and how you can extract that information. Until then, I bid you farewell and hope to see you in the next tutorial. And welcome to this tutorial. Today I am going to finish up with this section. I will show you how you can actually monitor all traffic that goes on the network, the cloned network that you have set up on your laptop or desktop or whatever. Anyway, why is this important? Well, first of all, don't get your hopes up too high, because you won't be able to actually get passwords or user credentials by just listening to traffic. You can if they're not using any encrypted protocols, but if they're using HTTPS, I can forget about it there. That's going to be too difficult. I mean, there are some methods that are experimental today, but I haven't really included them here as they are still experimental. If you just go back a tutorial or two, you have an option of SSL strip, so you will be able to rid yourself of that encryption and read the credentials in clear text without any problems of whatsoever. Now, it doesn't always work with all browsers and all websites, but like 90% of the time it will work without any bigger problems. Now, why then, you might ask yourselves, why would we do this? Well, you are able to see who is browsing what sort of content. You're able to see who is logging into the backends of the web servers. You're able to see if somebody's using official email or email for that, or any email for that matter. And you are able to see who is using which type of services on the net. And in such a way, you will be able to pick your target in a relatively easy fashion. You will see who has what. Okay, I need this, so let's go for it. Anyway, uh, this is not the only reason why we have why we have created an evil twin. We can use it for other purposes, such as a DNS change of the DNS servers on the router. And as I've stated previously, that's going to enable us to do some wonderful social engineering, whereby we will be able to take usernames, passwords, user credentials in general without any bigger difficulties. But for the time being, let's just see how is traffic actually analyzed. Let me just go ahead and clear the screen here, zoom it in, move it here. For this purpose, we will of course need a tool with which we can actually listen to traffic, and that tool is called Wireshark. That's one of many. There are others out there. Wireshark is the most used one. I would definitely recommend it, but if you don't feel like it, just go on the net and see what else is out there. Now, it's pretty simple it comes with a pretty simple installation method. So yum search Wireshark, and it should pop up here somewhere. You need to install 2 packages. It will enable you to listen to pretty much all traffic that goes through your network without any problems. However, as I said before, you won't be able to take passwords from encrypted traffic. Moreover, Wireshark is, that's a course for itself, and it's rather lengthy. There are a lot of options. It's a pretty sophisticated tool. I won't go through all of the options today, but I will show you some of the basics and how you can actually monitor traffic based upon the information that I give you. So you will need this package here that I'm selecting, and you will need the bottom one. Hopefully by now you know how to install. It's yum space install space the name of the package space -y, so you wouldn't be prompted for any questions, and it will install it without any problems. Now I have Wireshark running here somewhere. Yep, there we go. Now I have opened it, and here you can take a pick from the list of interfaces on which you wish to listen. Our interface is of course evil, and that is what we want to listen to all the traffic that goes on it. Now there isn't much traffic here, primarily because there isn't much that is going on, but you can see immediately there are some basic packets that are going through. And let me just see if I can browse something on my phone or something of a kind. This is just router communication. So let's go over to Firefox over here. I'm just literally opening up a website on my phone, and that is it. You can see that immediately the amount of traffic is jumping insanely. Look at how much of it there is. So all this traffic is generated basically, well, most of this traffic is generated by one single device. And I'm going to go ahead and stop the capture here because I am no longer interested in this. Over here you can see the queries, and here you can actually see the URL from time to time. The URL is a small piece of all of this, but not sure if I can find it now, as there is a lot of it. Look, here's one. It says standard query response, safebrowsing.cache-l.google.com. You can see the IP address that was accessed, from which the response, I do believe this is from which the response came. Anyway, again, we have something related to Google. I don't have a browser open. There is literally no traffic going on my network here. However, there is traffic that is being generated from my phone. Yep, there we go. And this is like www.google.ba. That is this. You see here, you have the URL here that is being accessed, and you can see that has been requested here. If I just double click on it, if I open it, I'm gonna get a listing of pretty detailed information here. So domain name, if I just click on it, there's some sort of information here, not very useful to you at the time, but you can just go down to queries and you can see the URL. That is probably the most important thing for you in this particular at this particular point in time. This is how you can actually see who is browsing for what, who wants what, who is going where. Not a bad idea, a pretty good thing to do, especially because you can, as I said before, you can actually pick the targets and you can see their you can see the IP addresses here. I mean, you can see which IP address has requested which site. So this first column that you are looking at now, sorry, not the first column, where it says source. So source IP addresses, and then you have next one is destination IP addresses. I'm clicking on the two of them. So if you take a look at the top right quarter, it says 192, the gray one. It says 192.168.1.101, and then there is destination, which is 173.194.116.225. So the device with this first IP address 192.168.1.101 has has requested something from the destination IP address of 173.194.116.225. There was a communication in between these two IP addresses. Now that can be different sorts of traffic, and for the time being, you can disregard most of this. What you are interested in are those URLs. To see what sort of information are people browsing, and you can see and get the addresses. For example, if they're logging into their company servers that have an external IP address, you can actually see it here in the destination IP addresses part. And in such a way, you can go ahead, try to open it up in your browser and see what sort of login procedures does it actually require, how hard is it, what is it, HTTP or is it HTTPS. It can give you a lot of information. Now this is just a raw overview of data. I encourage you to expand upon this subject further. In the upper left corner there are filters, and here you can type in various values to try to pick apart the information. For example, I can type in DNS. So give me all the DNS queries, and it's gonna give me all the DNS queries that have been made, which is very nice because I now know what my phone has requested. So look, it has CCNA, that's for Cisco. It has requested Google. It has pulled some. Is this an image from YouTube? I have no idea what this is. I don't know. In any case, it has contacted YouTube. Again, it went over to Google, and yeah, there you go. There's safe browsing, Google clients, yeah. Okay, so I have opened up Firefox. I've seen something on Google. I obviously can't see the search results, but I can see when a person clicks on one of those search results and requests that particular URL. For that purpose, DNS filter is your friend, but doesn't necessarily need to be. You can just leave it empty and see how it goes. You can also type in ip.addr space equals equals, and then you can type in the IP address here, for example 192.168.1.101 up one. Excellent. So now we have all the traffic which has either a source or a destination IP address of 192.168.1.101. So if you wish to see traffic of a particular IP address, you can use the filter that I have just used. I would strongly encourage you to expand upon this subject further. There is a course on Udemy that I have made as well, but you don't have to go there. I mean, you also obviously have a great deal of knowledge on the internet as well, so you can explore it there, because Wireshark and network traffic monitoring is a subject of its own. That's like a course of its own. There's a huge amount of information, but you are able to get the basic information which interests you at this point of time. In any case, I am going to wrap the tutorial up here, and in the next chapter we're going to get into routers and how to break the first line of defense for pretty much any major network out there. Until then, I bid you farewell, and I hope to see you in the next tutorial.
Thank you very much for watching this entire video. I'm amazed you've got to the end. Even if you just skip to the end, that's okay. If you want more videos from me, you can just subscribe. I'll put an annotation so you can click directly to subscribe to my channel. And if you want to subscribe with Ermin, Ermin now has his own YouTube channel. You can subscribe with Ermin directly to just get the new videos that Ermin puts out. I think since you've made it all the way to the end, or you've skipped to the end to find out the grand finale, I think you might love continuing to learn with Ermin Kruponic online in the Ermin Kruponic course bundle. You go to my website at jerrybanfield.com. You take a look until you find the Ermin Kruponic 7 course bundle, or if it has more courses by the time you find it, then you may get more than 7 courses. That might also bump the price up too. So you see it, you add it to your cart here, and then you go down, proceed to checkout, and then you can complete purchase on it. So thank you very much for watching this video. I'm Jerry Banfield. I'm honored every moment you spent with me. And thank you on behalf of Ermin Kruponic also for enjoying this time with us. We hope you have a great day today.